17th of March 2007. We're in Chicago. Who's? Oh. Okay. I'm glad to see so many people here. I do hope that you guys are very much ready for this particular lecture because the Ancestors downloaded some data for me. Most of it you already know. However, they want me to get, when I say download it, I get data, when a question comes to me, within 24 to 72 hours, I always have an answer to the question. So the answers come from all over the place. Sometimes it just pops in my head. Sometimes I'll trip over a book. Something might come on TV. It could be a PBS special, some little blip out of a movie. I can see something on a billboard. The answers just come from everywhere. So as they give me the answers, it's like, oh, wow. The revelations are there. So the first thing they wanted me to share with you guys, because we're aware that most of you are already familiar with the fact that this is Rome. Most people have heard that this is Rome, or they've been told that this is Rome, but they may not know exactly how that is and have the clarity in the concept of why and how this is Rome. So in order for me to share with you what this lecture is about, which is how to survive the fall of Rome, the first order of business is to point out to you that this is Rome and how it's Rome, why you really don't want to be a part of it, which you'll figure out on your own. It's not for me to tell you where you want to be. What I have come up with that we are under now is the Nazi German Judeo-Christian European alliance of the Holy Roman Empire that does all of this damage under the name of the United States of America. And the people of America, the true Americans, have no idea what's going on. They have no idea why it's going on. This particular corporation that we call a country has subjects and citizens that are the least informed persons on this planet. This country has what you call the most staunch control of the media, but it appears to have the most liberal media in the world. And it really doesn't. At the end of the day, by the time we're done today, you're going to have a better clue of what that's about. Now, this is what the deal is. The people that are the true Americans in this country call themselves African American, Negro, black, colored people. Now, one of the things they wanted me to share with you guys was, and I shared it with you before, but I have to share it with you. This is turned wrong because you guys can't see it, can you?
Sure can.
Is that better? You sure? Can you guys see it over there? Okay. Ooh, this is a tiny one. Is this the only black marker in the room? I'm gonna need this was almost dry. I'm gonna need another one. I'm sorry, I'll be right out of the front of the screen in a minute. Is there anyone here today that was not present when we did last year's lecture? Okay, that's several people. Those of you that were not present last year, were you advised when you came today that you should bring a dictionary with you so that you could see with your eyes what I'm saying and not just take my word for anything? Get your regular dictionary out and turn to the word American. Okay. Those people that were not here last year, because the people that were here should already know this. If you have a penny, take it out and put it on the brown side of your hand. Those people that were not here last year. And when I ask you to do something, it would be good if you could just go on and roll with me and just do it. Because you'll be able to keep up better if you do it what I'm telling you to do instead of just sitting there and listening to me. This is interactive. Most people learn by doing, not only by hearing. There are different different modalities of learning. Some people learn by what they hear, others learn by what they see, and most people learn best by actually doing it themselves. That's what makes it stick for them. Okay. The 18th, oh, and you know what? I think I brought it, but please, God, tell me where it is. It may be in something else back there. I bought some pages, some copies of the 1854 Noah Webster's Dictionary. The 1854, 1849, and 1859 versions have the same definition for American. Americans are the copper-colored races of people that were found on these shores when the Europeans arrived here. That was the original definition for American. To use the word American and apply it to the descendants or the immigrants of Europe, when they first started doing that, that was really strange and very foreign to call them Americans. The word did not really fit them. Now, how many of you have the penny on the back of your hand? If you look at what they show in John Wayne movies as Indians, or the people that you see on reservations today, does the definition of a copper-colored person fit those people, or does it fit your people? Okay, so you guys need to be very clear on that. Now, American can be broken down several different ways, mercenaries and other things like this. But I had to figure out what the word, and I just figured this out about 3 weeks ago. The ancestors were like, you're off, come back, and then they showed it to me. The word breaks down to the word am. Turn in your dictionary and look up the word am, A-M. The word am is defined as essence or essential. The basics of something, the rudimentary, is the essence of a thing. Now, turn to your dictionary. Am I going too fast for those that are flipping? No. Okay, turn to the word Erica. Now, in your dictionary, it's going to say ericaceous or something to this effect. Now, for the am, remember how you guys came last year? Those that didn't come last year, I forgot. In order to see the definition that I'm giving of the word am, that is essentials, you need to get in the brackets, which look like parentheses, but they're squared. Because the word essential or essence will not be in the paragraph definition. You have to go to the brackets to find the definition. Is there anybody that's looking that didn't see that in their dictionary? Because if you don't see it, I'll come show you. You didn't see it? Does your dictionary not have brackets? AM?
First person.
Do you guys want to borrow mine since you two don't have dictionary back there? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. How many people are at the word ericaceous? Well, oh, you found it? Okay. Okay, well, it's a long word. I think it's something like ericaceous. I gave my dictionary away, so I can't come up off the side. When you get into the brackets, it should have the word erica for the word ericaceous, which talks about trees and forests. And you'll notice the word erica, the letter A is inside parentheses, which means the A can be there or it can be removed, and the meaning of the word is still the same, Eric and Erica. Does anybody see it? Who does not see it? Okay, now if you look at it, the word Erica means woods and forests. Okay? Do you guys remember the Pocahontas story? Yeah. How she was taught, when she went to England, she was telling them, you know, you guys are coming over and you're destroying the woods and forests of my people where we live. And what have you, because you guys know she was like 12. She was only 12 or 13 when they came and took her. And she was a little sister looking like any other little sister that walks up and down the streets of what you call the hood today. However, that's what the word Erica means. Now get to the word A-N, And when you get into the definition of an, it means a part of or connected to or belonging to a thing. So, an American, which is really Am-Erican, Am-Erican, that's what you are. Am-Erican, not American, because when you say American, that's plus American, which has to do with mercenaries and goods and taking property, which is really what they did, which is now why they're the Americans. You are the Am-Ericans, which means an essential part and belonging to or connected to the woods and the forests, which used to be here before they level it all down. The last thing they have standing is the Amazon rainforest, and they're swiftly trying to get rid of that too. Because when they arrived here, everything here looked a lot like that, what they call the rainforest today. Okay, where was I going at this point? What they're trying to do with this term American, when they go around the world and do all this damage in the name of the United States of America, they know that there is the possibility and probability that the people that today call themselves Negro, African American, Black, Colored, Moors, Moorish Americans, Native American Indians, Black Indians, whatever we're working with these days, are going to at some point, or may at some point, raise up and take their things back, like a lot of other nations have done. In the event that that occurs, by the time it happens, they will have destroyed and damaged your name so badly around the world that people are going to hate and despise Americans, the name American, the term American, or anything that's American or about Americans, even though my people are the least informed about what's really going on out here. But you are the Aboriginal, Indigenous, Autochthonous American. Do you understand? Okay. Now, there is something called the green-eyed monster, and what is the other thing they call the evil eye? Has anybody ever heard the term green-eyed monster? Yes. Has anybody ever heard the term evil eye? Yes. And how there are some people who walk around these little five-fingered hands that they call the hand of Fatima to fight the evil eye. Do you know that the term evil eye meant the possessors of blue eyes? Did anybody know that? No. Where did I find that? Oh my God, I was blasted. Now you guys know that the green-eyed monster is what? Jealousy. The blue eye is jealousy. Now see, this is the thing. The people that you guys call white, my people think that they hate us. It's like, why do they hate us so much? They don't really hate us. What it is they are jealous of you, and they are angry with you because they're not you. And it really makes them hostile. So their envy where you're concerned comes across to you as hatred, when really they are just mad as hell because they ain't you. And at the end of the day, they have you thinking you're inferior and that they're superior and this, that, and the other. But if my people are inferior, and brothers in particular, they lead you guys to believe you're the least thing that anybody should try to be on earth. But everywhere you go, everybody tries to be just like you. I don't care what brothers start doing. They want to walk like y'all. They want to play your music. They want to dance like you, rap like you, blow ride like you do. They want to. If you turn your hats this way, they turn in their hats. If you start jive walking, they start jive walking. Whatever brothers are doing, Asians, Chinese, Japanese, Koreans, Vietnamese, Spanish, white, I don't care who they are. Everybody's mocking you or copying you. Why? They want to be you. If you are an inferior creature, what oddity but a total retard would run around and try to mock or emulate or mimic something inferior to them? You only model or emulate that which is better than you think you are. You want to be like somebody that has something you want to be like, that you look up to. How many of you run around and try to copy somebody you think is retarded? If you start trying to dress like somebody, you think that they're doing something that's got it going on. And you trying to copy what you feel will get you where they are. But at the end of the day, they keep making you think you're nowhere. That's something to really think about. And I guess just wanted me to share that with you. Let me just, and I really wanted to have this on 3x5 cards. You guys have no idea. Today was just, the last week has been absolutely insane. It's been absolutely nuts. And I don't like doing lectures from notes and paper, but I've been acquiring this information for months. Here it is. This is what I found as the definition of the evil eye. The evil eye originally meant and still means the baleful gift of men who have light blue eyes. The evil eye is known by Arabs as a phrase called ain. This is a permanent marker. Let me just write this down. A-I-N, that's for those of you that are into Islamic verbiage. A-L-H-A-S-A-D. Ain al-Hasad. And that phrase means the eye of envy. These people are jealous of you. That's it. At the end of the day, they're jealous of you, and I'm getting ready to tell you guys why. Now, in ancient times, the Ancient or ancient Romans, and you know, anytime they say ancient, they're talking about your people. The ancient Romans declared that the evil eye was illegal, so blue eyes became illegal. I just thought I had to share that with you guys. That was something that the ancestors wanted you guys to know, because their position is that a lot is wrong. Now, they wanted me to point out, before I get into this lecture, how you're going to be able to watch the game that keeps getting played. Over the centuries, and me and my sisters don't think they're very much older than 1,000 years. Everybody's like, oh yeah, the white man's been around doing this for 6,000. The earth could not tolerate 6,000 years of the pink man's dominions. Look at how much damage they've done in the 40, 50, 30 years that you've been walking. 6,000 years of them would leave nothing left standing. So it's not possible that they've been doing what they do for 6,000 years. Okay? So don't let anybody screw you up with that. They're not that old. At any rate, originally, the buzzword for attacking people, because what they do is they create a word, and they use the word to induce fear in other people. And they make you decide, well, I'm not one of those people. That's those people over there. And everybody does not want to be connected or attached to this word by any strange way at all. The first word they used when they came out with this craziness was savages. Then the buzzword became witches, demons, devil worshippers, warlocks, and the like. Dealers in magic and the black arts. Then they came up with another set of buzzwords, which were heretics, pagans, heathens. Then the next set of buzzwords was communist, communist party, communism. Then they turned around and said, okay, it's all about the gangsters and the dope dealers during Prohibition time and the Al Capone days. Then it came out to drug lords, criminals, thugs during our day. Now the new word is terrorists, terrorism. Once you get where you know what the game is and how they play the game, they don't know much, they don't got much game, we didn't give them much, okay? You're dealing with 360 degrees of data, they're only working with 33 degrees of information. They don't have much game. They use the same game, tweak it a little, and make you think it's a new game. But when you get where you know how they operate, you know their modus operandi or their method of operation, you always see the same thing going on over and over again. And the people keep falling for it repeatedly because they don't know what they're looking at, because they don't know how this creature plays the little bit of 33 degrees of game they got. All right. Now, let me give you guys some of what we really came here to get. Now, there's a lot of stuff that I got to give you, but I got to give it to you in a proper order. All right. You guys are the autochthonous Americans on these shores. And you have been forced under the sea, which is spelled S-E-E. Please, God. You know what? I think I left some books that I wanted to share with you guys at the hotel, but that's okay. Who's here today that will not be here tomorrow? Oh, God. That's bad. Because today I'm going to give you the clarity on what Rome is and show you how that is. And tomorrow I'm going to give you the steps on how to survive the fall of Rome. So it's a two-part lecture, and they're kind of independent, but they do go together. At any rate, oh, wait, let me give you this. On December 25th, in 48 BC, all the rabbis of Rome were Jewish in 48 BC. But on December 25th of 48 BC, a particular Roman priest named Caius Marius. You guys need to write this. C-A-I-U-S is the first name. Marius is M like money, A. R-I-U-S. He officially became the first human head of an empire that controlled both the heads of state and the heads of religion. Now remember, are you human?
No.
No. So this is not about you. He became you're man. They're a kind of man. You're man, they're mankind. You're not human. He became the first human to be the head of the heads of state and the heads of religion. His name was Caius Marius. This occurred officially on December 25th of 48 BC. That is very critical for you to know. Now, this occurred in Alexandria, Egypt, at the Temple of Jupiter, which was called the Serapeum. And I may not be pronouncing that correctly. It's spelled S-E-R-A. P like Paul, I-O-N. Now, this is the key that you need to have. This man changed his name to Julius. Yes. He changed his name to Julius. He took the C from Caius. He put the C in front of the Etruscan word for God, which was Asar, spelled then A-E-S-A-R. So he put the Caius, the first initial, in front of Asar and became Julius Caesar, the original Jesus Christ. BC is before Caius, before Caesar. All right. Now, see, this is deep. This is good. You guys are going to love this. He was the first Holy Roman Emperor. All right. Now, at some point, I don't know if this occurred during his life or after his death, but at some point, the priestly college did an apotheosis on him. And let me write that down. It's spelled A-P-O-T-H-E-O-S-I-S. This is going to get deep. Now, the apotheosis is something that the priestly college gets together to do so they can declare a mortal man a god. Y'all got that? Mm-hmm. All right. Now, the reason I'm not making you look these words up in the dictionary is because we got a lot to cover and not a lot of time. So we started late to boot. Now, there's a term, the word Christ is sort of from the German, or the origins of the German word Chrises, and I may be pronouncing this inaccurately, which is spelled I'm going to put it up here at the top. K-R-I-S-E-S. All right. Now this word, crisis, is also the same as the word crisis. And this word means defeat. Oh, yo, I'm going way far. Just keep up. This is how the people, especially our people, got messed up. Now, remember there was something about the Moses story and something about taking the people out for worshiping the golden calf? Yeah. Okay, now my, what's the word? I wanted to write it down in Hebrew letters, but I'm kind of rusty on my Hebrew. But I'm going to tell you this much. The word calf in Hebrew is pronounced eagle. Where do you see all these golden eagles? Thank you. Roman symbols, Roman authority. On the back of the dollar. We are currently under Rome, and I'm going to keep going, so you keep up. But the word calf, when you write out in Hebrew letters, is pronounced eagle. All right. You guys haven't gotten anywhere yet. We're just getting started. The people began to worship the golden eagle, which is symbolic of Roman authority. And worshiping the Roman emperor, or the head of the Holy Roman Empire, which is the Father, God the Father, which is Papa, or Pope. The word Pope means Papa, which means Father. Our Father, Heavenly Father, all these prayers to the Father. You keep doing all these rituals, and you keep giving all this power of melanated people to the Pope of Rome, and all of your power and your wealth. What is energy follows thought. Melanated people give a lot of thought and a lot of energy and a lot of time to these prayers to the Father and the Father God, and it's all going to the Father, the Pope of Rome. And they're just going around the world just taking. That's all they do. That's all they're about. Now, the Pope is the only head of the Catholic, which is also known as the universal church throughout the earth. Turn in your dictionary and look up the word Pope. You got to see this for yourself. And if you not have a dictionary, ask her if it's okay if you look at hers, since you're sitting right next to her. Those of you that do not have a dictionary, look at somebody's next to you. It will burn into your memory and be etched into your mind forever if you see it with your eyes. Me standing here talking is not the same. It's going to go in one ear and out the other, because I'm going to say so much. You're not going to remember everything I say, but you will remember everything you see. Okay. All right. Does it say in there that the Pope is the head of the Roman Catholic Church?
Bishop of Rome as the head of the Catholic Church, yes.
Now, look up the word Catholic Church. And if it's not there under Catholic Church, then look up Roman Catholic Church. Oh, this is getting ready to get deep. You guys hold on to your seats, hold on to your hats. Where's your dictionary, honey? Is it okay if he looks at you? Oh, okay.
No, that's okay. I'm going to write down whatever the answer
comes
up.
Oh, okay.
Just go ahead. I want you.
Okay. What does it say in there? Is it under Roman Catholic Church or under Catholic Church?
Roman.
Does it say in there that the Pope is the head of the Roman Catholic Church?
It says it means bishop or head of the Roman Catholic Church on earth.
Okay. Turn to the word. No. We looked at Pope already. Turn to the word church. You guys gotta love this. You guys gotta just see this before I go to the next phase. I gotta Chronology. I'm getting ready to give you guys all the chronology. I hope you have paper and pen. I'm giving you dates and stuff to go back and validate. When you're done validating this, you guys are going to go, dang, how did I not connect this dot to this dot to this dot to this dot? Under church, it should say the whole body of Christian believers.
Of the Lord?
Does it say that or it does not? Because if it doesn't say that, then I need to look at Christian. What does it say under church?
Church of the Lord. In Greek. Also in church, the company of all Christians considered as a mystical spiritual body. Then says,
The whole body of believers in Christ.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear. The whole body of believers in Christ or the whole body of Christian believers.
Right.
Now, you guys keep this in mind. The Pope, as the head of the church, he has the power and authority to depose kings, princes, states, commonwealths, and governments. Now, this is why, how many people have, because I used to wonder, what exactly is this? How many people have ever seen a crucifix of so-called Christ on the crucifix? And either above, usually above, but sometimes below him, you'll see this. I used to be like, what is that? And it took me some years to find it. This word is Latin. It's a notaricon that's extum. Let me write this down. Let me write out the word so you guys can look it up. I-S-T-U-M-N-A-C-A-R-E-G-I-S. Extum nacare G impios. And basically what that means is, that's a notaricon. Notaricon is when you take a phrase and you drop a bunch of letters and you wind up with another phrase that's something else. Basically, it boils down to, it is just to annihilate impious rulers. It is just to annihilate impious, I-M-P-I-O-U-S, rulers.
One more time.
Just as in J-U-S-T.
I-M, like money, P-I-O-U-S, impious. It is just to annihilate
The emperors.
the presidents, emperors, Martin Luther Kings, whoever.
The Moorish emperors.
Whoever. It doesn't matter. Now, I have this book that I meant to bring, and I got the correct title for you guys. I gave you the wrong title last year. It is called The Encyclopedia of Witchcraft and Demonology. Because I said witchcraft and Satanism. Even though that's a scary title for Christian believers, it's only a history book. It tells you every single pope that did something, what year, what date, it just lays it all out. It's a history book and it gives you all the chronology.
Again,
The Encyclopedia of Witchcraft and Demonology by Robbins, R-O-B-B-I-N-S. You can get it on the internet. It has a black hardback cover. The Encyclopedia Robbins, like Robin Robbers, R-O-B-B-I-N-S. All right. And in that book, it says in no uncertain terms that Christianity is the Church of Rome. It does not say the religion of Rome. The exact sentence is, Christianity is the Church of Rome. Now, this new Rome, Christianity and Catholicism, you got to get insight where this is concerned, and that's what you're going to get today. These people were the Neanderthals, okay? Because originally that was just all of Western Asia, which people today call Europe. That's all it was. The Neanderthals, or Adam, or Captars, or the Almas, now these are titles for them when they were in their most furry, hairy state. And Caius Marius was a deformed type of guy. He was a horrible looking creature. He was deformed, very, very hairy. He looked like some kind of animal. And this is the only reason that I can think of that, you know how they keep saying that the Jews over there are supposed to be, or the Christians and the Masons are supposed to be protecting the tomb of Jesus from the Muslims or something like this? If you can entertain the fact and understand that it was Rome that is supposed to have crucified so-called Jesus, why would the Romans be over trying to protect his grave from Muslims? Unless the grave has something to do with the church itself, the wealth of the church, or they don't want anybody to dig that critter up.
You think he's buried there?
I don't even know, man. I'm sure he's buried someplace. I'm sure he's buried. In other words, as Neanderthals go, he fit the description. Oh, yeah. Now, it goes on. I got to tell you this, and I'm gonna show you this as I go. To our people considered these people the most unteachable animal we had ever encountered or come up with. They were horrible, okay? These people were filthy in body, word, thought, act, and deed. They were furious, raging, obscene. They were, and still are, cunning, malicious, treacherous, extremely vengeful, and they were insolent and abject. They were cruel and cowardly. They're the type of people that will attack from behind and attack when you're not looking, when you're not ready. So, what they were then was very bloodthirsty. Now, human empires of Europe, England, Britain, France, Sparta, which is really Scotland, or the European portion, let me not say that. Because remember, we were everywhere. We were the original everywhere, for lack of better words. But the human version of the people in these places and Ireland were deplorably filthy people to an extreme. The places that they lived in were extremely filthy places. I don't know how most of their places were. Do you know how brothers and sisters like space? And for example, Chinese people are used to being up close, you know, everything's packed in. You know how we'll get a house or a Cadillac and you got your house and you want your yard? What do pay people always want to do? Put everybody in condos, together, stack you up high. They'll come and tear down, like they're doing this, what is it they call when they say the government can take your property?
Eminent domain.
Thank you. They're doing the eminent domain now on people's personal properties so that Rome and these other people can tear your stuff down and put up conglomerates of closed-knit housing. Because this is the way that they live and the way they like to live. We are like outdoorsy. We need room. But again, they found our ancestors just running through the forest. Everywhere was ours. We just went where we wanted to go. When it got cold, we moved. When the animals moved, we followed the food. We kept it moving. However, these people get kind of stuck in a rut and have gotten us to the point now where we're also stuck in the same rut. They may have a situation where they have 4-story property. It was against Christianity to bathe. That was against the religion. It was not. Our people were bathers, and we were trying to teach them how to bathe, trying to teach them how to be clean. And we were making perfumes and oils, and we were doing stuff, and you could smell them coming from a good mile away. Matter of fact, they practiced something that they really enjoyed. A favorite pastime of Christians is something called cropophilia. Cropophilia. Let me write that down. Make sure I'm spelling this correctly here. Croprophilia. And you should turn to your dictionary and find that in there and look that up. Croprophilia. Huh? No. They worshipped filth. To the point, and this was a Christian practice. You know how I keep telling people, it's not possible for somebody melanated to be a Christian. That's not your thing. But you know, most of the people that you know that look like us are die-hard Christians today. You can't tell them anything. That's everything about Christianity is completely anti everything your people are about. These people would do things. Remember how they used to have the chimney sweeps back in the day? It was all about chimney sweeps, and they always show you these real dirty little pink kids in movies that were chimney sweepers. These people, when they used the bathroom, they, especially if it was cold, they would go urinate and have their bowel movements in the chimneys. And that stuff just piled up and piled up and piled up, and they were lovers of dogs. Our people didn't do dogs. I mean, it's an amazement to me now how many brothers and sisters like dogs these days. Like, now when I say this word, don't get offended. The word means God. Niggas don't do dogs. As a matter of fact, they would use dogs to attack you and kill you, and they still use dogs on young brothers, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, especially in Africa, where they sick the dogs on them and won't let them fight. You know, they'll take them out in the car, they'll let them out the car, let the dogs out. Dogs be wearing these brothers out, and these pink dudes got guns on these dudes can't fight, they're not allowed to run, they better not hit the dog, better not kick the dog, and then when they're done getting jumped on by the dog, the pink dudes come and jump on them too.
That goes on in New York now.
That goes on everywhere now, but a lot of our people seem to have forgotten, you know, what the deal is with these dogs. As a matter of fact, they like dogs so much, their dwelling places or living spaces smell to high heaven of dog and dog waste. Even the king court, King Charles was such a lover of dogs, you had better watch your step walking through his castle. It was just that kind of party. They had crap all over the floors. When they used to, you know, if they didn't have a chimney, like in these houses that are built up high, where there are no chimneys, they would use the bathroom either on the floor in a corner, or they go outside in the doorway or in the alleyway, or if they had a bucket, they would use the bathroom in a bucket. And in the morning, they would open the window and just dump the bucket out the window. And people walking by go out, because you wind up with all kind of mess on top of you. And people are always asking me, well, if we were so awesome, how could these Europeans take us out? One of the ways they were able to take us out is they used coprophilia against us. Now, you think about you today, your ancestors were just as clean as you are now. If you're going into battle against somebody, and you walk up on them, now they have these things called an aegis. Have you ever heard the phrase aegis?
Yeah.
It's spelled A-E-G-I-S. People always think of that as some kind of metal shield. In ancient times, the aegis was something the Europeans wore. It was a sheepskin or an animal skin. And it was so full of dirt, dust, fleas, ticks, worms, lice. And when they go into battle against our brothers come advancing, you know, they doing the whole Hannibal thing, they ready to battle. They run up, and these white boys would throw, take the aegis and shake it at the brothers, and they'd be like, or they'd be, brothers would come charging along, and they'd be up in the tree, and they take piss and shit and throw it from the tree onto my brother. You know, you can take a brother out in the instant you hit him with that stuff, he's off center for at least a couple of seconds. I mean, think about yourself. If you're walking down the street, you're getting ready to fight somebody, and you're ready to go, and they throw a ton of shit on you, you're done. And in that instant, you can get your butt woe out. That's all it takes, is just that second, and it's over for you. And I haven't seen 300, but I'm imagining that's telling us.
That's Spartan Wars, ain't it?
That is the Europeans' first war for their freedom. Okay? Now, us. And the inbred version of us that was ruling over them because they looked a lot like them. No, and when I say inbred, I mean those individuals that were the result of too much incest in the family, and they gotten too bleached up, so they look kind of like them people, but they really weren't them people. Who am I talking about? What's the question?
I paid attention to get the book and I missed who you talking about.
Which part?
The last thing you just said.
I was talking about, the brother asked me, fighting for their freedom from who?
Was it Persian? Well, they said the Persians in the movie.
Well, a lot of the ancient so-called Persians were us.
Yeah.
Okay, so they were trying to fight for their so-called liberation from us. Remember, there are at least, thank you, sweetheart, there are at least two classifications of this Neanderthal man. There were those that were the result of too much incestual inbreeding in our people that were trying to keep their little bloodlines pure in this dumb stuff. And then there were those that were manufactured and genetically cloned in a lab. Now, somebody said there's a third type that's sort of crossbred with reptilians, but I can't prove that, so I don't know, which would give them three types. I know about the first two. All right. Now, the Christian monks, preachers, rabbis, and ministers condemned bathing. They held bathing and cleanliness in contempt. Now, in coprophilia, one of the things that they would do is they would find the filthiest person they could find that had the most horrendous forms of leprosy and other such thing, where they had sores all over their body that were like weeping and oozing with pus. And the more pustulous and nasty your sores were, the faster an individual could become a saint if they licked your pus and your sores clean with their mouths or washed your feet with their hair.
All right. That's in the Bible, right?
That is the Christian way. That is not your stuff. That is not your stuff. Now, when the Christian churches started to rise up, public bathing started to be closed down because they were anti-bath. And the few of them that would get into the baths, they'd be so dirty, the water would be so nasty, you didn't want to get in it because they also were against clean water. They didn't use clean water. I don't know if a lot of them use the clean water now. Now, the dirt and the filth were worshipped. That was considered holy and sacred by Christians, to be dirty. And to become a saint, you needed to lick somebody's sores clean and wash somebody's hair. Those were the requirements to become a saint back in the day. Now, St. Agnes never bathed her whole life. And she died when she was 13.
I see what?
Okay? Okay? Now, there was one Christian who bragged that she had not washed her face for 15 years. Because she was waiting to get to the whole thing where they did the holy water thing on you. And she wanted her face to be dirty for that. You know, she didn't want any water to touch her face until she got to a rabbi that did the holy water thing. You guys should see how you're looking at me. Now, this is why, and I know some of you have heard this phraseology, this is why they were known as the Lord of the Flies. The Lord of the Flies. Because they were just like reeking with the flies, especially in the summertime. The flies were just like, it was deep, they were just heavy in it. Matter of fact, Edinburgh, London, to this day, still dumps their waste in the damn city river. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is their practice. Now, they did not change their clothing. They would go to work all day, sleep all night, have sex and everything else in the same clothes. And they wore these clothes for years until they either got so raggedy they were falling off, and frequently what they would do is they just go get some more clothes and put those on top. And then they get more clothes and put those on top. And then when these people died, which is probably one of the few times they got cleaned up, they would find that they had all these worms, fleas, ticks, and lice underneath the clothing. Yes?
Well, we have a book on King James that describes word for word just what you said.
What's it called?
Give me a second.
Well, there's another book that you can get that'll give you more clarity on this called Dirt by McLaughlin.
Yeah, that's one of
Terrence McLaughlin.
That's one that I have.
Yeah. Terrence McLaughlin. It's called Dirt. There's a pink dude telling on pink people. Because, you know, you guys will believe it better coming from him. A lot of our people don't hear nothing coming from nobody that looks like us. So, now I know I'm grossing you guys out, but I have to gross you out in order to get you clear on what the Christianity is so that you and people you know can see it for what, because even if you don't get them to listen to you, maybe you can get them to watch the lecture. And they can start to fall away from that which does not belong to them so they can come back to themselves so we can get our land back. So we can get our liberty back. And the reason we can't get it back, I'm going to point that out, is because of Christians, Masons, Eastern Stars. A lot of you people are helping Rome to keep us down, and you don't know it. A lot of these people took out Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and all these other people. They keep setting people up because they don't know who they work for. Yes, sir. That's what I just said. But a lot of them didn't know what they were in either. See, a lot of people that are Masons, and I know there are a lot of people in the room that are. I know some of you that are. But a lot of you may or may not know where the secret orders come from at the top. Just like they used to show in the movie, the series, The X-Files, when they would say the truth is out there. Remember how Mulder and Scully would be trying to do their job, and they'd be trying to handle something, and all of a sudden they get called in by their superiors, and it's like, y'all need to back off. Why? Just because we got an order. From where? From higher up. Higher up where? Just higher up. A lot of this goes on where the orders come from higher up, and nobody's really sure where the orders come from. All you know is you're supposed to do what you're told without questions. Don't ask no questions. It's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. You understand? All right. Now, I'm going to finish going on. Did you guys look up coprophilia in the dictionary? Did it say the love of filth?
Living on dung.
Oh, they did used to live on dung, but I didn't. You know, I'm already grossing you guys out.
I couldn't find it.
You couldn't find it? It's not in this dictionary? Okay, somebody that has it, can you let them look at yours? Somebody whose dictionary does have it? Is it in the one that I let you guys borrow? Okay, cool. Now, let me finish this. One of the easiest ways to become a Christian saint was to do what I just told you. Another way to move up quickly in Christian ranks was to give them your little boys. To give them your little boys. He's grossed out. Thanks for coming. And I think this is not a lecture for everybody. It really isn't.
He'll be back tomorrow.
Oh, okay. But it's still not for everybody. There are some people that you're going to try to show this lecture to, and they're going to be turning it off. Talking about, man, get this out of here. I don't want who's she. Anyway, they would have to give their little boys and sometimes their little girls to these people to go to some of these so-called Christian schools and whatever, because in order to avoid interactions with women, the Christian monks, rabbis, ministers, priests, bishops would have sex with little boys and female donkeys.
What?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And they still, well, we know they do. I don't know about the donkeys, but we still know they're doing little boys. They got the, matter of fact, there was something on HBO the other day called Celibacy. I think it's HBO or Showtime. Go in the schedule on the internet and see when it's coming up again. You got to see Celibacy and see all the little boys and all the preachers even that tell you what's going on. Still going on. But it doesn't matter to you if you don't know that being Christian means that you're a part of that. Most people that are Christians don't know that it has anything to do with the Pope or Roman Catholic. You can't tell the average Christian that they're under the jurisdiction of the Pope. Even if you show it to them in a dictionary that says all Christians are under the jurisdiction of the Pope and the church is any Christian believer, yada, they're not buying it, they're not getting it. Okay? So, you had to give these people your sons because the problem was in the Vatican or in the religion itself, they want to keep all the wealth and the riches with the church. If, in fact, the preachers, ministers, rabbis, bishops have children, then these are heirs that can't have the right to inherit. They don't want any heirs that can inherit anything. They want it all to stay with the church. Do you understand? So what occurred was the sex with animals, the sex with children, a lot of incest, and they also used to have a lot of preachers that had children with prostitutes. And a lot of these children are individuals that eventually became some popes and bishops and whatever themselves. But in order to stop that, they came up with this whole vow against celibacy, vow against sex, which is the vow of celibacy, to avoid having any more of these little bastardized children with prostitutes and whatever that can come up and say, well, you know, I want my daddy's money or whatever. You understand? All right. Y'all okay? Now, one of the things that happened with this sexual repression that they caused is when you remember I said last year, or was that you guys I was talking to?
Yeah.
Yes. That you have three things, which is air, mind, and sex. And if you impact or hold back any of those things, that messes up everything else about you. Remember that? Well, maybe it's on the lecture for you, those of you that get any of the DVDs. There are some for sale on both of the tables back there from last year's lecture. But as a result of this sexual repression, one of the things that occurred is these people have become every evil thing they preach against. That repression has resulted in one of the things that they also like to do was walk around whipping themselves. They call that self-flagellation or flogging yourself. They'd have these whips and they'd walk around and they'd beat themselves. So when they came up on our people, it wasn't no big old deal to, you know, beat the hell out of my brothers and sisters. And everybody thought it was about slavery. It had nothing to do with that. It wasn't about that at all. Flogging themselves or flogging and whipping others, killing others, being involved in this filth, pedophilia, which is sex with children, pederasty, which is sex with little boys, coprophilia, which is loving filth, stealing lands, peoples, name it, murder, incest, torturing people, and shedding all this blood. That was one of the ways that they got their jolly rocks off. That's the way to have an orgasm for them. Do you understand? In other words, if you can't have sex and you become what they call somebody that's sadistic, and you just always beat the heck out of somebody, you're getting off on that. At some level of your being, you are getting a thrill there, which means there's something wrong with you that needs to be worked on. A lot of people don't look at themselves so they can level out their being. You have to level out all levels of yourself so you don't have these aberrant dysfunctions. And that's not to say that people that have a dysfunction, that you're all bad. It means you need some more work. Now the difference is, melanated people are okay with work. Pink people don't want to work. They just want to take the seeds of your work and the fruits of your labor. So anyway, they exploit, abuse, torture, and oppress women, children, the elderly, the poor, and people that are heavily melanated. That's their whole key. Now, one of the things that they're going to do, well, let me skip past that. Let me tell you the rest of this. Another way to move up in the Christian ranks, it was to donate your land, your riches, or your wealth, or any land and riches. That's why a lot of people would come around the world taking land from other people, like coming here, for example, taking the Americas and giving them to the church, so they could get in. That moves you up. If you don't have a little boy to give them, well, then give me some land that you took from somewhere. Especially land, you know, it could be your land, but they really like land you took from someone else. Okay? Now, if you take it from a heretic, look up heretic. A heretic is one who practices heresy. And the word heresy is defined as to choose. One who chooses. So in other words, they had a problem problem with people that wanted to make their own decision and make their own choice. Isn't this a free will world? Aren't you supposed to be able to make a free will choice? Choice was anti-Christian. Did you guys look up heretic? And then go to heresy. Get in the brackets, you will see that it means to choose or make an intelligent choice. Yes?
I just wanted to elaborate on that donating of their sons to society to move up. The gentleman who started the cop show after his son was kidnapped.
Adam Walsh.
His son, he's part of a Masonic order. His son was given up as part of a ritual, and they played it off as a kidnapping. And that's why he's founder of that cop show.
Whoa.
And a very wealthy man today. And there's several other people like him. That Benet Ramsey case is another one. That's why the kids are never found.
Amen, for them to be
They're
found.
not going to be found because they've been given over to that particular
For
order
ritual.
for rituals.
And the Augustins wanted me to make sure you guys were aware of that as well. They said, for me to make sure you understand, because people are like, why are all these Hollywood entertainers and actors and these pink homosexual couples adopting our children? They need to adopt our children because, one, they have these sexual rituals, they have these torture rituals, and they have these Mangala-type experiments that they have to do on the children to what you call fracture and shatter their minds so they can compartmentalize their minds. Because a child, when you torment a child, you splinter their mind. And that is in order for the child to protect themselves. When you do something horrendous to a child, they will lock that in a little closed place to sort of separate themselves from the pain of what you put them through and try to forget about it. That's the only way they can move forward is to people that have been molested, raped, even adults. If you've been misused or mistreated, as a child or an adult, in prison, at whatever, you're either going to wind up on drugs or strung out, or you're going to have to lock that away somewhere in order for you to function, or you'll become very dysfunctional.
Multiple personality
Right.
disorder.
And that does create a lot of syphilis, yes.
That Angelina Jolie is one also. As you can see, she can play various roles, and
And in order to do that, you have to have something going on to take on all these different personalities anyway. But they wanted you guys to know that they're doing that because, one, something's supposed to occur where Europeans will not even be able to remain on the surface of the planet at some point because it's going to continue to get hotter and hotter. The only people that will be able to remain on surface is melanated people because melanin is a superconductor, a super microchip, a supercomputer, and a super processor. And with melanin, even though they have the hole in the ozone layer and the ultraviolet radiation levels keep climbing to the point of being what they call dangerous, for melanated people, because you have melanin, as the ultraviolet radiation levels climb and increase, the protective capacity of melanin just increases and keeps up. So the danger goes up, melanin just goes up. Goes up, melanin goes up. So whatever's going on, a lot of melanated people tell me, oh, it's hot outside. I'm like, man, you can get in the sun. People that are running around look like us got umbrellas, they don't get it. When you're melanated, now it's uncomfortable to be in a hot car or in a hot house or enclosure. But for melanated people to be in direct sunlight is a supercharge for your battery. Now, initially, you may find a drain and feel tired because the sun is baking out a lot of toxins, especially that they're giving you in the water, the food, the meat, the toothpaste, and the different things that they're doing, the sprays. You get the fatigue because the tired initially. But once you get beyond that, you're just ready to go. Melanated people, pink people can die off in this concept. So I'm saying that to say, the Augusters said when that occurs, a lot of them are going to have to go underground. And for those of you that have seen the new version of the time machine, remember the new version? They had the very pale people underground, the melanated people were above ground,
Right.
And at night, initially, the pale people would come up from underground and take melanated women and men. They eat the men, and they take the women and rape them and keep having sex with them and have children. And as they had the children that got melanated, then those melanated people became day walkers. Just like in the movie Queen of the Dam, with Aaliyah. And that's another thing they wanted me to point out. Right now, the orchestra said there is a mad dash of pink men on melanated women. They said sisters really don't even need to fall for that, because it's not about what you think it's about. At the end of the day, they're at a point where they've come to the realization that instead of when we were at a point attempting to help them, and they didn't want our help, we got to keep the wide race pure. So they came up with the miscegenation laws to stop the intermarrying and this kind of thing, which would help breed more man into them and breed the pink out by putting melanin in, and that would also breed away the tails. Because they did a PBS special. Has anybody seen the PBS special? The family that walks on all fours?
Yeah. That's all right.
Man, I mean, it's kind of deep. There's a couple, they're cousins, and they have like 19 children, all of whom initially walked on all fours. That means their palms were on the floor, and their feet were on the floor, and their butts were up in the air. They all were born walking like that, but most of them eventually came to walk upright, and like 5 of them cannot walk upright. They walk around on all fours to this day. But they also showed 2 pale individuals, the back of them with their tail, the naked butts with the tail still hanging and attached. Who saw that? Only 2 people. You guys, it's PBS, the family that walks on all fours. Because everybody's heard about, because you know, they used to say that we had tails. Yeah. At the end of the day, the orchestra said they have played the most fabulous Trading Places game on us ever. We were called everything that they are, and we've become everything that they are. And let me see if I can find some of the notes they had me take on that. I could go from my memory, but I don't like doing that because I have a tendency to forget some things. But there's just too much data. But one of the things they said is that the original slaves or Slavs was them. Right. Now that's a title applied to us. The original ghettos housed them. Yeah. Now it houses us. The original gangsters were them. And what's the name of the movie about the gangsters in New York?
Gangs in New York.
And the Bastards of the Party, the HBO special about the little brother from L.A. that's a blood, that's telling how, because he just got to a point one day, he was like, man, where did all this start? How did we all start killing one another? What is it about? So he did this whole special called The Bastards of the Party. It's an HBO special. If you have not seen it, it is worth watching because it points out in there, and there's a pink guy, he was a historian. He gave them all this information. He exposed, well, the police lied about this, and he's pink. You know, you believe it when they tell you. The police lied about that. The news lied about this. They said the gangs were doing things they weren't doing. But by the time they finished filming The Bastards of the Party, that white boy was dead. I'm curious to know why. We know that probably was not, I don't know what the reasons were, but by the end it was in memory of him. So some of you guys have seen it then. Oh, that's deep. Now, one of the things is they had all these European gangs in L.A. that used to attack brothers, so a lot of brothers started coming together to protect themselves from the original gangs, who eventually became LAPD and LA sheriffs, who still beating the hell out of brothers today, you know, and they don't know. But the original gangs were them. Now we're called the gangbangers, the Bloods, the Crips. The original, yes.
I just wanted to add that I saw with my own eyes that there was a white chick over in the projects over here in Chicago, dropping off drugs to gangbangers before the gangbangers and everything started to. It was a white girl.
He said a white girl was. He saw a white girl with his own eyes dropping off drugs in the projects before gang banging really took off with our people. I guess is what you're saying. But remember, she's a Roman soldier, and I'm gonna keep going in a minute. But since we got on the tangent, I'm telling you what the orchestra, because I got to tell you as it comes for me to give it to you, otherwise I might forget. But they said that these original terms were them. The original criminals and thieves were them. They went around the world stealing people's land, stealing people's countries, stealing people's peoples, you know. But now they call us the criminals, the thugs, and the thieves, when they're the criminals, thugs, and thieves. They're the masters of murder, but they call us a bunch of killers. All we do is kill each other. We haven't gotten to the point yet where we're turning the guns on them yet, or at least not in mass. So what they said was, they have traded places with us, and they become us, and somehow we become them. And because we keep calling ourselves these things, we are going to keep being these things, because when you're melanated, it is what you say it is. We are what we say we are. If we say we're from the ghetto in the ghetto, well, we're going to be from the ghetto in the ghetto because we create the reality. But they said that the sisters need to understand that when it comes to the European man making the mad dash on them, and these pink people adopting all of our children, they're doing that so that when we rise up, or if we rise up, because whether or not we rise up depends on how many of us really get this concept that we're dealing with like today. If and when we rise up, Europeans want to make sure that they have these little fractured minds of Mangala, tainted, infected people that look like us, hoping that they can send them out with the kufus and the turbans and the tashikis and, you know, the whole Malcolm, whatever, coming out there looking like you and talking like you, but they're not you. But they look like you, so you bring them in the fold, and they're really sent there by the enemy, who can do a, what was that movie that, what's his name was in? The Manchurian Candidate kind of thing, and trigger them to turn on your people. They put them in there as an infection to create the chaos, so we can't keep it together. Yes, sir.
That's part of the Jesuit.
Oh, it is a Jesuit order. I'm coming to that. See, he always gets ahead of me. I'll let his brother. You always get ahead. He's a leaper, and that's good. Is your hand up? Oh, okay. But what they're going to do, they said, is this. They're going to do like the new version of the time machine, which is to send these, they're going to use these children, take some of them underground, have some of them they're going to send out, hoping to take us out. And then when they send them underground, they can breed with them and try to keep some melanin so they can continue to survive, like they did in the time machine. But it's also going to be like they showed in the movie Queen of the Damned with Aaliyah. Now remember, she, like a lot of sisters, became tired of her mate and his not getting what she was about. And she took him out, like sisters are taking brothers out. See, sisters, I know they get pissed when I go here, but sisters are really helping to take my brothers out because they don't know what they're doing, because they don't understand what the game is. And they don't understand who the enemy is. Now, she took her mate out, and she found this pink guy, and he was all that as far as she was concerned. So she let him drink from her essence and get her energy and made him a day walker. And what he did is he opened, when she opened herself up, he let all these other pink people take her out. And after they took her out, and like she told them, you kill me, you kill yourselves, which is really what they'll do. But what he did is after he took her out, he took everything that he got from her and gave it to the pink woman. And that's what's going to happen if sisters don't get it. And that's fine for sisters that want to deal with pink men or whatever. That's your business. I would say a lot of them are there for economic reasons or whatever. Try not to give these people any children, because the Ankh Esther said they'll do like they did way back in the day, which my people don't know enough history. Way back in the day, to infiltrate and get the land, because the wealth was passed through the women. That the pink man would hook up with a white woman, with a sister girl, do like they did with Pocahontas, take her to Europe, and somehow she never made it back. She wound up dead. He came back, claimed the land. They used to get with these sisters. They would declare her mentally incompetent or something, have her put in an insane asylum, and they'd sit on the wealth and sit on the children and do God knows what with these children. And a lot of these guys will take these children when they have them with these sisters. Now they have what they wanted, a melanated child. And as sisters who were doing this for money, a lot of them, One thing about the pink man the Aunt Esther's told me to tell you is he will send your ass packing the way he found you. Too many sisters think, oh, he got money, I'm going to get some of his money. He'll get your baby, say there's something wrong with you, have a divorce. Even though he doesn't get you to sign a prenup, he's a cunning creature. He will still wind up with everything. You will not get half, and you will not get custody, and you may not have parental visiting rights, and he'll take off with the child, and you'll never see him or your child again. Yes?
That whole layout is in the movie The Last Queen of Hawaii.
Yep.
Point for point. The Last Queen, they did a documentary on it.
The Last Queen of Hawaii. Was that PBS too?
I think that's a PBS special, but it's on DVD. But point for point, went to school in Europe, got educated, came back. Christian boy came over, married her, and the Europeans ended up with the whole country.
Wow.
Short period of time. It
But
is so
she's
deep.
out there as queen, and the British.
Now say it loud enough to be on tape.
The British was outside saying, "Forget her. We're gonna do this sugar, whether she queen or not. We're gonna take this land." Just ran all over her.
And it was all done under Catholicism.
Yeah.
Did she provide an heir?
No,
we don't know.
No.
Well, they just said-
Ended up basically running.
They just told me to tell my sisters that are dealing, and brothers that are dealing with these pink people, that you don't know who you dealing with. You think you know, but you don't know who you dealing with. But keep dealing with them if you want to. They also said, those of us that are conscious or cognizant have all the time in the world. Because what they understand is the so-called conscious community don't care if they live or die. This don't make no difference to the conscious community. Well, they want the planet, well, why don't they blow it up? Take it, who cares? That's how a lot of conscious people feel. But the unconscious brothers and sisters that you are worried about are running out of time. And because you are so worried about them, if you don't separate them from them temporarily and keep moving with the movement, they're going to do the crab in the barrel and pull you down and hold you back, and the movement will not move because you're too busy trying to bring your wife with you and she don't want to come. Or you're trying to bring your child and he don't want to go. And you're trying to bring your mom and she don't want to hear it. So their thing is, you're going to have to leave those people behind temporarily and set up what I'm going to tomorrow tell you they want you to set up. And when you set it up and everything starts falling, them people are going to do like crabs to need to jump out of the barrel, and they're going to be ready to come when it starts falling. But right now they're not ready, and don't waste no more time trying to get them ready. Because they're just not. They said drop the data, give it to them, but keep moving the movement. Okay? Now, back to what I was trying to tell you guys with the knowing about who you're dealing with. This creature is not the creature that you think. And let's go with some of the history and some of the timeline. In the 1200s and 1300s, Europeans had so many diseases that they were like the plague-ridden creature of the earth. Okay? They had scurvy, rickets, bubonic plague, fleas, ticks, lice, typhoid fever, smallpox, cholera, typhus, and malaria, just to name the ones you might know about. And a lot of the diseases that we keep hearing about now are still coming from them, and we don't know it because they're saying, oh, they came from Africa, and that came from the blacks, and this, syphilis started with the blacks, even though they started it. And the AIDS started with Africa, even though they started it. And all these other things that are going on is about their mess. Yes?
Browse on the internet. They have, what's the place? India. India now is the AIDS capital of the world. You haven't heard nothing about it on the news. So far as we know, Africa is. But on the internet, it states quite clearly that India has the most cases of AIDS today.
Let me add to that India piece. It's funny that you mentioned that because I forgot about that. The Augusters even gave me some insight into that you guys don't know. They said make sure they know about India too, because Hewlett-Packard, when you call for customer service, you're talking to somebody in India these days. Now the Indians and the Hindustanis seem to be getting kind of raised up. that is a Roman thing. They wanted you to know that the people, the men of India in particular, or what you call Hindustani men, are primarily a homosexual type male. All Indian men have their first sexual encounters with other Indian Hindustani men. If they show you a wedding, these are these people wearing little things right here, and you know the women are kind of decked out. The women sit around at a party, and all the men dance and party together, and they slow grind together, and they slow dance together, and they booty bump together, and even when they get married, most of those men still are having sex with other men and almost never having sex with their wives. They wanted you guys to know that about India. All right. Now, a lot of that is brought out in a which isn't on right now. A lot of that is brought out in something called, it was on HBO, and it's called middle sexes. Middle, like, you know, left, right, and in the middle. Middle sexes. S-E-X-E-S.
So that's why everything you see with them, it's always women on one side and men on the other.
Yes, and that's why they seem to disrespect their women, and it's like, you know, they always want to put their women in the back and not let their women do this. They ain't about women. They care less about women. They're not about women. That's a facade. That's a facade.
But look at the numbers that they got. They got to be doing something.
Well, they have children. They repopulate the race, but they are not about women. They're not. And a lot of American men that want to have a so-called sex change and can't afford it here, you take your ass to India. They'll do it there. They do it there. And unfortunately, they've got a lot of our darker brothers there getting that done. But, you know, that's not to beat anybody up. That's just a point of clarity. Because, you know, I know there may be some people here that are bisexual, and grown folks should do what grown folks want to do. Yes?
On 60 Minutes, I saw a documentary.
Say it loud enough.
On 60 Minutes, I saw a piece talking about what you're referring to in India, where when a woman would have a baby, if they would do it's called a sonogram, and see if it's a male or a female. If it's a female child, she would automatically, the female child should automatically kill the baby.
They would automatically kill female children?
They would abort.
Well, abort? Wow. I don't know what that's about.
Oh, it's neat. Because the women that, for the longest time, were considered as slaves. A wife was called a slave in India.
Oh.
They still treat them like that today.
Is that right? Look up the...
You see them out shopping. The women are behind the men carrying 2 and 3 boxes of groceries, and the man ain't got nothing in his hand.
Exactly.
I've seen that here, Detroit, New York, even out there in L.A. where I run into them. The women are following behind the men carrying all the groceries, all the bags. If they fall, the men will turn. I've seen them turn around and look at them, and I've seen one cat hit his lady with a stick in the market in Detroit.
Well, the ancestors wanted you guys to have that because they felt that a lot of our people don't know that. Did you guys already know that, most of you? No. Okay, well, they wanted you to have that. But speaking of wives and
Rarely
how
see
they...
them in the community with the men. They don't...
Because their men are about other men. But our people don't know because, again, the media here is controlled. But bringing up how they define wives, look up husband. Turn in the dictionary and look up the word husband. This is one of the things the ancestors wanted the sisters to know about husbands. The word husband means housebound man, house servant. Now, they said for me to bring this out.
Household. Wow.
Get involved, get in the brackets. Husband is a house servant, a house bound, a house bonding. A man is bound to the house.
Household.
But this is what they said. Sisters have it all backward. They have it mixed up. Because your average brother is having a hard time getting a job in the so-called white man's society in many places, sisters have the nerves to look down on the brothers because they can't get a job. Well, I can do bad by myself. If you ain't got no money, I don't need you. I got a car, nigga, you on the bus. They said sisters need to get a friggin' clue. Because you don't understand nothing about nothing, you are messing up the most supreme man on the planet when you go there. What they wanted sisters to know is this. If your man has a job and can get a job, that's great. If you can get one, y'all can be a one-family household, or checks, or two-family income, whatever. But for brothers that do not have a job, they said stop beating them up. They don't have to have a job. Shit, if you have one, you go to work. Now, this is what they said, because a lot of sisters feel like, well, man, if I go to work, he out screwing around with a bunch of women. They also told me to tell you, you do not own your mate. His body is his to do. Your parts are your parts. Now, this is what they want, and I know this is pissing some sisters off. What they wanted you to know is, when your man is with you, as long as he treats you like you are the only woman on earth and makes you feel like the empress you are, what he is doing when he is not in your face is really not your business, as long as he doesn't bring anything to you. And if you allow the man to be open with you about what he's doing, then between the two of you, you can protect yourself from his promiscuous behaviors. Okay? Because he's not your property. They said you don't own him.
Stop owning the shit.
Now, what they said is this. You got to look at the rest of the world and understand how you got messed up. A den of lions, the lion stays at the den with the cubs, slapping them around all day. Man, get away from me. Get away from me, man. Go play. Go on. Go on. And the lionesses go out and do the hunt.
Right.
And bring back the food.
Right.
If you got the job, you go get the, you bring back the stuff. They also said, look at a chessboard. Where is the king? Always in the castle. The queen is all over the place kicking butt. Why can't you be the queen kicking butt? Why do you have to beat up on your king? That's what they wanted you to know. Take it or leave it. Yes, sir. That applies to every mammal on the face of the earth?
The laws of nature.
Yeah, now they said again, if the brother can get a job, that's good. But if he cannot, don't try to make him feel like he's less of a man because he can't impress the white man. If you impressing him, you go impress him. Men do very good with children, and children that have a father around, whether the father works or not, as long as he ain't on drugs, on drink, and beating the kids or molesting the children, those children grow up to be the most wholesome children you have ever seen. Yes?
Just to validate on what he said, in many cultures, when it came to farming, men were not even allowed where the seeds were being dropped. Their energy was not allowed in the area.
I can believe that.
Always control. Go anywhere in the third world country, women do the farming, not men.
And you're right, the energy is always, even with carrying water. You can't carry no water, you man. Y'all got that testosterone thing, and there's something wrong with the testosterone. Now, we understand. Now, a lot of sisters have the problem with the men. Is like, man, if I let him take my car, when I get off work, I'm standing out there, he don't even pick me up. He out somewhere riding up down the street with some other woman in my car. And they said brothers need to fix that. You need to handle the business. Don't be so messy with it. They said some brothers are just too messy. Y'all need to clean up your act.
Y'all need an education.
Well, that's what I'm just telling you what I was told to say. Okay. Now, these Europeans, does somebody have their hand up? I don't want to overlook anybody and move forward before I answer that question. Okay. These Europeans, how are we doing on time, sis? We're good. Oh, okay. These Europeans, to avoid the plague and all the disease, as well as the taxation and oppression, they started running wherever they could go to get away from whatever they were running from. And when they ran, they brought with them their diseases and their gangster mentality and their gangbanger behavior. Now, what they used to do is they would fight their way into other people's villages, people that didn't want them. I mean, y'all got that disease stuff. Go back, go back, go back. They would come in and fight and battle their way into your community and run you out your stuff. That's what they did here in Africa. That's what they did everywhere they go. They're running from whatever they're running from and bringing their madness to you, and we are becoming infected. We have become infected with their ways, their behaviors, their belief system, and the whole 9 yards. Now, The reason they did that is they were looking for food, shelter, escape, and abundance. And that's why Alexander the Bloody is Alexander their Great, because he was their great killer. Go kill and take, go kill it and take, go kill and take. Okay? Let's see. They wanted you to know that France, London, Germany, Sparta, also Scotland, and England, the human side of those places were nauseatingly filthy, overcrowded, and the drinking water supply was full of dead cats, dead dogs, fecal. This is their drinking water. Fecal matter, all kind of bugs, piss, and they knew people were drinking water. They just go dump shit in it. They go piss in it. This is their behavior. Now, keep in mind what America looked like prior to their arrival. Look at the water now. Look at the air now. Look at the lands now. Now they try to make it look like their neighborhoods are just so clean.
Right.
You know, and our neighborhoods are so dirty. But how many people know what's going on in the house?
I've always said that. Always said
Because it's real nasty.
Nobody knows what's going on behind closed doors.
Everybody said, you don't know what goes on behind closed doors. They also said, priests, monks, and nuns are Roman Catholic soldiers. Don't you ever forget it. Now, one of the things they wanted you guys to know about is that when these people started running, the Pope and them and the Roman Catholic soldiers wanted to bring the flock back into the Christian fold and bring in new subjects as well. That's how they came over here. When they influxed here and made a swarm of infection here, they had to build so many, as the Irish and the Scottish and all these people came running, or the Franciscans came running here, they had to keep building more Catholic churches to keep up, to handle this populace. And everything is about this whole thing. Right now, America is a part of the Roman Catholic Church, and I'm going to keep going and bring that out in a minute. But I need to make sure I don't overlook any of these notes, things that you guys are supposed to know. There's something that they were doing called write this down so you can research this word. It's called AD, Patris, AD, separate word, P-A-T-R-E-S, ad Patris, which means to the fathers. They had to bring people ad Patris, which means to the fathers, but it's defined as dead. When they bring you to the Father, you're dead. And most people that you know that are Christians are mentally dead. They don't have a clue and they don't want a clue. Okay? Now, let's see. The Christian church, which you guys already know, is headed by the Bishop of Rome, which you just looked up, which is commonly known as the Pope or the Papa or the Father, which means Father. In the 9th century, from then till about 1520, the word church only meant Western Europe, or Western Asia, which is Europe. Now it's darn near the whole planet. China may not be, and that's because at one point when China was becoming infected with this Christian belief system, they just got where they killed off all the Christians because they were infecting their whole political process. The same thing happened in Japan. When Japan became infected, the Japanese killed off every Christian because they were infected. Unfortunately, we haven't figured out that part yet. And that's kind of what happened in Haiti. I don't know how many people know about the Toussaint Louverture, but it wasn't so much him as it was his right-hand man, Dessalines, the lion. Dessalines, he decided one day that he wanted every pink person on the island dead and hanging from a tree by sunrise. He made that I want every white person on Haiti dead by sunup. And by sunup, a lot of people were dead, but not everybody. This was the problem. And this is the problem that our people are going to have, if and when anything ever jumps off. What happened was, Dessalines' soldiers, a lot of them were half-breeds. Well, man, I can't kill every white person. My mama was white. My granddaddy is white. And they had that kind of dichotomy of loyalty. When you have your loyalty split, you can't be on any side. And unfortunately, our people are very infected because a lot of us have that, you know, these half-breed people that if anything ever goes down, you can't get to the white boy because you got to go through these niggas first. Okay, when I say niggas, we're not niggers. Niggers is them. They're the nigger. They were coming here wearing knickerbockers, and knickers means to cut, and they're cutting everything up and dividing everything up. Niggas and negas and nagas is another word for God, and I'm going to give you these spellings to look up at a future date. N-E-G-U-S, for those that don't know the definition, and N-A-G-A-S, for those that don't know the definition. Those were just melanated people that were, for lack of better words, gods. And you know, I don't like gods because that means German. Your hand is up, sweetie?
Yeah, when you was talking about add patrons,
Mm-hmm.
you said it was of the Father.
To the Father.
To the Father. Okay, now you said any dead entity.
No. The phrase ad patris, when you in Latin it's ad patris. It translates in English to the phrase to the Father. But when you look it up in a Latin dictionary, the definition of the word ad patris says dead.
Right, that's where I was going. Okay, now you said these are like gifts to the Father.
Yeah.
Meaning,
Yeah, they're bringing everybody.
Meaning all dead people, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so now, as of
Say it loud.
As of the 14th Amendment and the every railroad, Supreme Court case, everyone is considered dead.
Yep.
Why? Because you never said anything about your status, who you were, and what's going on. So in the United States of America, every single person that resides within the Atlantic or Pacific Ocean is dead.
Yeah.
So you are automatically given to what you just said, and patron. You just right off the top, right
That's
there.
what the 14th Amendment did. You're right.
Okay. Okay.
Gave it all over.
Now, here's a piece that you guys may need clarity on. In 1540, write this down. In 1540, Francisco Vasquez de Coronado came to America looking for the 7 golden cities of Cibola, or Cibola, and Quivira. That's C-I-B-O-L-A and Q-U-I-V like Victor, I-R-A. The word Quivira means the Wichita villages of Kansas. Snap. Snap.
Whoa.
Now, the Wichita villages of Kansas. Now that's taking you back to the Empress. Now this phrase, Al-Khazar, is Arabic for palace. Now Al-Khazar, Quivir, Q-U-I-V-I-R. Just drop that. If you take the A out, the palace of Wichita. Now, this was, this Al-Khazar Quivir is where the Battle of the Three Kings was fought in West Spanish Morocco. Huh? Al-Khazar Quivira, or Quivir, is where the Battle of the Three Kings was fought. And that took place in West Spanish Morocco, and according to their maps, is the far west. And according to their maps, Morocco means the far west. Or according to, not their maps, the Oxford Etymological Dictionary. When you look up, and that's the only dictionary I've seen it say that. When you look up the word Morocco in the Oxford Etymological Dictionary, the word Morocco says the far extreme west. So, the Three Kings battle was fought here, but the Moroccan Sultan's army won the fight. Now check this out. His rival at the time was Philip II of Spain. and Sebastian of Portugal. And both of them perished. Now, this is what I wanted to point out to you guys about how they play with words. Alcazar Quivir is really this. And you guys will be like, now how did they, this is what I want to show you guys about. Remember I was telling you last year how they play with words all the time? And if you don't know your letters and you don't know your words, you really don't even know what you're looking at. That's that. They took these two whole phrases and now? Oh, okay. Okay. They took these two whole phrases, Al-Khazar Al-Kabir, or the alternative, which is Khazar Al-Kabir, and shrunk them down into two words, Al-Khazar Quivir. And they told me to give you guys a 10-minute break. Have a break. Hold on.
Quivir is the Wichita, right?
That means Wichita villages in Kansas.
Okay, we don't care what that word. Wichita is Washita.
Yes.
And Washita breaks down to the cat people, and the cat people are children with souls.
Whoa. Washita breaks down the cat people, and cat breaks down the people or children with souls.
There's the soulless people, and the people with souls. The cats are the people with souls.
And you know what's really deep? Is when you look in the dictionary and you look up the word Negro. Now, we know we're not Negro, but we know when they use it, they're talking about us. When you look up the word Negro in the regular dictionary, it says in there, people that have soul. This is a phrase that is applied specifically to Negroes.
Melanated people.
Or, well, we know it's melanated people, but they say Negroes. I'm trying to use their...
One more for you, the brother gonna bring to take tomorrow.
Sing it louder.
Psychiatry. Psychiatry breaks down to the study of the soul.
Soul.
That's why we study of. The R-Y on the end is R-I, which means head. That's in Russian Hebrew. The C-H-I-A-T means is cat. What is the cat? The cat is the head soul. What are we talking about?
Us.
You.
Us.
Psychiatry, study your soul. That's what they trying to study you.
And I guess I said that. You got to go in yourself. Your answers are inside you. But they want you guys to take a break. And everybody keeps looking at me like, girl, give me a break. Now, it's claimed that the Christian Crusades commenced in the 12th century, which would be around 1100. In 1139, Pope Innocent II placed the Templars under an exclusive vow of obedience to the Pope. The Templars, also known as Knights Templar, also known as Poor Knights of Christ, also known as Temple of Solomon, which I look at Solomon. Can I flip this up? Now this is not something I saw in any dictionary. It just looks like this to me. Now this can go a couple of ways. It could be the Temple of Solomon looks like soil man or solo man to me. You know, it depends on how you break a word down. But,
Soul is soul.
yeah, but with them, I just showed you how they play with words. Maybe it's soul, maybe it's soil. I don't know with them. This is not our language. We have no idea what this spell is right here. Anyway, this group attracted what they consider their brightest and best. You leaving?
Oh, I'm just going to get some of my...
Yeah, he's leaving. We put him out.
Oh, okay. Okay. Crusaders to fight the defense or to protect the Christ tomb against the Muslims, which means melanated people or Moors or, I don't know, Mohammedans, whatever. All these other things they used to call people that were dark. Because Mu and Moor just meant dark. Oh, but there's more timeline on here, isn't there? I gotta give you guys the rest of this timeline. Now, in 1233, the medieval Inquisition was launched initially to investigate the Albigenses. Torture was customary, and a guilty ruling meant confiscation of your property, all of it. In 1302, Pope Boniface VIII said, "It is absolutely necessary for the salvation of every human creature to be subject to the Roman Pontiff," which means to the Pope. In 1478, and I think I missed the date, but in 1478, Ferdinand V and Isabella began the Spanish Inquisition, which is different from the medieval Inquisition. Both of them were a problem for our people everywhere you went. But, and this was under the approval of Pope Sixtus IV. The popes always named the Inquisitor General for Ferdinand and Isabella. And the objective of the Spanish Inquisition was to spy out Moors and Jews that had been converted to Christianity, but were not really Christian. They just acted like they were Christians for the purposes of survival. Because, you know, at first, if you were Moor, if you didn't convert to Christianity, you could either be killed or, I want to use the word expelled, for lack of a better word, sent away. So a lot of people to stay on their lands, they said, okay, well, we don't want to die and we don't want to leave, so we'll convert. So when they would go out and investigate these people under and Moors are who? People that look like you. And remember, some people say, oh, it's a religion, oh, it's the temple. I don't care what you say. Basically, their definition of a Moor is just any dark-skinned person, period. Now, we may or may not be that, but that's what they meant, okay? It also means death and a bunch of other things like that, but at the end of the day. Now, when they would go out and find these people, their punishment was usually extremely harsh. And 99% of the time it involved death, or at the very least, maiming and disfigurement. King Ferdinand V also happens to be the grandfather of the Holy Roman Emperor Charles I, who was also Charles V, who ruled somewhere around 1520. Now, Pope Honorius II, or Pope Honorius, which is spelled Honorius, and I'm spelling it out because it doesn't really sound like it's spelled, ordained the Templars as the church's most highly esteemed religious order. Upon joining the order, all initiates were required to donate property, primarily land, as well as money. And most of the land that they donated is land they took from melanated people. Yes. It's loud enough to be on the mic, baby.
In astrology,
Louder.
the number 90 means something that you must overcome. Astrology. 90 miles from Chicago, right here, where we are, is this basilica made out of gold. 1,300 pieces of 23-karat gold. It is called Notre Dame University. If you want to see a replica of Notre Dame, you go to the west side of Chicago on Central Park and Washington. It's called the Garfield Park Golden Dome. And it has Christopher Columbus, Isabella, and Ferdinand over a pool of water in the front. and facing one in the back, showing you the sun rising on the east, rising on their empire, and in the back showing the sun setting on their empire.
That's interesting because Christopher Columbus came over here under the red cross of the Templars. See, a lot of people don't know these connections, but I'm going to connect these dots for you guys, and y'all just going to be like, oh, shoot. Because you know all this stuff I'm telling you. Most of you have heard all these things before, but you just need to get the overview and the big picture to connect the dots so you can follow just how this went down. Now, when Pope Innocent placed these Templars under an exclusive vow of obedience to him, approximately 10 years later, Pope Eugenius III gave the knights the exclusive right to wear the Rose Croix, spelled C-R-O-I-X, which is also known as the Rosy Cross, which is also known as the Red Cross. And when New Orleans went down, where did everybody send their money? To the Red Cross of the Rose Croix of the Roman Pope. And the people in New Orleans are still trying to get their little issue. Because we don't know or didn't know the game. You got to know the game. When you get the game, it's like, oh, snap. I'm not falling for it anymore. Yes, sweetie. Loud.
In this book by the Rosicrucian, the book is titled The Rosicrucian Cosmic Conception. It says that the people, the black people that reside in North America, are the direct descendants of the ancient Lemurians.
Yes.
They are the direct bloodline descendants
of the Lemurians.
Of the ancient Lemurians.
Yes, we are. That's what even the Emperor said that. What's the name of that book again?
The Rosicrucian Cosmic Conception.
The Rosicrucian Cosmic Conception. By who?
Max Heindel.
By Max. Oh, Max wrote that? Max Heindel. He's got some other stuff out. Now these knights called themselves Brother Mason, known today as Freemason, because they were convinced that they were building a new world. And their mission, their sole mission, is to destroy the ancient world and develop the new world or the modern world. Now check out what I'm going to move this. Check out how I look at this. Because I'm just looking at the game with the words. The words develop and modern. I see the word devil up. Get the devil up. Bring the ancients down. I also see modern or modern or modam. To damn the Moors or darn the people of Mu to bring you down and bring the devil up. That's what I see. Word develop, because isn't that what it says? The mission of the Freemasons, Brother Masons in here, is to develop, to destroy the ancient world and develop the new world or the modern world. So get the devil up, Mo's down. Mo's damned, Mo's darned. And ancient, let me see where that is, because I wasn't going to give y'all the words just yet. You can find that in these notes real quick. Ancient, here we go. Ancient. Now, in the law dictionary, according to them, anything that's 20 years or older is ancient, according to Black's Law definition. We know it goes much deeper than that. But ancient, if you Sound it out. Ain, which equals own. Look it up. Look up AIN in the regular dictionary. I call myself waiting and ain't nobody doing this. I'm going to keep going. I'm saying look it up and then nobody picked up a dictionary. Look up the word key, which means words. Oh, that's an R. Codes. Symbols. I know I'm blocking the board for some of you guys. That clarify a problem. This will be an E. There's so much else I could write here, and I don't want to even write it. But the word key also equals ka, or the word kai. And ka, when you look in the dictionary, people talk about the ka and the ka and the kaba and the kabbalah and the kabara, because Kabbalah is really the kabara, because L and R are interchangeable. So the word ka, I'm going to get you in a minute, second brother, is pronounced, when you look in the dictionary, it should be pronounced K. K-Baba. K-Baba. So the word ancient, now remember, C's, K's, and Q's are interchangeable. That's why I say it's ancient. But if you say ancient, that's still okay, because ain means own. It's your own. You need to go, and where's ent? When you look up the word ent, E-N-T, back here, it tells you that this is the same as the word E-N-S, which when you define it, it means existing real thing. Also means to be. So, they want to take down your own capacity to use your keys to decode the words, codes, symbols that will clarify a problem for you so you can be a real thing and just be. And Ankh basically is eternal life. If you can get to your Ankhians, then you can live forever. But they want you to follow them to hell. Okay, now, who had their head? Yes.
I had ancient, of great age, very old, of or relating to the very far past, especially before the fall of the Western Roman Empire, AD 476.
Okay, they must be talking about the ancient Romans on the west.
And then it goes into ancient again. Then insignia.
Those pink people, they ain't failed. That empire is still standing the way I'm looking at it. Right. That's what I said. They must be talking about the ancient Romans when they talk about, or the ancient ones when they talk about the fall. Because the current Roman Catholics, they're still standing. And they're standing because they're standing on who? You, me, us.
On the ancient ones.
Yes, we're the ancient ones. Now, the word K or Ka, when you get the key, which is K and Ka, Ka, which people say Ka, but it should be pronounced K, is defined as a spiritual entity that is an aspect of the individual that lives eternally. So they've taken out that which is real and meant to be here forever, that has, as the brother said, a real soul. The soul man. They took the soul man and made him a solo man. Under Solomon. Right? All right. Now, let me get back to where we were going. On Friday, October the 13th, in 1307, No, wait, let me back this up. In 1302, when King Philip IV of France asserted his sovereignty on his own freaking soil, which, by the way, challenged the sovereignty of the Vatican and the Pope and the Holy Order of the Temple, Pope Boniface IV was in charge at the time, and that's when he made that statement that I was telling you earlier, when he said, in response to this King Philip IV, it is absolutely necessary for the salvation of every human creature to be subject to the Roman Pontiff. That was his response. So what happened, because they were not concurring, is that on Friday, October 13th of 1307, King Philip arrested every single Templar in France, except for 13 of them. He tried them, and he found them guilty of using the Kabbalah, which was blasphemy and magic. And as a result, 50 knights were burned at the stake. That's why they say the number 13 and Friday the 13th is bad luck. It's bad for them. Okay? I mean, I know you guys have heard this stuff before, but hearing it and pulling it together and connecting the dots are two totally different things.
We originally did in 13 colonies, too.
Yes. So 13 wasn't that unlucky, because like the brother said, they wound up getting 13 colonies out of this deal, and now they have more. They got more than 13 colonies. And as a result of standing on this soil, they're taking down the rest of the world under the name of us, the Americans, who ain't got a clue, because we're Christians. Okay, now, let me just let me make sure I'm giving you guys what you need, because I don't want to be out of order here. I got to make sure that I don't overlook anything at all. All right. Now, one of the things that they vowed to do, this order of Masons, is to, by any means necessary, take out our people. Here it is. I'm looking for this. The Roman Catholic militia of the Pope became resurrected at a later date after King Philip, killed all these people. In 1534, now we know about saints, right? What you got to do to become a saint. Saint Ignatius de Loyola, who has all these Loyola universities everywhere, founded the Society of Jesus. He was their first superior general, and he founded many of these colleges called Loyola colleges and universities, but originally, and still, the colleges are especially for the training of Jesuit militia. Whoa, yeah, that's deep. Originally, there were 6 members that eventually grew to 60 members. And I'm wondering where the 600 comes in, because now I'm hearing 666, okay? But I haven't got the 600 connection, but I know it's there. Pope Paul, now these people also took an extreme oath of obedience to the Pope. But Pope Paul III approved de Loyola's plan to infiltrate all levels of the world for the church, and this was done in 1539, beginning with the first 60 men. So he had 6, then 60. They started with 60 men to do this. I see your hand over there, sweetie pie. I'm going to get to you in a minute. I got to drop this. This had a massive impact on the United States of America and still does to this day. The militia of the Pope and Jesus vowed to go anywhere in the world that they were sent or ordered to go, including the wild haunts and forests of the barbarous savages of America and the burning desert sands of Africa, to rage relentless war against heretics, liberals, and Protestants. Now, Protestants are people that protest. They don't agree with what you do. Heretics are people that just want to make their own choice. Can I just think about this and get back to you with my answer? And liberals want to see some change for the better. However, they agreed and vowed to do this secretly or openly, and their goal was to exterminate melanated people from the face of the whole earth. Now, they also vowed to destroy anyone who opposes the Mother Church of Rome on the continent of America or anywhere else on this planet, and they will not, this is a vow, they will not obey any laws, judges, magistrates, or officers to the contrary. They will assume any pretense, join any affiliation, and act like they're a part of any religion or any appearance in order to ascertain a connection, whatever is necessary to get next to whoever they need to get next to, or to acquire whatever data they need to acquire so they can further the position of the church. Yes. Loud, brother.
President General is the black pope. His name is Pope. The order, this is what the order does.
Louder.
They go across the country, they go across the planet, and they set up governments. When they set up the government, they put in or have the people so-called vote in a president. The president, to give you this democracy, okay? Now,
Crazy demons.
He's the president of a corporation, but he's the commander-in-chief of a military occupation. He's just a chief. And there's a general that's over him. He's just a chief. With a little Indian.
Like Bush.
They all on the planet. But the Jesuit general is the general over every country on the planet.
That's absolutely accurate. Now, these orders that are given by this general are to be followed. They vowed, now listen to this. This is stuff that you guys used to equate to slavery, but it's really the Roman Catholic Inquisition. Even though they no longer have an organization that they call the Inquisition, you can best believe the Inquisition's still in order. They can change the name of Sears and call it Kmart, but it's still Sears at the end of the day, if you ask me. So, they vowed to hang, burn, waste, boil, flay, strangle, bury alive, rip up the stomachs of women's bellies and wombs, crush infants' heads against the walls, execrable race. Who did they do that to? Us. And we didn't even know that that's what it was about. We thought it was something else. So anyway, if they cannot do this openly, then secretly they're going to use poison, bullets, knifings, strangulation, or whatever is necessary, and it doesn't matter what honor, rank, dignity, authority, wealth, or position of the person. Malcolm, Martin, Huey, keep it going. Keep it going. Toussaint, keep it going. Nat Turner. All these people were taken out by this little Roman Catholic militia. And some of the people that took those people out and helped take those people out look just like us. They didn't even know who they were working for and didn't even know what they were doing. When it's over at the end of the day, when they get through with their agenda, has anybody seen the most recent version of, what was that movie, baby, we were talking about? About the Indian chief? Geronimo. Where they got these so-called Indian scouts to assist the Europeans taking down other so-called Indians. They come along and they show the European where to go, and they'd interpret for them, and they tell them everything they needed to know. And at the end of the movie, which is, depicting the true story, they had all these scouts lined up with their guns, the Indians, which we know at the time were Moors. And they went down the road, they told them stand up, they went down the road and took everybody's gun, and they still standing there thinking everything is cool. Now, they finally, after they captured Geronimo and had him on the train to go to jail or whatever they call the jail, just to get him out their way, because he was a major problem for them. Then, all these scouts, they said, okay, now, you guys get your asses on the train and get in there with Geronimo. You're going to jail, too. And they were like, wait a minute. but I'm a good soldier. I was working for you, and I'm a scout. I'm an Indian scout. And they were like, and thank you for your help. Bye.
Whoa.
All these people, and somebody sitting in here works for them. I guarantee you there's an agent sitting up in this room recording something and going to go back and report to their master. CIA, FBI, ETA, DEA, these alphabet people whose names are made up with the various alphabets. You don't know who you work for, and you don't know what you do. Just so you know, I know you got to get a check, but when they get through with you, your ass is gone too. Especially if it happens during your time. Yes.
The Iraq interpreters in this latest war are now wanting to come over here because they're going to be assassinated if they stay over in Iraq by their own people because they are turncoats. And the American government said, we've used you, you knew what you were getting into, and they're throwing them to the wolves.
That's what they
the
get.
same thing.
Now, a lot of people, they do let the turncoats come here. But when they get through with their, because they're not through, they don't know when they'll need these turncoats again. When they're done, they don't need none of them. When they get through with you, agent, in the wolf in the mist, sitting here in sheep's clothing, and I don't know who you are, but you do know who you are. When they're done with you, you gone too. So, just like, well, I'm not even going to go there. Let's just keep it moving. Let's just keep it moving. Let's just stop. Now, these were the orders. Now, we know that some people that they shot, and what are they doing? They're poisoning the water, the candy, the toothpaste. They're chemtrailing the air. They have news for you. They are on a mission, and their mission is all about these nasty, dirty, filthy, flea-ridden, bug-ridden, tick-ridden, nasty, doo-doo eating people that were all about something that ain't about us, and we decided we wanted to be them. Yes, ma'am.
That just brings me
Louder.
to what you just said about the flea-ridden thing. I was watching this documentary. I can't remember what it was, but it was about European clothing and where it came from.
Yes.
And the thing about the furs. Have you heard about that?
Yes,
What the original, what the origin of wearing furs was about was to pick the fleas off of them and make them jump into the coat, into the furs that they had on. That's why they wore furs. So it wasn't a status symbol, it's because they needed it, because over time, like you say, they were changing their clothes and stuff, it was so dirty and nasty, and all these ticks and fleas was on them. They found that wearing animal skins would keep the fleas from attacking them, and they would jump into the coats. And that's where wearing furs came from.
Okay, she saw a documentary on fur coats that basically said, I'm saying this in case they didn't hear her on the mic, that they used to wear fur coats, and the origin of the fur coat was because Europeans were so flea and tick and bug infested, they put on the fur coat so the bugs would jump off of their skin and into the fur because they were so dirty and they didn't change their clothes, and that was not a status symbol, but a means of sort of minimizing the itch.
Debugging.
Lack of a better word.
Debugging.
Debugging. Now, these orders that are given are to be followed without question from any unknown superior in higher ranks. Although unbeknownst to them, secret societies of coadjutors take lesser oaths of allegiance to the Roman Catholic militia, but they don't know that's what they're in. They can be of any nationality, any race, any creed, any denomination, any sexual preference, or any gender. At the end of the day, you just do as you're told and don't ask no questions. Your orders still. If you've taken an oath to be in anything, you take orders from the Pope if and when it goes down, or if and when they need you. You may not have done anything yet because, it doesn't matter yet. But it'll come to a point where if this jumps off where they'd like it to, they're going to need you. Jesuits are authorized to use the arts of war, cunning, intrigue, deceit, hypocrisy, espionage, prevarication, craftiness, casuistry, mental reservation, manipulating public opinion, plots, scheming, trickery, cheating, guerrilla tactics, cloak and dagger, diplomacy, or any other means necessary to propagate the agenda of the Roman Catholic Church. In 1584, Pope Gregory XIII issued the Directorium Inquisitorum to officially give Jesuits the right to deal in commerce and banking. They control education, medicine, agriculture, that's Monsanto and Cargill and the seeds, mass media, and now they control genetics and DNA splicing.
Got a patent on everybody in here.
Okay? But I'm just connecting the dots so people can see it. Now, one of Loyola's older brothers sailed on the same boat when he was younger to the New World with Christopher Columbus. Oh yeah, one of his older brothers. The goal of the initial 6, who were anywhere from teenagers to 20 years old at the time, was to take the Holy Land. Can I move this up again? Now remember I told you holy is anything sanctified or authorized by the Pope. But I look at it like this. To take the Holy Land, the whole land, from the Muslims or Moors. And to take Jerusalem from the Muslims or Moors, which is who? Us. And to bring people to understanding and morals and the way of being into the Pope's or papal subservience. You must become a subject of the Pope of Rome. That's the business. By 1556, most Jesuits were teachers. Pope Pius XI ordered Catholics into politics. Adolf Hitler was a Roman Catholic militarist Jesuit that was promoting Christianity. That's what Adolf Hitler was about. He was a Jesuit. He was a Roman Catholic militant. He was one of the militia of the Pope. Did anybody know that already?
No.
You knew it.
He was ordained by the Pope, yeah.
See, this brother said he was ordained by the Pope. Yes. Louder, baby.
I'm going to get the address for you tomorrow, but it's a documentary that I ordered from this guy in Miami, Florida. Adolf Hitler died here in the United States in 1970.
Wow. Adolf Hitler died here in the United States in 1970.
In Arizona, I think.
In Arizona?
George Bush, the father Bush, not the son. His name is George W. Schreck. He was born and raised in Germany. He was brought over here and adopted by the Prescott Bush family. He was adopted by Prescott Bush. And he went on to become president of the United States.
That's George Bush Sr.
That's right. But they're German.
Yes.
All of them are German. This whole thing is about Germany.
Yes, and I said that last year. This whole thing is about Germany, and even, I don't know if there's any left, I got a lecture out there, Piercing the Fog. Yeah. That's all about, I bring that whole thing out, that it's all about these Nazi Germans. What is that, Piercing the, so there are some left?
Last year.
Okay. Oh, that's last year's lecture. No, I'm talking about Piercing the Fog.
Oh, okay. It should be on your
For people that are, most of you here it wouldn't apply, but some of you know people that are they're Christian, but they need some convincing.
Yeah.
If you can get them to watch Piercing the Fog and do what I say, which is get the dictionary and hit pause and look at the word and see what I'm saying, they'll see what I'm saying. If they just sit there and listen to the lecture, they're going to become emotional and get offended like Christians do and turn it off and say, what is this garbage you gave me? If you can make them go through the book, they'll see it for themselves. Now, yes?
I just said good luck.
Well, like I said, all we're supposed to do, our pastor said all you're supposed to do is give them the seed, plant the seed, and keep going. You cannot wait around for your folks anymore. Yes?
Isn't there a Nazi symbol, like a crucifix or something like that?
That's interesting.
Swastika, but it's the same symbol that you see on the temples in Egypt.
But the original swastika was our symbol.
Right.
And it basically means, okay, couple of ways it goes. They took it and perverted it. When you see it spinning this way, that's Nazi. No, that's the trick. That's the rub. It's not spinning to the left. When you see it spinning this way, I'm doing something wrong here. I know I am.
Go back the other way.
I'm not that shit.
Go down.
Just like this is wrong. Supposed to go like this.
Right.
Okay.
There you go. There you go.
Thank you.
Not another way. There you go.
Okay. Like that. Right.
Up. Up.
Okay. All right. When you see it this way, now these are symbols of spinning chakras.
Yes.
That's all it is. However, when they spun it, what you think is to the left, this is the paper. The paper is facing that way. I'm facing the direction of the paper. Which way is it really spinning?
You're right. You're right.
To my right.
Yes.
But it looks left to you.
Yeah.
This one, which is a destroyer symbol of, I think it's Shakti, Kali. I think it's the destroyer symbol of Kali, spinning to the left. But it looks right to you. It's the opposite. You know, don't look at it from this way. Turn your body and face the direction of the paper, and then you'll see which way it's really going. Yes.
Well, that's the same thing with microwave oven and the poison that spins everything automatically spins to the left, which is deadly to me. That's why we should try to wear magnets and spin everything to the right in our bodies. Because the food that they put in the chemical that's reading Susan's book, and everything is poison spins to the left.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I learned that I'm studying chemistry, and we learned that like a free radical is a molecule that does not want to attach to something live and spins to the left and feeds up something dead. Any chemical or anything that's not live always spins to the left.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, well, keep in mind, the polarity of the planet is such that right now, when you look at the spinning water, it's going down around to the right, which is what you're talking
Because
about.
he's in the northern hemisphere.
When the magnetic field continues to come down, which is us starting to come up, it's going to start spinning the way it's supposed to spin.
Right.
To me, it's spinning the wrong way now. Yes.
If you can get it, if you ain't too grown, the cartoon is called The Ant Bully.
The ant bully. That's deep.
It's called The Ant Bully. The little white boy.
The Ant Bully cartoon.
The Destroyer. Lucas, the Destroyer. And George
Lucas, Lucifer. No light.
He's in Super Bowl now. For what? Okay, but anyway. His name is Lucas the Destroyer. When you watch this kitty cartoon, they're going to go inside the tunnels with the ants. The ants represent you. They got on the walls in the ant town. The hieroglyphs of your beginning and your ending with this destroyer coming in to exterminate you. To exterminate you. The movie's called The Ant Bully.
All right. In 1957, after World War II, Pope John the 23rd said that cinema, sound broadcasting, and television are a far easier method of spreading and advancing the Roman Catholic cause than the printed word is. In 1964, Pope Paul VI said that it is the church's birthright to use and own the press, cinema, radio, television, etc. That's why certain movies that they don't want out don't get out. And like they said, Men in Black come in with their craziness. And way back in the day, when Moors or our people used to try to come up on Europeans to try to help get them together, these ugly, dirty, nasty Men in Black, which were the popes and the bishops, would show up to get the people. No, you don't bathe them. You don't bathe them. They were Men in Black then, they're Men in Black now. They keep telling you about the Men in Black that we just didn't put it together. Yes.
Now, you ain't gave a definition for the word black the last time you was here. Right. Black,
Yes.
many colors. Changing many colors. Okay? As in 1933, we used this new Loveloy dictionary. We jumped from Bouvier's, was dealing with the Franks. Christ remorse. So now we have, what's it called?
Blacks.
Black.
And so who we talking about?
Pales, the pinks, the men in black. They're really right, the men that are black. The original black man is what y'all keep calling the white man.
Right.
You're not black. And everybody that was here last year knows that you are not black. Who in here still thinks they're black? Black, if you know the definition, can it even possibly apply?
No.
No way, it's not possible. Not by definition, you can't be, but just like by definition, you cannot be Christian. Look up the word Cretan in the dictionary. Now, C-R-E-T-I-N. Now, when you look up Christian, you will not see Cretan. But when you look up Cretan, you will see Christian. And a good definition, a good dictionary, when you get into brackets, will say a Cretan is a stupid idiot, a stupid, obtuse person.
Sounds about right.
Huh?
Sounds about right.
But it'll say in the brackets, it'll say from Christian, it's Christian. The origin of the word, you see it? The origin of the word means Christian. And the word Christian means stupid idiot. Now, you can't tell some Christians that. Do you see it? Are you looking?
It's got Christian in here.
In the brackets, it says Christian. Does it say deformed?
That's the root.
Stupid idiot of mental deficiency.
Whoa! It has.
Sound like somebody nice.
Now you guys need to see it, especially if you're a Christian. You need to see it. Because once you see it,
with Creatism.
Cretanism. Nobody can take it from you once you see it. They can't tell you nothing.
And then it says slang, idiot. And then it goes down, it says human being, poor fellow.
That's them.
And then see Christian.
See? Now when you get to, now if they had in Christian, see Cretan, I guarantee a lot of your folks wouldn't be one. All right. Now I knew you guys would like that piece. Now,
Also says innocent victim.
You ain't got a good dictionary.
no, that's a good definition.
A stupid, vulgar, insensitive person. Oh my goodness gracious.
Now, unfortunately, I used to be one. I used to be a Christian. I think all our people were. Most of the people running around today that look like us, you are here today most likely because your ancestors converted to survive. So most likely, your grandmother, great-great-grandmother may have been a Christian. You may have lost it somewhere along the way under your mother because around then, depending on your age, you're talking about the 60s and the 70s and the drug era, your parents were too busy, some of them getting high to take you to church. You understand? So, you were the lucky ones because you didn't get caught up too deep in it. Because if you were caught up that deep in it, you couldn't be here today sitting here talking to me or listening to me. You'd have got up and left long ago. Okay. Now, remember, one of the ways the Jesuits do what they do and keep control is the current Roman Catholic Church is primarily an Italian institution.
Right.
And they bring that out in, what's that? No, there's a movie, there's a movie, about the gangs, the mafia. Godfather 3. The Godfather 3. A lot of the mafia in lead with the Roman Catholic Church, they came away from that whole gangland obvious method, and they started grooming their children to be doctors, politicians, lawyers, to infiltrate corporate society and infiltrate positions of government, and they've just taken over. The mob has taken over. Because that's what they are. They are the mafia with the mob mentality. That's them. Is your hand up, sweetie? No. Oh, okay. Now, as a result, a lot of high pink people in high positions of power, that most of them aren't Christian Catholics, what do? They go and confess their personal, most vital family secrets, political secrets, government secrets to the Jesuit militia in confession. So they got all this ammunition, and they know what they're doing because these people come and tell them everything because they don't know who they're talking to. They don't know who they're dealing with, and they just think, oh, he's got on this, this little collar, and he's just a little square. Some of them, man, them Catholic priests and bishops were some of the coldest killers you ever saw. They're a cold piece of work, especially the extremely higher level initiated ones. They're a piece of work. Now, what a lot of people don't know is, remember I was telling you how to get raised up in the societies? A lot of these people would give their boys over. A lot of these boys, especially if you became the favorite of somebody, you could wind up being the governor or a cardinal or a bishop yourself. And you could molest more boys. It's a game that they're playing. So all these means are used against anyone of any status to bring them into the Christian see, which means the jurisdiction. The word see, S-E-E, means the jurisdiction of a bishop. And in every community, even in the hood, it ain't 6:30 yet. What's with the bells?
We have 10 minutes for questions and answers. And after that, class is over.
Continue.
We're not doing questions and answers, are we?
No, we're doing it now. Just continue.
Go ahead. I'm looking at the time, sweetie. I know you got a baby, and I know you won't go home. Go ahead.
The sea also represents water, and the Pope is the Holy See, which means that since everybody is now
Underwater.
artificial, and they're on the water, they're all under my control.
Well, once you're under the Christian see, they can bring you into the Christian see and or exterminate you, as well as confiscate your property, your goods, your wealth, your children, or whatever. And I want to say that even though I didn't finish giving you guys this rest of this, oh yeah, there I got 2 more things. Let's go. By 1560, the Jesuits secured Austria and almost all of South Germany to the church. In 1761, a Scot, which is a Spartan, named John Stuart, the 3rd Earl of Bute, got teenage King George William III's people to pass a law enforcing writs of assistance as revenue-raising warrants under the royal seal, securing law officers to take possession of lands without trial and without jury for the Americas. In 1754, the Maritime War, which is also known as the Great War, which is also known as the 7 Years' War, which is also known as the Great War for the Empire, which is also known as the French and Indian War, occurred. Now, this caused British Virginia to be attacked by the Franciscans, which is the Roman Catholic Church, who was helped, aided, and assisted by the frustrated Indians. They were like, these British are getting on our nerves. So they went and sided with the enemy against the enemy, not knowing they were all the enemy. They were all the problem. At the end of the day, none of them did us right. Now, a British corporation called the Proprietors, that's the name of the corporation, the Proprietors, had Quaker, Pennsylvania, but the Quakers stepped down. The Americas got overrun by French Roman Catholics, or Franciscan Roman Catholics. These Catholics were still running from the Great Plague, and that included the Irish, the Scottish, the French, and these other European people who were running, trying to find some liberty from taxation and oppression. They used their gangbanger mentality, like I said, to take everybody out. The Templars became known as the Teutonic Knights and the Rosicrucians in Germany and Austria. The Scottish Rite in England, Edinburgh, London, and Americans Freemasonry. And because, you got to keep in mind that all of the people that signed the Declaration of Independence were Masons except for 5. The Illuminati is what they were called in Spain and Portugal. So you got to know that all these people are the same folks. And like I said, Columbus came here under the Red Cross of the Knights of Christ to take possession of Los Indias, which is the Americas, for King Ferdinand V of Spain, who happened to be the grandfather of Charles I and V, which was a Holy Roman Emperor. He wasn't at the time, but he was going to be the future Holy Roman Emperor. And Loyola was Charles's best friend, one of his best friends. Now, the word vicar is, well, let me take it back. The word agency used to be synonymous with or the same as the word vicar. The name or word city, in every single case, the word city signifies a bishop's seat. No place in England was called a city unless it was governed by a bishop. Rome is a federal city in the See of Baltimore, Maryland, that you now call Washington, D.C. And that is how you know we're in Rome. Tomorrow, I'll tell you how to survive their fall. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Chicago, Illinois. Common Law Lectures. What is today's date? Sunday the what? 18th. Today's Sunday, March 18th, 2007. Yesterday when we left, this lecture that I'm doing is about how to survive the fall of Rome. Yesterday I had to clarify for you that this was Rome and show you, and the evidence that you can go and find and research. That's why I gave you the names, the years, and dates, and things like that to validate that what I'm telling you is accurate. Because in order for you to know that this is Rome, you have to see that for yourself. In order for you to survive the fall of Rome, you have to know that you are in Rome. And a lot of people were not aware that this was Rome. One of the things that we left here yesterday closing on was that Rome is a federal city in the See, S-E-E, of Baltimore. And the word See means the jurisdiction of a bishop. Now, Baltimore, Maryland was some land that was secured by Lord Baltimore for the Vatican. Now, at this time, that area, or a part of it, is what was given over for Washington, D.C. The reason I'm bringing that up is because on July the 10th, write this down, of 1984, at the invitation of President Ronald Reagan, the smallest country in the world, which is the country known as the Vatican City, and its ruling head, which is the Pope of Rome, or the Roman Emperor, the Holy Roman Emperor of the Roman Empire, officially opened its first embassy, which is called the Apostolic Nunciature of the Holy See. That was the official opening date, and it opened at 3339 Massachusetts Avenue, Northwest, Washington, D.C. That is the embassy for the Vatican. That's when they set up shop for real and made it official. They were always running stuff, but for those who didn't see it before, you really need to see it now. Yes.
Address again?
3339 Massachusetts Avenue, Northwest, excuse me, Washington, D.C. Now, how many people have noticed the fasces? The fasces, I can't really draw it, but it's like a bundle of sticks. Usually whenever the president is talking, I'm not a very good artist, it's bundled together, a bunch of sticks. Dr. Suzar would call it a bundle of penises, knotted together. You guys know Dr. Suzar, right? She wrote some very powerful books. The first that came to people's mind was a book called Blacked Out Through Whitewash. It's a big book, and it's about $50 a book. And then her next biggest bestseller is a book called Drugs Masquerading as Food. That is a bestseller amongst European peoples.
Yes.
And this is another, because today we're talking about how to survive the fall of Rome. This is another great survival booklet, which the sister said she has some information that she is going to pass out regarding this book. It's called The Black Empowerment Survival Guide Now. You can get this book directly from Dr. Suzar at her website, which is suzar.com. Okay? And she will send it out to you. That's one of my dearest sisters. Now, my book back there, Piercing the Fog, is not about surviving the fall of Rome. But there are a few copies back there. Those are mostly for people that need to be awakened about the things that you already are coming to know, and they're not really listening to you. However, my strongest recommendation for you, for the people that you want to wake up that aren't trying to wake up, is Piercing the Fog. Are there any copies of that left back there, sweetie? Or are they all gone? No, the DVD, Piercing the Fog. There are some copies of Piercing the Fog in the back, and I already told you guys about today's special. That's today only. What I have back there today that will help you today to survive the fall of Rome is I have, and I really didn't even want to get in this. My baby was like, you need to tell them so they'll know what you're doing. But I have a 2 audio cassette set called Energy. It tells you what energy is, how energy moves, and how the things you think move the energy around you, and how you can start to control energy and take things from an invisible thought and make them become a physical reality. So that is back there. It's on 2 audio cassettes. It's only $10. Communication will help you to learn how to communicate better with others. When you're talking to people that you seem to never be able to make a connection with, when you understand the keys to communicating, whether you are visual, auditory, or kinesthetic, and the person you're conferring with is visual, auditory, or kinesthetic, that will help you to always be able to get through to people and not be bumping heads with people so often. That will help you with your survival. Opening spirituality is probably one of the better things I have back there. Basically, that is a compilation of all of the things that had to do with closing out personal power and moving into spiritual power, which is where you guys are going to have to start going in order to survive this fall. Your primary key here is going to be to find out what you should be doing for and about yourself. And you are going to find those answers inside yourself. The Ancestors gave me other things that you need to do individually, as a collective, as a people, as an empire, but they want you to know that you are going to master the fall when you master you. Okay? Astral Emissions is also a very good book, a lecture that I did. It's a 3-disc CD set. And that is for people that want to learn how to astral project, where you do it deliberately and intentionally. You do it all the time anyway. You just do it when you're sleeping and you don't know you're gone and you don't know you're doing it. But if you want to get where you deliberately do it and you're going out there and you're coming back and you're conscious about the whole thing, that particular set tells you how to do that. There's some other stuff back there, but the PowerPoint is also very good. Those are the things that will help you the most to survive this fall of Rome. Now, what I want you to also know about this thing called Rome is the fasces, as I was telling you, is a symbol. Whenever George Bush or whoever the president at the time may be is speaking or addressing the nation, they always have the fasces right beside or behind the president. You will not see him doing a State of the Union address and the fasces are not there. Whenever you see the fasces, that is always a symbol or an ancient emblem of the legal authority of the Holy Roman Empire. Okay? So that is another key for you to know that you're dealing with Rome. But how many of you have heard that America is the great experiment? Has anybody ever heard that America is supposed to be an experiment?
Yeah.
Does anybody have a clue what that's about? Or you just heard that and don't know what that means? America is the very first Febronian nation. What we live in is what they call Febronian, F-E-B-R-O-N-I-A-N, America. That is the great experiment. Now, what America is a Bellarminian Commonwealth. Now, to me, Bellarminian, and I could be wrong. I haven't really gotten an opportunity to look this word up yet, or break it down, should I say. That's an answer. B-E-L-L-A-R. Can you see this?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
B-E-L-L-A-R.
B-E-L-L-A-R-M-I-N-I-A-N. When I look at Bellarminian, I see Bella, and I could be wrong, which means war and belligerence. This is what I see, and I'm running out of space here to write this. I see army, and I see minions. That's what I see when I look at Bellarminian. I see a warring army of minions. You know, but I could be, again, I haven't broken it down. When I just first look at the word BAM, that's what my eyes pick up. And that is really what the corporation called the United States of America is. A warring army of minions that goes around the earth just waging war against anybody and everybody that has anything they want to take, and they take what they want and leave the spoils, if they leave any spoils at all. But what it is, the concept of a Febronian America is, involves the decentralizing of the Roman Catholic Church into independent, secular, national churches called states. And those states are ruled directly by kings and princes. You notice you don't hear queens and empresses, you don't hear females. But by kings and princes united under the Pope and paying tribute to Rome, or the Roman Catholic Church, Vatican. That's what a Febronian America is. This is the very first Febronia. That's what the experiment was about. Now, this is the correct political term for it. America is the first Febronian, Bellarminian, Democratic, Republican Church state. That's what it is. We're the first. Okay? Now, this particular church, as I said, they're paying all this tribute to the Holy Roman Empire, or the Roman Catholic Church, or Roman Catholic Vatican. And a lot of people need to come to the understanding or the knowledge that the Rothschilds, which are guardians of the Vatican treasury. Now, a lot of people, remember how I was telling you guys last year, for those individuals that made it last year, that the Jews and the Christians are really the same game, but everybody thinks that they're opposing one another. And I said, if you don't comprehend that they're the same game, then why was it they originally were called Judeo-Christian? And why is it that the Pope of Rome wears a yarmulke like any other Jew? You know, the little skull cap. I mean, to me, there are things that you may not understand, but a lot of it is just in your face if you're looking. So, Rothschilds means red shields. That's Hilds. I know you guys can't make that out. I'm up here up on it and I can't make it out. Anyway, back in the day, when Rome when Caesar's soldiers would go to war, they would go out into battle and they would have shields that were painted with red. So that's where the red shield concept comes from. Now, the Vatican Treasury holds all of the imperial wealth of Rome that they have stolen from melanated people all over the planet. And the Rothschilds family are the guardians of that. And they're supposed to be Orthodox Jews that are guarding the treasury for Roman Catholic so-called Christians. To me, there's something to be investigated there, and something that you guys would probably want to get a little bit more clarity on. I want to get into another concept that you want to know about these Templars before I get into the concept of giving you your the things that the ancestors want you to start doing to save yourselves from this fall. What I'm doing now is connecting today to yesterday. They did a trading places with us, and I'm going to show you that so that you see how that was done. This is what the Templars were really all about. The Templars, who were supposed to be Jesus priests, they believed that Jesus would never, if he were in fact God or God's son, would never lower himself to coming to earth in the form of a so-called human being. And if he really was God or the Son of God, he wouldn't have done that, and since he did do that, then he must therefore have been an imposter. And as an imposter, that made him a false prophet. So, if he's a false prophet, he's of no value. And as being someone of no value, then he deserved to be crucified anyway. Now, they felt that he was sent by the powers of so-called darkness, and nobody really should care what happened to him. So, in the Templars' opinion, the true God was not Jesus, but his evil twin brother, or evil brother, which may not have been a twin, I may be wrong on that part, whose name was Satanael, Satanael. And this is who they believe in. Now, they feel that the word, apparently he is supposed to, Satanael is supposed to have lordship over the material world, and he alone can enrich mankind. Now, who's mankind?
No.
Did you say us?
No.
Them. He alone can enrich mankind, which really has nothing to do with man. Satanael is represented by the Kabbalan goat head, or you see this pentacle I have around my neck? When they turn it upside down, that's supposed to be symbolic of a goat head. But a lot of people used to wonder, well, why do Moors fly the Moorish flag, which is a green flag or a red flag with a green star in the middle, upside down? It looks like a satanic goat worshipping thing when you do it that way. The reason the Moors were flying the flag upside down is because our nation was in distress. Whenever a nation goes under attack and they are having severe calamity, they turn the flag upside down as a sign to others that we're in trouble and we need help. So when the Twin Towers, for example, were taken down in New York, if this nation was doing what it was supposed to do, and I don't know if they were or not because I don't watch the news, then the so-called United States of America flag should have been turned upside down because we went under what they claimed was an attack. You understand? Okay. However, the way this particular nation of people, the Adamites, or the Templars, or the Jews, or the Christians, or whatever you guys want to call them, Europeans, white folks, call them pink people, I don't know. And don't think that I dislike pink people. My stepmother was pink. I have sisters and brothers that are pink. And I love them. I have one sister, she's blonde haired with greenish eyes. And she passes every day for white. And that works for her. Her son looks white. And he used to date a very dark sister, but now he married a white woman that had children and has white-looking children with her. They're doing the wrong thing. One of the things that people want to know, we were discussing something yesterday at dinner last night, all of us, and Omari, and he was saying our people still haven't figured out that we need to apologize to Europeans for the way they were treated. And I was telling him, you kind of have to understand that our people did do an apology for the treatment. What our people did, according to the Ancestors, is they deliberately put themselves into a dormant, unconscious state. And as a result of that, it's like that story about the tortoise and the hare. You're the tortoise. You can always stay in front. But here comes the little hare. In order for the hare to get half a chance in this race, the tortoise had to go to sleep. So we deliberately went into this unconscious, we don't know, we don't remember squat state, so they could evolve spiritually and catch up. However, now one of the things that some of us did, and I think this is where a lot of the disagreements occurred, a lot of our people did not feel that we were supposed to crossbreed with them because they were, since we made them out of part animal, it was against the law to have intercourse with an animal. However, there were some people that felt like, but this animal has been genetically enhanced and modified to be very man-like. And in order for them to continue to become more man, we're going to have to crossbreed with them to breed more animal out, breed more melanin in, and breed their tails away. That, I think, is where a lot of the conflict between us came from. Has anybody ever heard how the Moors were fighting amongst themselves? Yes. That was something kind of to fight about. Yes. So, some people went on and did the interbreeding, but Europeans did not understand what we were trying to do for them. What we were trying to do for them was make up for the mistakes we made with them. Making them was a mistake. Enslaving them was a mistake. Treating them badly was a mistake. And the only way to make amends for that we could come up with was to go in a dormant state, in a sleep unconscious mode, and become like dead people so they could evolve spiritually, and for those that wanted to go there, to interbreed with them to darken them up. As they got more melanin and got darker, they were going to become more man and less a kind of man. Do you understand? As they got darker, they were going to get more soul, they would get more compassion, that would make them, as we were talking about yesterday, with some of the movies like the new version of The Time Machine and Queen of the Damned, to make them day walkers, for lack of a better word. You get them the melanin, that gets rid of the blue eye and the inability to see that well at night, or the inability to see that many colors, or because they have color blindness, they have night blindness, that's a blue eye problem. They don't hear this, like we hear certain things, they don't hear the beats that we hear because they need more melanin to pick up what we pick up. You feel more when you have more spinning superconductors. However, instead of them breeding in, as the Holy Bible talks about, I forget which version of which book, but one of the books talks about them needing to be grafted in. They were supposed to get grafted in. And early in the day, we were grafting them in, and then somebody in their camp decided, no, we're going to have miscegenation laws. It's against the law to interbreed and crossbreed, and I guess some people on our side made that same decision. But the fact remains, there were those that were breeding with them and those that were not. Those that wanted to go into the unconscious state and those that didn't. So we didn't agree on how to handle it. But at any rate, they did not, most of them did not take the time to evolve spiritually. And a lot of them refused to breed in and be grafted in. We got to keep the white race pure, is what they say. At the end of the day, we knew they only had a certain amount of time to do that. And again, they did not understand what we were trying to do for them.
Now, those of you that saw, what is the name of the movie? Rabbit-Proof Fences, they spun it around and said we didn't understand what they were trying to do for us. We didn't need them to do anything for us. We were trying to help them out. If, in fact, they had worked on evolving spiritually, like a lot of the so-called New Agers, they may be able to make the transition into the amplified frequencies because the world is getting ready to transition into a higher frequency. Anybody that's not ready to shift up into the higher frequency is not going to make it. You're going to be trapped for I don't know how long, maybe forever. Now also, those individuals that did not graft in, because they could spiritually evolve or graft in to evolve. They had two options. They refused to graft in, so now they're left out. And now they want to make a mad dash on the sisters, and the European men want to hook up with the sisters. It's too late. You need a few generations to breed and graft in. You need to hook up with a melanated individual and have a melanated half-breed child, and your child needs to hook up with a melanated individual to make an even darker child, and keep darkening up until you get grafted in. They refuse, they're stuck, they're lost. They told me to let you guys know that we are not supposed to worry anymore about them or what they're doing. Who cares what they're doing?
But oh, George Bush got rid of the habeas corpus. But oh, they have the concentration camps. The Ancaster said, so what? Who cares what they have? We are not supposed to go out and march any more marches for them. We are not supposed to go out and join any more wars or militaries and fight any more battles for them, because we helped them fight every battle that they've ever fought, and they only fought the battles the way they fought them and halfway won them because we helped. We helped them in their revolution, their fight against Britain and France. We helped them in the Civil War, which they said was about us. It wasn't about us. It had nothing to do with us. They just said that so we could help, and when we helped to fight war for liberty, we still didn't get any. We helped them in the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the Japanese War, the Afghanistan War, the Iraqi War, and we keep helping them fight wars that have nothing to do with us. We are at a point now where the Ancaster said, try to not allow any more of our children to go fight the battles for Europeans, because those battles are not our battles. We have our own battle. We were fighting for them for liberty overseas, and we didn't have any at home. Our brothers were in militaries that were still calling them niggers, still sitting them in the back of the bus. And when they came out here, they still had to sit separately in trains. A lot of these brothers were in the soldiers, and they were still treated segregatedly and not given any respect. And all they were trying to do was help. And all along, we were trying to work with them, and they kept treating us like we were the enemy. We were not the enemy. Do you understand? Okay. So, they wanted me to, and as I'm speaking, they'll drop on me what I'm supposed to be dropping on you. But what are you guys handing out? Oh, this that they're handing out now is a spiritual security method. Let me just get it here. It's 3 pages that I did, and it would go very well with the energy CD. It's not required to get it, but when you get an opportunity, I've given you guys some things that are going to help build you up spiritually, to help you amplify your frequencies for the amplification that is occurring on Earth. It's certain sounds that you do that you already know, that you're already familiar with. Like, who has never heard the sound, ah? There's a sound that does something when you say it, okay? When you utter the sound, ah, that sound is a universal sound for energy. If you're ever very tired and very fatigued, then you just go, you can amplify your energy and get rid of fatigue, okay? So you need to understand what the different sounds are about. And what else is on here? Now the next 2 pages are going to scare the heck out of some people. That's why I gave several methods on it. There are several ways to protect yourself, and I've had people always say, well, man, this looks like witchcraft. I don't want to do that. Fine. There are at least 10 to 15 different things that you can do to protect yourself.
You don't have to jump on one that looks like witchcraft to you. Like somebody said, I don't want to take a glass jar and piss in it and put pins and knives and razor blades and sharps in there and bury it under. Fine. Then you run a bath water, pick some white roses and throw white rose petals in the water. Can you do that? That is a protection device. How many people have ever taken bath in Epsom salt? That is a protection device. You know, most of you do it to alleviate pain, but the crystals emit a frequency. Then what they do is they modify or change the frequency that's going on with you. They draw out frequency that's not supposed to be there so you can become more of what you're supposed to be, and that's what takes the pain away. When you're in pain, it's because there's something going on with your frequency that's not supposed to be going with your frequency. And frequently it occurs with something you're thinking or something you're saying that causes how you're feeling. Do you understand? Okay. So, I mean, you know, some of these things, you know, you can do, and some of them you don't have to do. On page 2, the very top thing is breathing. Can you do that? Okay. I mean, because some people, you know, when they look at it, because the first thing is the witch's protective talisman, they just toss the whole page. It's like, come on, man, look at it. I'm sure of all the things listed here, you can find at least one thing on here that you would not have a problem with, no matter what your religious affiliation may be. Okay? And that's to help you out. Again, anything you get from me, take what you can use from me and discard the rest, because I don't know everything, and I may be wrong about anything. It's like, well, you know, the sister's got good information, but she was wrong on that part. That part, throw it out. Don't use anything that you feel I'm wrong about. You comprehend? Does anybody have questions before I move on about what you were just handed out? Okay. I don't want y'all talking about me behind my back, man. Did you see what the sister gave us? I don't want to even read on there on the camera what's on there. I know some people are like, well, God, can you share with the audience that's watching that didn't get what you gave? I can't do it. Because there's stuff on there that I wouldn't put on DVD. I just wouldn't do it. If we have time at the end, I'll try to read over some of the sounds, but I don't know if we're going to have time. Back to what I was saying about Satan and what's going on with them. Baphomet is the goat or the pentacle upside down. And Suzar has a fabulous book out called, I think it's called Baphomet Christ.
Yeah, Baphomet Christ.
You have it?
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, those of you that, you know, want to know about this side, because what is everything going on? Everything about us is reversed. So if the pentacle is upside down the way they're ruling the world, how should it be for you as a melanated person? Right side up. Okay? Now, and the pentacle or pentagram or five-pointed star is a very powerful piece. It's a very powerful piece. It's also symbolic of raising the 4 levels of energy, earth, air, fire, water, and raising those up from the 4 points up through the top point where you start to evolve spiritually, because you have to come from down up and go from here.
Fifth element.
Huh?
Fifth element.
Yeah, the 5th element, exactly. Precisely. All right, now, the Baphomet, according to them, when some of them were cast out, because those of them that we were able to train, remember I said yesterday they were very unteachable people. We had a hard time teaching them to bathe. We had a hard time teaching them to speak, to just get them to do the language. It was very difficult. A lot of them still don't speak as well as they should. A lot of what they call Ebonics is really just Southern drawl from the way Europeans spoke English to us, and us trying to speak it back to them because it wasn't our language. You understand? Because we were speaking something else when they got here. Most of our people learned how to speak English from so-called Southern, so-called white folks. That's the way they spoke. So if the Ebonics is broken up, they broke it up. You got it? All right. But those of them that we were able to school up, we incorporated them into our societies to a certain extent. Those that we couldn't work with very well, we put them in areas that people call ghettos. And those that we could do absolutely nothing with were left on the other side of the Great Wall and
pushed off in the caves. It's like, man, just put them back into the wild, because they're wild and we can't work with them. We couldn't civilize them. So some of them that were cast out, according to them, they say evil spirits appeared to them in the form of he-goats. This is what they say. And that the he-goats gave them secrets to controlling the world and to share with them anything that they wish to know. This is what the he-goats claim to be going to do for them. It also says that, has anybody heard of this Jewish holiday called Yom Kippur?
Yes.
Do I need to write it?
Yeah.
Where's the marker? No. No? Well, somebody said yes, so that means yes. If any one person says yes, that means yes in here. Yomkippur. I've heard this a long time, and it just didn't add up until when you put it, like I said, when I put a question out, the ancestors go bam. I'll be looking for something else and find the answer to the question. The Yom Kippur is all about the trading places that they did with our people. This is a particular ritual where once a year they take 2 goats. Apparently one of them is what you know as white and one of them is what you know as black. They kill one of the goats and they take the blood from the goat they killed and sprinkle it onto the goat that is left alive. Okay, that'll work. And they send the goat off into the wild or the wilderness, which is symbolic of sending it into the world. The goat that is left alive is the scapegoat that escaped. And it is supposed to take and bear all the sins of the so-called Jewish people that you guys call white people. However, what it really is a magical ritual that they do every year so they can keep trading places with us. We run around here as their scapegoat. I have a little list, and I hope I can get to it quickly, because I want to share with you guys some of the things that we have been running around bearing for these people. The ancestors wanted you guys to know this. I'm assuming that's why they gave it to me, so I could give it back. And if I can't find it, I'm going to have to shoot from memory, and I don't like shooting from memory. Right here. The original black man is who? Them. Yeah. Who's the black man today? Yeah. So apparently they claim us. Yeah. The original Negro was them. Yeah. Somehow today the Negroes are us. The original colored people were them. Yeah. Meaning they have red eyes, green eyes, blue eyes, or whatever. Blonde hair, black hair. We're not rainbow colored people. No. They look more like rainbow colored people. The original ghettos, who lived in the original ghettos? Who knows enough about history to know that? The so-called Jews. Now, today, who's supposed to be in these ghettos? Us. Who were the original Slavs? S-L-A-V. The slaves. Them. Now, who's carrying the slave story? Us. Who did they kept saying, oh, black people have the Mormons. Black people have tails. We have tails. Do we have tails? Have you ever seen anybody, other than brothers that have the ones in the front? I mean, how many people that you know that look like us that have tails? I've never encountered any melanated individual with a tail. I know people that have encountered European people that have tails. Some still in place, some that have been cut off. Now, again, PBS ran a special called The Family That Walks on All Fours. And they show the backs of 2 pink people, naked butts out, with the long tail still attached, hanging from the back. But they keep saying that we have tails. Now they keep calling us what? Monkeys and apes. What did we make them from? Monkeys and apes. Now they are the lovers of dogs. I told you guys yesterday about how much, and you guys know how much they love dogs. Man, they dogs can be up on the table.
They can be eating, dog licking them in the face, they trying to eat, but they like, okay, dogs. And my brothers today are calling themselves one another what? Dogs.
Calling each other dogs.
Okay? Who are the, you know, they are some of the best and coldest killers you ever saw, but they keep calling my brothers the killers. They keep calling us the thieves when they've stolen entire continents, entire countries, and entire tribes of people. But we're thieves. Who's the thief then? They are. The original thugs and gangs. What did I tell you yesterday about how they were running to get away from their situations? They ran into other people's villages and communities, and they came with a gang mentality, like they showed in Gangs of New York. But who are they calling gangs today? My brothers. So, we're called the criminals, the dealers, but the last time I checked, it's the Europeans that have the planes and the boats and the friends that are customs officials that they can look the other way or pay them off. Do you know any young brother in the hood that got it like that they can pay off a customs official and get any massive amount of drugs here? You know any brothers that got customs officials that are friends that'll look the other way? And the average brother can only look so far because somebody white is looking over his shoulder, or so-called white. Is that correct? How many brothers you know that got the boats and planes flying anything here from anywhere? So the drugs, the coke, the weed, is all getting here from somewhere. And it finds its way to our community, but we're not bringing it there, and yet it's there. So, if all of these things are the crimes and sins of them, then in order for everything to be applied to us now, and we accept it, and we claim it, somebody has done what they always tell you not to do. They performed a magical ritual under Yom Kippur with these goats, and they got a scapegoat, and that's symbolic of what they're trying to portray in the real world. And did it work? Yes. Very well. So you guys just I just wanted to point, how many people saw it that way before?
Always.
You always saw it that way? He's good. He's good. I didn't catch it. It took a minute for me to figure that part out. Let me make sure I'm covering this here. Yeah, but the Augustins wanted to know that was the trading places thing that we did. Because our people even call themselves Adam. Are we Adam? Are we from Adam? Do we have anything to do with Adam? We are not Adam or Adamites at all. Again, the trading places game from the robbers, the plunderers, the hypocrites that are the common sort, and we bought it and fell for it, hook, line, and sinker.
They did a movie called Trading Places.
Oh, they do a lot of movies about what's going on, but our people, because we aren't clear, we see it and we don't. You know, you see and you don't see, and you hear but you didn't hear it. I've heard of Yom Kippur for years, and the two goats for years. But I just figured this out a couple of weeks ago. And the Augustin said, duh, wake up. Now that you get it, tell everybody else. Because once you get it, it's like, once you know, the game is like over. It's it, that's it. That's a part of the frequency changing and our people evolving. As you get clear and the fog moves away, so you know where you're going. And you can get there when you can see where you're going. Otherwise, we're going to be running around in circles, revolving. We are not here to revolve. We are here to evolve and spiral up, not run around in circles, which is what we've been doing, and this is why. As the brother was saying yesterday, he was talking about cycle or psyche, the word psyche meaning soul. What is another word for Mercury? Psychopompus. Do I need to write this down?
Yeah.
Can I erase this? Is it possible to get some soap and water, or did you guys already try that with this board?
We're trying. We can try it now.
Because I want to make sure that this can be legibly seen on the camera. Psycho is one word, but I'm writing it big because the board is so great looking. If I write it any smaller, I don't think you'll be able to see it. Psychopompus is one word. I just unless I turn. The word hell means anything Greek. It also means, and if you look in a dictionary, and those of you that have dictionaries that have never looked up the word hell, you should. It also means that anything that is not easily comprehensible, anything that's coded, that requires decoding, that's hard to understand. What are the laws and the codes that we're dealing with? They're hell. Most of what's going on is so complicated. All a lot of people are trying to do is get free, and they can't get free because they're having such a hard time figuring out what this game is, because it's not easy to comprehend. But as one of my sisters said, Yaffa, they're Ma'at. Y'all have heard me talk about her. The Ma'at thing is, look, they're chimps. How hard could it be? We're melanated. The problem we're having is we're thinking too hard. That's her speech. She'll tell you quick. We're more, so we do more and think more and figure there's more to it. It's not. Her thing is they are chimps. There couldn't possibly be that much to it. It's probably so simple, we're missing it because we're just looking too far, and we're looking out there and it's right here. You get it?
Right.
So, what this is supposed to do, as those that are not appropriate, which is what you guys are all in the process of becoming. Appropriate means one's own. You're going to evolve to your own thing, your own thought, your own frequency, marching to your own drummer, following your own heart and gut, and feeling your own way. You do not need leaders. You are a leader. If anybody's going to follow anybody, they need to follow you, because you're not going to follow anybody. That's not what you're here for. Your ancestors didn't go through what they went through for us to be trying to find some savior for us. We don't need a savior. You save yourself. However, those individuals that follow, thank you, sweetheart. Now that is so much better. That is so much better, Dave. I appreciate that. That'll be helpful for those that are looking on the video camera. Those individuals that continue to follow Mercury, or Europeans and their way, or the Roman Catholic Church and the Vatican and the Febronians of America, because what is America supposed to be? The light of the world. Everybody's supposed to follow this country, and this country is what I would consider Satan's hellhole. Some of the most obscene, unnatural things occur in this country. Isn't this, well, who said that? Say that again. Great Satan. America is like the great Satan. This is like, and anybody that wants to follow the way things are done here is going the wrong way.
That's right.
However, the individuals that keep following Mercury are going to wind up stuck in hell with Mercury, because Mercury don't want to be there alone. They need melanated folks to go with. Huh?
Misery loves company.
She said, the sister said, misery loves company. That's true. The individuals, however, that are left behind, how many times have you heard that? Those are going to get left behind. Those are going to be left behind. Those that get left behind that are not following Mercury, those are the people that are worth messing with. That's going to be you guys. Because you're clear enough now, I hope, to see the game that we were all so stuck in. And it's a bigger game than we thought, but it's not as big as we thought, because everybody that I talked to, I know all of you, now that I'm bringing this all stuff to your attention, yesterday, today, last year, didn't you already know it? You just didn't see it that way.
Right.
And now that you see it, it's like, how come I didn't catch that before? Why didn't I look in the dictionary before? And I've seen these brackets, but I didn't see the brackets. You've seen them, but you didn't see them, right?
Right.
Tell the truth.
You seen them, but you ain't paying attention.
Right. But so the game is there. So now the jig is up for them when it comes to you guys. So hopefully you can get your people to catch up, but if they ain't catching up, the ancestors got a plan that they want you to do. What they want you to know is your answers, again, are inside yourself. They are not in the church. That's right. And if you keep following the church, and who's the church? The whole body, Rome, and the whole body of what? Christian believers that are ruled over by who? The Pope. And the Roman Catholic military soldiers that are preachers, priests, nuns, bishops, and the like. The Jesuits are the severe army. But
military army.
Now, these people had a tendency to go around the world in the name of what? They come along in the name of peace as missionaries. Oh, we come in peace. There was a science fiction movie once called Come in Peace or something like that.
No, there's a better movie called The Missionary with Robert De Niro. He was younger in it. That's excellent.
There's a better movie called The Missionary?
And they came in peace. The missionary came first and the mercenaries came second.
Well, that's exactly what really happened all over the planet. And then the hell and the confusion occurred. So now we just got to get clear and get out of the confusion. We're not going to keep following this critter into hell anymore. Something else the ancestors wanted me to bring to your attention that some people are getting angry about. Back in the, I think in the 80s or 90s, how many people are familiar with the fact that the Seminole Indians in Oklahoma had decided one day, I didn't even see you slide in back there, honey. How you doing? They had decided one day that the so-called black Negro type Indian ain't a real Indian because they had all this money from the so-called federal government. Now, a couple of weeks ago, there was an article in the paper that basically said that the so-called Cherokee of Oklahoma is trying to play the same game. These black Indians of Negro ancestry aren't real Indians, therefore they're not entitled to the rights or monies of real Indians, so we're going to remove them from the rolls. How many people have heard that? Yes. And a lot of people got what about it? Because you know that you're what they call the so-called Indians, you know that was your people. Right. A lot of our people got P.O. The ancestors said, don't. Forget them, screw that and what they're talking about. This is what they wanted me to bring to your attention. One, slap them upside the head with their own garbage. When they say the black Indians aren't real Indians, you need to whip out their dictionary and go, I think black says pale. Look at you. And here's a definition of American that says copper-colored races. You get your copper penny out. Let me get my copper penny out. You tell me, am I the black Indian or are you the black Indian? This is what the ancestors told me to tell you. Come on. And when they talk about the Indians of Negro ancestry from Africa, isn't that what they're saying? Mm-hmm. The ancestors told me to tell you this for them. The Europeans are currently doing all this DNA and genetic testing and tracing. Let them tell it. Everybody's traced back to Africa through Lucy. So if I ain't a real Indian because I'm traced to Africa, you ain't a real Indian because you traced there too. The ancestors told me to tell you guys, don't get bent about it because they ain't talking about nothing. They're just doing that to upset you and throw your frequency off. Because when you get a little angry, your frequency gets a little distorted and your thoughts get a little scattered. They said, don't listen to the pink man and what he's talking about. Don't follow him and what he's doing. Just stay on your focus. Stay in your 360 degrees because you have to be an unmoved mover, which means you cannot be moved by him and his games and his garbage. You comprehend? All right. Now, there's something else that they wanted you guys to know. There's a legal term called aboriginal title and a legal term called Indian trust. They said you don't want to get hung up in that too deep because both of those keep you off and out of your stuff. And the so-called, they wanted me to also bring to your attention that the so-called, what is it called? The, oh, hell, it'll come back to me. They just snatched it right out of my head. I guess I said all what they wanted me to say on that. It'll come. If they want me to give it to you, it'll come. Somebody will ask a question about it or something. Indigenous. Yeah. They said, don't mess with that word. They said you only want to mess with it if you need to use it legally for legal purposes because you may be able to get whatever you're needing to get from them legally, but you're not indigenous. This is what they told me to tell you about it. I'll write the word here. I-N-D-I-G-E-N-O-U-S.
U.S. Turn to indigenous in your dictionary now.
I looked up that term last time when you told us to look up
Autochton.
Autochton, yeah. And indigenous came up.
Yeah, well, they're trying to connect back. It is and it isn't, okay? Just like if your name could be Michael. If your name is Michael and somebody calls you Mike, you know they're talking to you, but is Mike your name? No. So, just be clear on that. Now, I want you to look. Remember I told you when you're looking up a word, you should look up every word above and below the word. When you get into the brackets of indigenous, you'll see Indi plus Gina.
Right.
And indigen with the A in the parentheses. And it'll also, is that right? Indi plus Gina. But look at the word above it that says indigene.
Right.
Indigene. That says indigenous or native. Also indigene. And look in the brackets. It says indigene. No, that's not even it. Indigene. Yeah, that's right. That's right. When you look up indigene, because that's what it says in the brackets, right? Or somewhere in there to say, yes, baby. Loud enough to be on this mic, handsome, because we want to hear what you got to say always.
You put in front of a word in the English language, it really means out.
I know.
That it's not of. So indigenous, it means not of the gen race.
Thank you, brother. See? I'm going to give him some more to go with that. When you look at the word indigent. I-N-D-I-G-E-N-T.
T, yes. Experiencing want or need.
Deficient, needy, destitute.
Wow.
And when you get in the brackets, doesn't it say indigens, which is this word with an S? Indigens, which is the root of this word. Indigenous, indigens, indigene, indigenous, indigent is all the same word, and it means needy.
Wow.
And when you get down into the word, look down below that to the word indine. I-N-D-I-G-N.
Not worthy.
It means you're not worthy.
Unworthy.
And what do the Europeans go around this world taking everything from melanated people saying? You don't deserve it. You ain't worthy. We should have it. And they did that because they have, what do you call that? The green-eyed monster. And that Ain al-Hassad, the blue-eyed envy. Do they hate you?
Yes.
With a pair?
No. They're just jealous of you. They want what you want, and they want to be what you are, and they want to have what you have, but they're not you. And they're upset because they're not you. They're very angry about it. We gave them the opportunity to become us. They rejected it. And it says that in the Bible. It says something about they rejected the builder's cornerstone or something. The cornerstone is the foundation.
Come on.
They rejected it. So they can't say that we didn't try to help them. Because some people are like, well, we owe them an apology and we still haven't learned our lesson. They don't understand what we were doing for them, and a lot of us didn't understand what we were doing for them. Now do you guys kind of see what we tried to do and how we tried to make up for the error of our way? You don't see it still. It's okay if you don't. It's okay. It'll come.
I see it.
Now, there's a good book I want to share with you guys, and when you get an opportunity, if you want to get... Now, the Aunt Esther said to me to tell you, stop reading. They told me enough reading already. We're doing too much reading and too much talking, not enough action. But I know a lot of people still need to see their own evidence. This is a book called The Dictionary of Ecclesiastical Latin. It's by Leo F. Stelton, and his name is spelled S-T-E-L-T-E-N.
This book breaks down a lot of the Latin verbiage, especially where it's connected to the Vatican and the Church. The Dictionary of Ecclesiastical Latin. There are different forms of Latin. This is Church Latin. Leo, middle initial F like Frank, last name Stelton, S-T-E-L-T-E-N. I broke down a lot of Latin verbiage and a lot of information about the Vatican. And if you don't think that the Vatican is controlling things, when you get into the back of this book and start seeing how this thing goes, with your insight now and your decoding capabilities now, you will definitely be able to figure it out if you still can't figure it out with me giving it to you. Okay? Let me see now. There was something else that they wanted me to give, which goes back to what the brother was saying about the gen, or the genus. The word genus means a class or group of individuals, species of individuals, a kind, a sort, a class, a race, stock, gender, kind. Genos, see gens. Now, gen was production of genus or kin, and I don't have my dictionary in front of me to see what gens said, but the problem that I had when I got into gens was the word gender. Because when I got into the word gender, which meant a kind, sort, class, and to beget, it kept taking me down, and I wound up getting into genealogy, which is a record or account. But I can't find it right now. There was something I had found out about that word that had to do with the language. Gens is a nation, a family, a people, the chosen people. That's what he likes. Is that what you were trying to say about gens, honey? Or is it, I know you, there's something spiritual connected to you, what you dropping.
The gen race was the first one to come down. They would have fallen. The gen race was first.
Okay.
Some of the conscience said. They said when we were bird of earth, we were made of earth and fire. We made of fire. And the Creator, they made the Creator because they had to turn over the reins to the man that was made out of mud.
Okay, he says the gens were the first race to come down here, the fallen ones that had to turn over the reins to the man that was made out of mud and clay, and chimp. I added the and chimp part. Okay. Now, a couple of things that you guys need to be clear about. Oh, thank you, sweetie. Is some of the things that you're calling yourselves. The ancestors want you guys to get out of some of the things you're calling yourselves. Like, for example, yesterday. How many brothers in here now want to be called husbands? No. Housebound servant? What brother wants to be a house slave? Look up the word family. F-A-M-I-L-Y. When you look up the word family, and you get into the brackets, and you may not even have to go to the brackets, it'll tell you a family is a bunch of house servants and slaves.
Oh
man. You see it? Who sees it? Somebody see it and want to read it? Loud enough to be on the mic? Because if you don't see what I see, then I need to go get my dictionary and come up here and read it to somebody.
A fundamental social group in society typically consisting of parents and their offspring, two or more people who share goals, values, having commitments to one another, resides usually in the same place.
That's not what I'm looking for. Get in the brackets, man. What's it say about family in the brackets?
It says family, household, family, servants.
It says servants. Family, household, servants. How many of you guys thought you had a family? Tell the truth. You thought you had a family. And that you thought you were a part of a family. Now that you know the word family means slaves and house servants, how many of you want to have a family? How many of you want to be a part of a family, including the family of nations?
Is that why I got treated so bad?
I don't know why we got treated so bad. There are a bunch of you guys sitting in here that did not look in your dictionary. And I'm going to tell you now, I don't like that. When I give you a word and I ask you to look in a dictionary and see for yourself with your eyes what I am saying, there is a reason why you need to see it
And you're not supposed to believe me. The Ancestors told me to tell you, stop doing that, to quit believing everything that people tell you without verifying that what they're saying is accurate. Yes. That's why we're in this condition now. We believed everything we were told about slavery, about being brought from Africa, about being families with husbands. Yes. Being black.
Black's Law, 4th edition, got 2 pages of family.
And we're not finna spend 2 pages to find out what Black's Law got to say. That's 4th edition?
It doesn't say what you said.
Huh?
It's got 2 pages of different definitions of family.
And none of them say what I just said.
Not initially. I don't see no brackets either.
We're in a regular English dictionary.
Legal term.
Family, that's legal court verbiage. That's why I said, they said you can use what you need to use to get what you need to get, but be clear on what you really are. Just like if you're trying to get a loan and they ask you, are you a U.S. citizen. Citizen is a servant. That's a problem. You know, until, I don't know what to do yet. Until we figure out, you can either do like Valor says and scratch no and write something else and hope they don't have an issue with it, or you can check yes. And just know that, well, it ain't me, but I don't have no other option. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? So what you're looking at is legal terms. Maybe someone should show him a regular dictionary, because like he said, if he looked, and the way he worded it is, I don't see nothing about what you just said. That's kind of like, sis, you ain't telling the truth. Because this book don't say that. So somebody show him a real dictionary so he can see that I'm not saying that. Am I saying that family means slave or servant? Who says it? Where does it say that? In the dictionary. We got Merriam-Webster's right here. Random House. Houston Mifflin. Oxford. Thorndike. Do all your dictionaries say that the word family in the brackets means servants? So who, am I saying it?
Random House.
Huh? The book says it. Now it could be wrong, but hey, this is their stuff. What did I say the ancestors said do? Slap them upside the head with their stuff. Okay? Because they've been slapping you upside your head with their stuff. Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
When you go to the dictionary and you're looking up the definition of the word, you should go to what's in the brackets first.
I go to the brackets first, and then I read everything else.
Okay, what's the difference? I mean, why is that definition in brackets and then the rest of it, what's the difference?
What's in the brackets shows the origins and tracing of a word and what the word meant when it first started versus what they say it means now to keep the Vatican in more control. Is anybody? Yes, sir. Okay. You got some more that you want to add? Because I look at you sometimes and tell when you want to say something. You can't wait till it's over because we got to stop.
Opening.
When I look at you, that's your opening. Because, you know, we want to hear what you got to say. I love Brother Zakar. Y'all need to get this brother to do a lecture, honestly.
You were speaking earlier about our DNA.
Our DNA.
Right. And what we're not understanding is, see, someone else has rewritten the script.
Yes.
So, and it says in the Bible that the serpent tribe is now sitting in the sea. They are the lost.
Right.
The serpent tribe is the tribe of Dan, D-A-N. So if I'm going to mimic you, and I'm going to put everything coded, and you're going to trace your genes, you're going to call it DNA, but that's me. Yours is our transportation system. It's called the CTA.
Okay, he's saying that DNA applies to the rulers of the world now, and for us, we shouldn't call it DNA, we should call it CTA, which goes back to the cat. To the cat.
And what is a cat? It's your soul. He's a people's soul. He's a soul chick.
Okay, now that's important.
And then, one more thing. Yesterday, he was talking about this,
Quivira.
And you said the translation of Quivira was Wichita.
Wichita villages, in Wichita villages, something, I don't even remember.
Which is Washita.
Right, Wichita, Washita, the wits. The witches, the wits.
The Washita nation.
Which means to know.
The tribe, the nation, called themselves the Kitty Kitties.
The Kitty Kiddish.
Wow. When the Jesuits came over here, like you said before, about them sending the armies over first, they come over the Christian folks. When the Jesuits came over, They called these people the Cat Nation.
The Cat Nation.
That's what they were called. The Cat Nation.
He said when the Jesuits first came over here, we called ourselves, or the Wichita Nation, which really was all of us, but called ourselves the Kiddish. The Kitty Kish. And the Jesuits came over here calling us the cat race, or cat people, the Cat Nation.
And it just happened if you go up on the internet and you look up the etymology of cat, or Egyptology. And they'll tell you that the cat is as influential in Christianity and what you call Mohammedanism. The word Muhammad breaks down to the doorway to the black cat, and a Christian breaks down to the cat. And both of them giving a homage to this Christ, which is cat, and Muhammad, which is the cat.
Well, the Christ is not the cat. The Kara essence is the cat.
The
Or the
C-A-R-S-T
K-Ra.
is cat. It's the head cat. It's the R-I means head. The C-T means cat.
Okay. Okay.
Question for the brother.
Huh?
Question for the brother.
Go ahead. Loud.
Is that what the Cherokee really called Kituwa?
All of them had CT without their name, without throwing name.
CTKT or something to that effect. All right. Now, how many of you guys have a mate and you're here with your mate? I'm not even going to make you look it up, but when you get a chance, you should look it up. The word mate means meat, meal, or food. That's the word mate, M-A-T-E. Now, you know what you have? You know what you have? And this goes back to even what the brother is saying. This is what your people are, and these may or may not, and this is going to get back to what you and I were discussing earlier, Carl. This is going back to what he said. The first letter is C, last letter is T. Cat. You have a consort. Turn to the dictionary, in regular dictionary, look up the word consort. You don't have mates and wives and husbands. You don't have boys and girls either, because the word boy means a knave, a servant, and it also means dishonest. When you get a chance, look it up. That's the word boy. And they kept calling our brothers boys even until they got to be old enough to be their great-granddaddies. And the word girl means young person. So for now, we'll just say we have progeny until we come up with something better. You know, which is toward and for the genes. Gens, yes.
Just like on the bathroom doors. When you go to the bathroom, it says that boy and girl, it says guys and gals. The gal is the cat, and the guy is the thing. The guy is a man portraying to be a woman. The gal is a cat.
Whoa. Okay. Guys are cats and gals are fae? No, gals are cats and the guys are...
Guy is a male homosexual. A gal is a cat.
Okay. Golly. The word consort means in accord with. Ships accompanying one another. To unify. To accompany the spouse of a royal person. Like that's my consort sitting at the table back there. I don't have no mate. Okay? Or a housebound man servant. Husband. All I'm saying is that I just want you guys to be clear on what you are using to address yourself as. And your people that you have much compassion for. That you want to be in accord with. Okay? All right. Does everybody see that? All right. Now, there's a lot going on here, but I'm not going to go through every little detail because, we got a short day. All right. These are some of the things that they want me to tell you to do. And as they gave this stuff to me over the last months, I just wrote it all down. First of all, they want you to determine who's running this operation. And by that they mean, who is running your vessel? Your individual self. Are you running you? Or is your employer running you? Or are your children running you? Is your so-called mate, spouse, wife, husband
consort running you? Is the media running you? Who's ruling your vessel? You need to figure that out. And in order for you to figure that out, they suggested that you try and make an effort, which is going to be hard for some people. Some people have already done it. Make an attempt to go 1 week without watching any of their television, any movies, or listening to the radio at all. 1 week. And with that, not being in the house going, oh, that's boring, the rest I gotta get out of here. Able to spend a week, not saying you gotta be in the house all day, every day, but don't go running out of the house just because it's too quiet in here. You need 1 week to try being in a silent space with just you and your consorts and your progeny, and that's going to be hard for folks that have children and husbands that are like, wait a minute, baby, can we do that next week? Because it's the championships and the playoffs are coming up. You know what I'm saying? But they want you to try, because in that week of silence, you will get an opportunity to do a lot of thinking for yourself, which is not the same as being in prison. That's not a silence. Even though some people get thinking done in there, it's not that easy to get a lot of thinking done, because in prison you got to watch your back. And they also, speaking of prison, wanted me to mention this. For brothers that have been incarcerated and have become subjugated or violated as victims of men that are what you call stronger than them physically, or where they were ganged up on by several guys physically, or in some other way so-called punked into being somebody else's so-called punk or whatever, they wanted those brothers to understand clearly that there is nothing wrong with you. And I don't know if that's anybody in the room or just somebody that may be watching the tape. There is nothing wrong with you. Comprehend that in that instance, you were a victim and you had to go into whatever was your survival mode. What they want you to comprehend is you are not, under any circumstances, to feel like a punk that was victimized. If you want to look at someone as a so-called punk, they said that you should look at, and all brothers that are incarcerated need to start looking differently at the brothers that are subjugating other brothers. Because to them, there is something wrong with the man that feels like, you know, I'm big, bad, whoever, but I'm a man, but you can yet and still get your erection up hard enough to violate another man and then consider that man a punk. When you're the one that had your heart up for him, you found something so attractive about him that you were able to keep it up and keep raping him and whoever. They said those brothers are the ones that had the problem. There was something wrong with them. There's nothing wrong with the brothers that became the victims of these brothers. There is no shame in being not strong enough physically to overcome somebody else that may have more muscle mass or more fighting skills or fighting experience than you. Do you understand that? Okay. Because there are a lot of brothers that are carrying a lot of, the orchestra said, a lot of shame about things that happened to them when they were coming up, when they were not the ones that were the problem. The brothers that victimized them, those are the punks. The guys that are running around forcing themselves on others in prisons, those are the biggest, I don't want to use the words fags, because they said, if brothers that are into that, that's okay. But it needs to be a consenting situation. You understand? But the brother that forces himself on a smaller or weaker man, he is the punk in the scenario. You get that? Right. All right. And I know brothers are like, please change the subject. You know, brothers don't like discuss, especially any brother that's been there. They don't want to discuss it. They also want you to get into the barter and trade mentality. Too many of us are too reliant on the Federal Reserve note. It ain't money. And their thing is, they want to know what the heck happened to you guys. Their thing is, it's an embarrassment to them as the founders of mathematics and the inventors of all language and alphabet
to have any of their progeny run around and say things like, well, I'm not that good at reading. I ain't that good at words. I'm not good at math. Their thing is, what do you mean you're not good at what your people invented? You are the masters of it. It's just dormant in you for now. All you need to do is reactivate your CTA, which other people call DNA, and bring your stuff forward. You are good at anything you as a melanated person does or do. Do you understand? They said we are the individuals that were spinning silk and weaving fabric and wearing clothes and building all kinds of fabulous things. Algebra is our stuff. Geometry is our stuff. Agriculture is our stuff. Basket weaving, pottery and bowl making, that's our stuff. What do you mean you don't know how to do anything and the white man won't give you a job? They said make your own damn job. What is wrong with you? And I'm not talking to any individuals specifically. I'm just telling you what they told me to tell you. Everything came from you, and you can do everything and you can do anything. Decide in your week of silence what you can do and what you're about, and start there. And even if you may be a master woods carver or a master artist that can't seem to sell your wares because your people don't want to buy it and your people can't afford it, so they say, then sell it to other people's people. Because a lot of Europeans spend a lot of money on stuff that comes from people that look like you. So they say get back into the basket weaving, the bowl making, the moccasin making, because the shoe industry started with us. And the shoe lasting machine was invented by a brother. Why do we have to buy everything we have? When we were coming up, all of our children were taught things like how to sew, how to knit, how to crochet, how to make shoes, and now you don't know how to even survive without going to buy everything from pink people. You should be making your own shoes, making your own clothes. And for those of you that can't, there are those of us that can. They basically said, we do not need the European anymore. We really never did, but that was a part of the dormancy. They needed us. The word is, they told me there are plenty of brothers in America that have farms and can't get anybody to help them run these farms. And they are growing food to feed our people who are not buying the food from them. And then it's like, oh, we can't get it because there are no trucks. They said, bull. There are a lot of young brothers that have little trucking companies, 2, 3 trucks. They can do cross-country because they got the sleepers in the truck. They can go get the food and bring it back. They're tired of your excuses. There are no excuses. Everything we need, we have it. There are jewelers that make jewelry that our people are not buying. Fine. Don't buy it. Sell it to somebody else. We have people that know how to make shoes that we're not buying. They're usually in the shoe repair business, and a lot of us won't even take shoes to repair because we're too busy running the Payless buying a new $5 pair. Instead of keeping the other brother alive by spending $5 to get the ones you got fixed. Do you comprehend what they're asking me to tell you? Is there anybody that has a question about it before I move on to the next thing? Now, getting back into the consorts. Right now, we are in what appears to be a dire state. And Carl and I were discussing this in my consort back there, OJ. We were discussing this. One of the things that they want our people to understand is this. The cognizant community is a very small group of people. And that does not mean that everyone else is not coming along. But we are what they call the first wave. It is our responsibility as the first wave to do the job of laying the foundation for those that are not trying to hear you right now.
Right.
Which I brought up yesterday. There are a lot of people that it's like, come on, Mama, you want to come to this? The sister's here. She's talking about some stuff. We need to go. It's like, no, I'm going to church. Or your children don't want to hear it. You got people that you want to bring that ain't coming. Leave them behind. They're following who? Psychopompas. They're on their way to hell. And if you keep trying to bring them, you're going to get, it's like crabs in the barrel. Either they're going to drag you back into the barrel or you're going to get out of the barrel and keep going. And when they finally get out, everything is already in place and they can just come. Do you understand? Lay the foundation. But these individuals that are your so-called consorts that are not ready, in the cognizant community, or what other people call conscious, but to me that's not the appropriate word, because conscious just means you're awake and your eyes are open. There are people out on the corner, you know, that are awake and their eyes are open, but if you try to start talking about anything, they don't understand what you're saying because they're not cognizant. They are not asleep physically. Means they're not knocked out on the bed. Looking at me is conscious. Understanding me is cognizance. Or comprehending me is cognizance. This community is going to have to get into what a lot of our people don't want to get into. Which the Ancestor said, brothers back in the day had brothers. And their brother would transition over. Frequently, the brother would take into his fold the wife of his brother, so that the children would have a male role model to follow and look up to. It does not always mean that he was having sex with his brother's wife. In some instances, that was the case, and many times it was not the case. And also, they want you to know that when it comes to, I touched on it yesterday, how you sisters do not own your man's vessel, and your man does not own yours. What people have to understand is the individual that is inside the skin is the only individual that knows what that individual needs and requires on this journey of evolution to become a whole and completely fulfilled being. Oftentimes, you have a guy that has a sister that's his consort, or vice versa. And this guy, he loves his sister, for lack of better words, but she's not the best cook in town. So here's a sister over here, he likes to go over here to eat. Man, this sister, she gets down in the kitchen, and that's where the food is. But when he tries to talk to either one of them, they're almost airheaded, there's no conversation. So then you have a brother that needs to go find another sister that they can sit up all night just talking, just shooting it back and forth. It does not mean the brother is having sex with all of these individuals, but each individual is multifaceted and has several components to them that needs to be nourished in order for them to continue to grow and thrive. If your man has more stimulating conversation with us, she may not be sexually appealing to him at all. But mentally, she is off the chain in his mind. Then there are sisters that, man, they can bang out sex all night and day, but when they get out of bed, there is nothing to talk about with this sister, because there's just nothing there. Do you understand? So, just because a brother has a sister over here he likes to eat with, and vice versa, for sisters, and a sister over here that he has sex with, and a sister over here, because you might have a sister that she can do lots of things, but you might want to go out dancing. Your woman don't go out and dance. It's like, well, can I go out with my friend so-and-so? I want to go out and dance. Because she likes to dance. And when we get through dancing, I'll come home. Too many sisters say things like this. I'm your woman. If you need to talk to somebody, you talk to me. He can't talk to you. You don't have enough there to talk about or discuss with. Do you understand? Now, they're not attempting to insult. They're just saying each individual has to fill themselves up with what they need, and they have to get what they need from wherever, and that no individual on this planet is going to be with you forever. Your mom, your dad, your children, your wife, your husband, you can pick every individual in your life. Not one of them has been or will be with you forever. The only individual that will be with you forever is who? Yourself. You're the only individual that knows
what you yourself requires. You're the only individual that knows what you yourself is needing. Your parents and their judgments about what you do is not what you should focus on. You must focus on completing your journey and evolving as highly spiritually as you can on this journey to make yourself as complete as possible so you don't have to come back. You understand? Is your hand up, sweetheart? Come on with it, brother.
We're presently going through these vices. This book right here is called Astrology of Cosmic Science.
Astrology of Cosmic Science?
A Cosmic Science.
Oh, Astrology A Cosmic Science. By who?
By Isabel M.
By Isabel M. Hickey. How are you spelling Hickey?
H-I-K-E-Y.
H-I-K-E-Y is the last name of the author. Come on.
We have entered the age of the Aquarius. The Aquarian age is governed by Saturn, which is Satan, and Uranus, which is heaven. To show you Saturn's influence, whatever you like, he gives you in plenty of. If you like drugs, all the drugs you can get. Smoking, drinking, sex, whatever it is, I have to throw this out there for you, because you cannot come and enter my heaven. I have to clean and rid you of all your filth, so you won't enter when Uranus comes in and governs the Aquarian age, which is heaven. To show you that I am on point. Motor Trend's card of the year is what?
Saturn.
All day long. They feed you something back to you on a regular basis.
Thank you, sweetheart.
You are the cosmic science, but you won't connect back up to what's going on.
A lot of the reason why people are not connecting back up is because of psychopathos, Christianity, guilt trips, other people's judgments and opinions, and you are not allowed to be you.
Right.
And you're not allowed to live because everybody tells you what's right for you, best for you, what you should do. The television dictates, oh yeah, our brothers are this, and they do drugs, they do, and you become what you're told you should be instead of getting a silent space and figuring out for yourself who you are and determining for yourself what you should be. Somebody might say, you know, girl, your skirt's too short. Your clothes are too tight. Nobody can tell you what's too short or too tight for you. Back in the day, a lot, depending on where in the world we were, because we had many cultures across the planet. Some areas, sisters ran around totally topless.
Yeah.
Some areas, they ran around totally nude. And then you had the areas where a lot of people wore what they call the, for lack of better words, the Arabic harem type attire with the see-through type pants and the midriffs and the V things here. But that was because brothers, when we were ruling the world, had so much respect and honor for the sister and the form of a sister. It was an art, and it was like, wow, it's just great to look at. It was just art. But when the pink men started being incorporated into the communities, they didn't have the same respect because of the behavior. They were hard to teach. So they were pawing and grabbing and raping and things like that, and that caused the brothers to have to cover their women up to protect them from this creature. Not because they wanted her all covered up, but they had to cover her up for her protection. Now, in these Arabic countries, they've taken it like way too far. They're on some other thing now. But that was not the reason that they got all covered up. Do you understand? Okay. Let's see. Oh, they told me to tell you. Yes, sweetie, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to comment on you speaking on how the Arabs view women and cover. Okay, the book is called Reincarnation of the Zodiac.
Reincarnation of the Zodiac? That's a book title.
And what it does is no. The one on, it's called The Sauce of Salvation, sorry.
The Sauce of Salvation?
S-A-L-T.
Oh, the S-A-L-T of Salvation. That's another book title.
George Washington Carey.
By George Washington Carey.
In Dixon, Illinois, in 1930. What he does, he explains to you each sign of the zodiac, the 12 signs, and the mineral that applies to the sign and where it applies in your body. Okay. Now you were speaking of why they cover the women. To them, the woman represents lust. And if I can see any body part on her, then it's going to make me lust after her, which is going to cause me to what? To lose my seed. If I lose my seed, I lose my life, and I lose my mind.
Because a man's seed is equivalent to 3 pints of his blood, 1/10 of his brain cells.
But that is under the current dominion. Back in the day, brothers had so much control of themselves, their bodies, their minds, their spirit, and thought. They didn't just shoot off because some woman walked by them nude. It wasn't that kind of party. But the people are on a lower frequency now, but the frequencies are in the process of elevating, and you must evolve with them in order for you to get back to yourself. Because right now, you're out of place. Even though you're in your place. This is your place, but we're out of place. In our, what do you call it? You're lost at home, for lack of better words. All right. I already gave you guys what they said about disconnecting from the tube. Now, one of the things they suggest that you can also do when you figure out during that quiet week what you want to do with yourself, that you should create your own audio cassettes of programming and program your own mind with your own thoughts. And let those play in the background while you think or read or meditate and sleep. And the tape can be whatever it is that you want to be. You write it down, make sure the words are not the wrong words, and I don't mean decode every word in the dictionary. I mean, you don't want to say things like, well, I don't have enough money, so I need more money. What's wrong with that sentence? The don't have part. You can focus on things like, I need more financial strength. I require more wealth than this. Or something along those lines. And you create the tape. You can use birds chirping in the background, rivers flowing, brooks battling over the water, no sound at all. But you don't want to have the music with some rapper in the background rapping over your program, because he's got a program too. You understand? So you create your own audio cassettes with your own program, because your brain is or mind is a computer, a supercomputer. And if you do not program what goes into your computer, what happens? Somebody else will program it for you. And if they're Mercury and Psychopomp and the Roman Vatican Church, whatever their program is not a program for who? You. All right. They also suggested that we stop being monolingual. Our people were multilingual people. Has anybody ever seen, and somebody asked me today why I didn't bring this movie up yesterday. Have you ever seen the movie The 13th Warrior? Yeah. With Antonio Banderas. In that movie, what role was he playing? Who was his character? Amor. When he went amongst now remember, he was sent off because some guy was jealous of him and the relationship or attraction between his wife and him. So he was sent off with these creatures, and you guys that saw the movie, you should have saw the parts that I was telling you about yesterday. When they had the water, and they were washing their hands in the water and blowing their noses in the water and gargling in the water and then passing it to the next person who went into the same water, and they passed it to the brother, and he was like, oh no, I'm good. Go ahead. That was how we were when it came to them. It was like, oh, okay, no. But he didn't understand their language when he first got with them. Now, by the time they were sitting up one day and he just sat with them, how did he learn? Who taught him their language?
He taught himself.
He taught himself. He sat there, he listened, he watched them, and he figured out what they were talking about. And one day they started talking about him and his mom. And he's like, oh, you lost it. Oh, okay, as the sister said, you lost your rabbit mind. Then and only then did he have something to say to them. And they were like, you speak our language? He was like, yes. Well, who taught it to you? I taught myself. And my mother, unlike yours, and he said something about their mother was really insulting. But that's the way we were. We traveled all over the world. What were we? Navigators. We navigated everywhere and went to different cultures. That's why we were kind of like a big family, because we went everywhere. And we spoke all the different dialects when we got there. And if we didn't understand it, we just kind of listened and learned it. Learn some alternative languages. Just so for the record, I taught myself Hebrew and forgot it.
I taught myself Spanish and thought I forgot it until I went to create cheat sheets for other people. And then I realized, man, I remember it. I'm currently teaching myself Japanese. And I have found that every language under the sun is easier to learn than English.
Yeah.
Every other language, a vowel has one sound, boom. The A sounds like the O sounds like O, the E sounds like A, the I sounds like E, and that's most languages. English is, well, sometimes I except after C and instead of E, and, you know, and sometimes I, sometimes Y. And
because they're using it to
because it's spell, it's equivocal. But if you can speak English, you can speak anything. Anything. You can buy a bunch of little cassettes and programs off the internet. They have the book to go with and the cassette to go with, and you can teach yourself the language. It's not that hard. Because if we are in the process of rising up back into the place of the rulers of the world, how can you be an ambassador or an emissary for your people and you cannot even communicate with or speak the language of other people? You also need to learn an extended decimal place. The decimals go way beyond 1 billion. And you know that coming from the Yahweh group. Right now, the only melanated people that I can think of that can calculate well into the decimals are followers of Yahweh ben Yahweh. Because what is it he taught the people? If you are going to rule the world, you must be mentally prepared to count and calculate the world's money. You can't rule the world if you can't count beyond 1 billion. And how many people in this room can really get past the 1 billion decimal place? Raise your hand. Beyond 1 billion. 3 people. And that's okay. Okay, somebody, how many can get beyond the trillion decimal place?
Quadrillion.
Nonillion, decillion, 100 nonillion. Man, okay, it goes on and on. But see, most people sitting here like, what? What? Huh? What are they talking about? But if you want to rule the world, you need to be able to count higher than you can count. Or at the very least, know higher decimal places. You understand? They want you guys to know this stuff. Because their thing is, who are you kidding? How are you going to be a leader of a planet? You can't rule your own house right now. Let alone your house. Most of us can't rule ourselves right now. Okay. Now, they also told me to tell you, and I think I already did, quit calling yourselves families because you ain't no dang family. And you ain't no tribe. The tribe of Israel. You ain't no tribe. Pink people are tribal. We are the people, or the people. Was it? We used to be the people, or I'm the people, and one of the people, and we're the people, or the cats, or whatever, but we were always the people. Or empires, which means fire out, to press the fire out. Because the word EM, or EM from empire means X. Empire is expire, which means breathe out. Or empire is also fire, which means fire pushed out. Okay, the brother said it's shin in Hebrew. All right, so you guys need to learn the geometry, learn the algebra, wean off the Federal Reserve notes. They also said this. Unless you are, and you know for a fact that you are, the descendant of somebody that was brought here from Africa as a slave, stop claiming that, because most of you are not descendants of people that were brought here from Africa as slaves. During the whole entire slave trade, less than 3% of all the slaves traded, less than 3% of them were brought here from Africa. There were more people brought from here to Africa, and from here to Europe, and from South America to North America, and from South and North America to the Caribbean islands and so on, and back again, and that kind of thing. But not that many people were brought here from Africa as slaves on any slave ship. Now, if in fact your ancestors are amongst those people, then claim it and claim it with pride, because they survived. But stop claiming things that you have no evidence of just because somebody told you in school that that is your story, because they said it's not your story. It's not. Some of our people were captured here and enslaved here, tricked into servitude and tricked out of their properties through these servitudes, but it was not slavery as you know it today or you think you know it. So they don't want you to claim that unless it applies to you. It's like, well, I know for a fact that my great-great-grandfather so-and-so was brought here as a slave because my mama told me, and this, that's different. But most people can't find no evidence of that. I saw 2 or 3 hands go up. Where the, yes, loud enough to be on this tape.
I was, where would I find validation for the fact of we being here in America taken to Africa, to the Caribbean, and so forth?
That information
I'm
is
clear on it. I just want to know where I can find validation if I'm trying to tell somebody. Like you said, I don't want them to believe me. I want to be able to have them, direct them to the source or to a better source than my mouth.
well, they can go to the library. They can go on the internet. Let me think. The Empress of Washington was a good source if they can get a hold of her book. Even though she's wrong on a lot of the things that she's saying, she's right about other things that she's saying, not the Empress. I'm going to give you name another sister. This other sister, even though she's wrong on a lot of the things that she's saying, she's right on a lot of the things that she's saying. You can confer with Sister Reverend Ray Dine. She knows some things. There's a movie called 1492 about Columbus and them. And it shows how they came over here and they left here and took a bunch of people with them to Europe. And does anybody else have a book title? Because I can't give this brother a title. They Came Before Columbus by Ivan Van Sertima. Is that Ivan Van Sertima the book? No.
Yeah.
It is? Okay, They Came Before Columbus. Anybody know any additional books for this brother?
Here's the book right here. It's called The Morning of the Magicians.
The Morning of the Magicians by who?
It was in French first. So the guy's name is Louis. His last name is P-A-W-W-E-L-S.
His name is Louis, P-A-U-W-E-L-S.
There's 2 bits to it. And Jacques, J-A-C-Q-U-E-S.
And the co-author is Jacques.
That's a B-E-R. G-I-R. B-E-R.
B-E-R?
G-I-E-R.
G-I-E-R is the co-author.
And they kind of explain to you more so about this land and these people. As a matter of fact, because I wanted to read something to you from it.
Well, hold that thought. Look into the magazine, The Ancient American, also. Go ahead.
Well, I'm clear on us being here.
Right, you want evidence. We're giving you evidence.
Trade specifically of Americans being taken to Africa, to the Caribbean islands and so on.
Check with The Ancient American. That might be in there somewhere.
You said
That's a magazine about your people. Go ahead.
Chancellor Williams.
Chancellor Williams' book, which one?
Yeah.
We need to move faster, though, because I'm going to let this brother read what he's saying.
Yeah, Destruction of Black Civilization. That's Chancellor Williams.
Destruction of the Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams. Come on, Brother Zakar, let's have what you got, honey. Loud enough to be on this tape, baby.
This is coming from Adolf Hitler. It says official Western science, together with Judeo-Christian religion, with which it had something in common, was a conspiracy that had to be destroyed. It was directed against the strong man's awareness that he is part of a heroic and magical scheme of things, a vast conspiracy that would exclude humanity from any past or future outside the brief span of recorded civilizations, to cut him off from his origins and his fabulous destiny, and to prevent him from consuming with his gods.
You know, I've heard that phraseology before, that we're supposed to be humanity and fallen humanity. I'll work with it for now. I know I'm not human, but work with what you can work with. Yeah. Discard it when you need to, accept what you need. Because a lot of things will be said out there about you that are not accurate, and you know the words are wrong, but sometimes you know they're still talking about you. Just take it for what it is. There's a movie, and it's not going to show you what you're talking about, but there's a movie, and it's corny. But there's a very powerful part in this movie. Has anybody seen the newest version of the Hulk?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Have you guys seen that part of the movie where the father is talking to his son after. Now remember what I said about emotions, brothers, in that lecture I did on moving energy to empower men? Yeah. And there's a part in the Hulk where they go, angry man is on the loose. Oh. It's deep. But when they finally get the Hulk to calm down, because the angrier he got, the more off the chain it was. The angrier he got, the less they could do with him, because that melanin just kept kicking up, because that's what they were showing when he turned green. That was the whole concept of melanin. It just kept amplifying him. He just got tougher and tougher. But when he calmed down, and they used a pink woman to calm him down, he was sitting up, chained to a chair, and they brought his father that had created him, trying to make himself stronger. And his father told him, he was talking to him, and his son was like, stop, I don't want to hear it. And his father was like, and I can't quote it exactly, but it was something like this, he said, stop what? Stop what? You know, you tripping on me? Look at all these men out here with their guns and their uniforms. Right. Look at all the harm they've done to you, to me, to humanity. He said, me and you, we can be like the heroes that walked the earth long before the pale religions of civilization infected humanity's soul. That's a quote. That's a quote. Do you guys remember that part of the movie? That was the deepest part of the whole freaking movie. I'm like, whoa.
Does anybody know the origin of the Hulk? When it came on TV? Is this,
supposed to be radiation something.
Yeah. No. The guy that started the Hulk came on TV. You know the basis?
No, what's the basis of the Hulk?
There was a woman in Pennsylvania, she was driving a baby. And the car turned over. She came out. Sister went over and picked that car up, pulled that baby out. And they based that whole thing off of this woman, Russell Moore's woman. Picked that whole car up and yanked her baby out. A woman. Moore's woman. And
I didn't know that. I know about the story.
They took this
I didn't know it was a sister.
They took this European to go into a lab and mix up all these chemicals to find out how this Moore's woman picked this car up and pulled her baby. This is true. She did it.
Yeah, we all heard that story.
And so it took this chemical guy.
Oh, we off the hook.
Okay, mix up all these chemicals.
It's time.
He couldn't do it. They can't do it.
He couldn't do it because he got in an accident and tried to save why he couldn't do it.
He couldn't do it.
And then he kept going back to what the woman did, picking up the car.
Because we have a better drive.
We have melanin. We connect.
The melanin drive. Yes. It's that ancient move. Now let's hear this question.
I also like to add that I grew up with the story being told to me by my mother. Well, my great aunt had to do when the truck flipped over 3 times, and she just took her arm and backhand the window out and freed them out of the truck before the truck would catch on fire. So yeah, that's a known fact. So she told me that as I was a youngster.
Cool. All right. One of the other things they wanted me to tell you guys to do is to activate just what we're talking about. Your dormant, latent power. That so many of our people are afraid of because they were told it was witchcraft, magic, voodoo. You have the capacity to communicate telepathically with someone without picking up any phone at all. That's something they created the phone because they couldn't do what we could do without a phone, without the phone. They needed the phone. We didn't need no phone. You know what I'm saying? Most of the technology, I won't forget Switty, most of the technology that they're dealing with, they built the technology just to try to emulate some of what we could do by nature, yes.
Just what was the phrase you just used? Dormant,
dormant and latent powers?
That's all.
Okay.
On the spot, I heard the syllables, but not the word.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I have information and instruction on how to communicate telepathically. It's very easy. There's a process that you can go through to tune it up.
And I have instruction on audio cassette. I think the audio cassette is 2 tapes for $10. Or is it on CD? I bought it. I think it's gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
But you can order it.
It's gone.
Yes, 2 audio cassettes. They're only $10. You can order it and I can ship it back to you.
Is it called communication?
No, it's called telepathy.
Oh, the tape.
The tape is called telepathy. Yeah. Communications is going to work on your communicating capacity and understanding others so that you don't clash with them. For example, if you're talking to someone and you know how you see some people and they have what you call similar family physical features. Some people you go, you know, your daughter looks a lot just like you. And some people go, oh, thank you. And other people go, no, she doesn't. She looks like herself. She has her own looks. I have my own looks. That's somebody that communicates differently. You're communicating by referencing what you see that's the same, and they're offended because they communicate by what they see that's different. So if you understand, when somebody goes there on you, it's like, oh, you're a same person, so I need to deal with you on the same mode, or you're a difference person, so I need to deal with you in a different modality. Or you're like, oh, man, look at that. Isn't that off the hook? It's like, man, I don't see it. I'm not feeling it. Then you go, oh, you're kinesthetic. You need to feel it, so I need to talk to you from a gut perspective as opposed to communicating with you from visual with your eyes perspective. That's what communications is about. I lost track of where I was getting ready to go. Some question came up and I got lost from there. Oh, we were talking about dormant powers. You have the capacity to astral project. Like I said, those little cassettes, those are only $5 that give you instruction on how to astral project. A lot of people have heard of it, and some people have tried it, and they can't do it, and they can't make it work, no matter how much they try. For a long time, I was trying this and I finally found something that was like, bam, it was so easy. I'm like, oh, shoot, I wish I had figured this out sooner. So I put that very easy process of astral projecting on an audio, because those are only $5. If there's any more of those back there. Are there any more of those back there? Those are gone too. I guess you can order those. I'm not sure what's back there, but you know, you might want to try to get anything that's going to help you evolve in your power between now and the close. Yes, sir.
I personally want to thank you. As we climb back up this Kabbalistic tree, and your the title of your lecture is Piercing the Fall. And the fall is the star that's prevalent with the fall is the moon. But when the sun appears, the fall leaves. Okay? So we've been governed by this moon energy for approximately the last 6,000 years. The sun is out there, but you can't get directly to the sun, like you can't get directly to Keter until you get past your soul. Your soul represents the moon. You cannot see the other side until you pierce first that veil is before you. You have to understand the physical realm. And what you have done is you have pierced that fall to give us better understanding of where we are and what's taking place. We're not understanding the aspect of things. You know the sun is out there, but the sun is giving light to the moon. If you don't understand the moon, then you can't get to the sun, because you got to see the light that is shining towards you, moving forward towards us. Understand what I'm saying?
Thank you. That's sweet. That's really sweet. Now, do I have any Piercing the Fog lectures over there? Are them gone too? There's still a couple of Piercing the Fog lectures. Now, that is very good for people that are still stuck way on stupid. Oh, there's some books left? Actually, for what? Books or for tapes? How many DVDs? Wow, we got a lot of those. That is a good gift for people that you know that are way, way stuck on stupid. If they're like, and I told you about the discount for today only, but for people that are stuck way on stupid, give them Piercing the Fog. And when they get it, say, you know what? I don't know what to make of this, sister. Can you look at this and, you know, go through and tell me what you think? Because I got some questions. And even though you do know what to make of me, act like you don't when you're talking to somebody that's lost. It's like, you know, tell me what you think of her, and I want you to really watch this and get back to me, because I want your insight on this. And then see what happens. You know, you can try that. For people that are stuck and you're trying to get them unstuck. Okay, so when you get through evolving your dormant powers, and there are a lot of them, the capacity to move things without touching them, that's something that we used to be able to do. That kind of, I think, you know, they show it the capacity to what some people call teleportation, be in one place and be physically visible, which is also really astral projection. But you can teleport and be somewhere else. Like, for example, you could be in this room, and we see you in the room, and you can go into a very slow vibratory state here, and you can evolve a certain amount of your physical psychic substance and send it somewhere else and be seen somewhere else, even though you're not there. People there actually see you because there is a part of you that is there. Like, for example, if you're here and all of a sudden you get a gut feeling that something is wrong, well, let's say you're a parent, something's wrong with your baby. Or you're a child and you get a gut feeling that something's wrong with your parent. Your parent could be dying somewhere. You can actually astral project or teleport to them and be with them at their bedside and be physically in a totally different state. But they actually see you there and feel you there, and they're not crossing alone because you're there with them. I know I'm scaring some people. Some of y'all
Sis,
yes.
Can I just mention this one TV series that comes on Channel 5? It talks about people with special gifts.
What, Heroes?
That's the one.
That's just a movie about you got, as Bobby Hemmett would say, that's a movie about niggas going online. Seriously, that's a series about you guys, Heroes. That's all stuff that melanated people used to do all the time just because. We're so stuck on stupid now, a lot of us, you know, we don't even want to walk. I have some people, when I drive to a store or a mall, if I'm too far away from the door, they are moaning. Man, you can't get no closer? It's like, look, this is a parking lot for this shopping center. All stalls in this lot are close enough to any store in this lot. Back in the day, everyone used to walk for miles. Biddy Mason is a sister that walked behind the carriage of her so-called slave master, and that does not mean she was imported from Africa because she was enslaved. But she walked from Mississippi all the way to Los Angeles on foot while the pink people rode into the carriage. And we can't, most of us don't want to walk a couple of blocks. All I'm just saying is, you know, the ancestors or the ancestors are kind of embarrassed. Yes.
You know, that's the same thing that we were explaining about my father. When my father died, how we gathered all of the bloodlines together and went to the wrestling place. And instead of us riding in the, the hearse, the limousine, the only person that rode was my mother because of her heart. But you had some kind of way, I don't know how they did it, but they got the permit, whereas we walked from the, not the church, but from the, what do you call the place?
Cemetery?
The place of where you hold the burials. Well, we walked from there to the cemetery. And we never seen so many people trying to figure out how come we had police escorts, because we had over 200 people.
Too much melanin in a collective. They get real nervous.
They did.
When melanin comes together. They call that when melanated people unify as a collective without pink people present, there's a word for that. No, it causes fear, but there's another word for the kind of meeting.
I know what you're talking about.
It starts with a C, I think. And I just can't get it. Man.
It's a legal term they use.
It's a legal term they use, and it almost connects with, you can almost, contraband meeting. That's the word. Thank you. Anytime a group of more than 2 melanated people come together in a collective, and God forbid there's more than 3. If pink people are like this group right here, this is too much melanin to be in one place together, especially talking about what we're talking about and trying in the process of evolving where we're in the process of evolving to. This is considered a contraband meeting. That is the legal definition of any meeting of melanin this size without pinkness amongst you. It is considered contraband. And contraband can get a lot of brothers locked up.
Because we were chanting.
And yes, and they showed that in rabbit-proof fences.
Because, I mean, we had about 6, 7 police squads.
They do get scared. They do get scared.
Was that in the South, though?
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
Now, there was another thing that I wanted to touch on, but I'm wondering if I can. Let me just make sure that I have. You know what? Look at this word hedonism. You guys already looked it up?
There's a party down south. There's a party down south.
Huh?
There's a party down south.
Hedonism?
Yes.
Those are the resorts. The resorts in Jamaica.
But see, a pagan is a person by definition that is not a Christian soldier. How many people in here are pagans? You are not a Christian soldier. So you must be a pagan. But pagans are also considered heathens. Hedonists. A hedonist, or a person that practices hedonism, is someone that is about pleasure and happiness as the highest good.
That's cheap good.
Devotion to pleasure as a way of life.
Right.
That don't mean it's all about sex and orgies and parties. It's about you want to always just feel good. And when you are in a level place and in your own appropriate space, that feels good. That means you're at calm and you are serene and at ease and not stressed or distressed. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm going to tell you about what they call magic and witchcraft and voodoo is really science. But in Latin, this would not be pronounced psi, it would be pronounced ski. It would be pronounced ski, ain, key. That's how you would pronounce it in Latin. Skianki. Now, ski is from the word, if you look in science, it'll tell you in the brackets to look up skilicent. Skilicent. And skilicent, or skill or skilly, is from skire. And how to spell what? Spell what? Skilicent? Skilicet. Skilicet, I'm sorry. Skilicet. Now, it may or may not be in the regular dictionary, but it's definitely in there in the brackets for the word science. If you're in the, who sees the word science? Do you see skilicent in the brackets, or skilicet? From skile or skire, which is from skia, which means shadow, light and shadow. Now, what do they talk about? The powers of light versus the powers of darkness. So when you're dealing with skianki, or science, you're dealing with the manipulation of light and shadow. And light and shadow is really what? Another form of sound and frequency. Light and shadows are frequencies. And your brain, left and right hemispheres, you have your dark and light side. The right side of your brain, the feminine side, controls the left side of your body. You're on the left side of your body, where your feelings and a lot of your blood is pulsing through, and a lot of your gut, well, a lot of your feelings are really coming from your gut, but you know, they say the feeling is from the heart. The left side of your brain, which is your masculine side, controls the right side of your body. The right side brain, left side body that is feminine, is really the so-called light. The left side brain, which controls your right side masculine, is really the right side dark. Now, when you get where you comprehend that, the one side of your mind works like this. You have your conscious and your subconscious mind. And I'm telling you this as a professional clinical hypnotherapist. The subconscious mind controls everything that you're doing. But the conscious mind is the gatekeeper.
its responsibility is it kind of controls what gets in to your subconscious mind for you to work with.
So it's a filter.
It's a filter, but it's also a type, it kind of bullies your unconscious or subconscious mind the way the masculine side of your brain kind of bullies the feminine side of your brain, the way the pink man kind of bullies the melanated man, and this kind of thing. That's that light and shadow thing. Now, the unconscious mind is the most powerful part of your mind. It's really the closest link to your superconscious. It's where your superiority comes. Because while you're walking around and talking, your unconscious mind is controlling, the lips moving, the eyes blinking, the heart pumping, the blood running. Everything is, your subconscious mind is doing all of this and seeing everything that's going. It doesn't miss anything, and it doesn't miss a beat. It's on every beat. It's on a pulse. It's on the frequency. Your other side that is kind of controlling everything is too analytical. Our people are not as analytical as the pink man. They're very linear and analytical. We're very spirally, abstract, big picture kind of people. So when you understand the difference between light, dark, left, right, male, female, then you can get both sides of your brain firing back and forth, because there's a lot of electricity bouncing around in here and up and down your spinal cord and throughout your muscles, because electrical impulses are causing things to move in here. So when you get where you understand that, then you can start building up your power and your power base. They wanted you guys to start looking into some differences between the right and left brain. And I had a bunch of notes, and gosh knows, in this short period of time, I don't think I'm going to find them. I may or may not have remembered to even bring them. But on the science, the skilla sense is about light and shadow. The AIN, A-I-N, means one's own, but I gave you guys yesterday what EN meant. Do I need to give it again? Yeah. EN means an existing real thing. It means to be. So, it's being the key that controls all the light and shadow frequencies going through you, the real thing. It's a science, or a skiing key. And you get there by skiing in. Okay? You ski in, you look in. You got to go into yourself, which is the science of your being, to become the most real you can be. And you're not going to do that until you turn off the pink man's noise. And they also, speaking of the pink man's noise, they told me to tell you this. There are certain kinds of movies that you should, under no circumstances, subject your mind to until you become so conscious that you're only watching it to decode it and pull data from it anyway. Because if you're not cognizant, they're going to use it to play games with your unconscious. Any movie, now I'm just telling you what they're dropping for me to drop. Any movie that shows my brothers being killed or snuffed out, turn it off. I don't care who's in it. They don't care how good it is. They said any movie whatsoever that is showing our people dying is not a movie for a cognizant person to watch. Especially if they're being killed off. Movies like this joke movie that's supposed to be some kind of comedy called Let's Go to Prison. They said no melanated cognizant brother in his right mind better ever go see any movie called Let's Go to Prison. Have you guys heard of that movie?
Yeah, movies like that, though.
There's a movie that came out not long ago, about, 2-3 months ago? It's called Let's Go to Prison. And it's a comedy, and the commercials for it show something like this big brother talking to some pink man and going, and what's a fine-looking white boy like you doing in a place like this? The guesses were like, our men better not go see that. Especially not any movie promoting going to prison. Because what happens with the subconscious? What happened with Superfly? One of the first movies. Brothers were in the Black Power movement, or whatever that is. And, I'm powerful, and it's about me and my people, and the afros and the dashikis. And they said, okay, we got to shut down these, what were them brothers? The Panthers. We got to shut down these Panthers. stop these brothers and this power they're trying to do, and we got something else for them. So they came out with Superfly. Brothers got rid of the afros, and they got the slick dudes, and they got the loud clothes and the platform shoes, and everybody wound up on cocaine, and now we on crack. Yes.
Okay, what you're saying then is, okay, what would have been a warning for us to let us know what was about to happen. Halle Berry warned her Caddy Wood from Monsters Ball, and then said Washington warned her. Because in both of those, they were two negative people.
Yeah, but the cognizant community can, when you're in a decode mode, because you're, for lack of a better word, conscious, you can see it for what it is. If you're not, meaning, you may be cognizant, but if you have children, no matter how young or teenagers, when you walk in and that stuff is on, turn it off. They will be insulted. Man, Mom, dang, you know, they might be 17. I'm watching that. I don't care. You will not watch it here. And tell them why they will not watch it here. Yes.
What about these video games that are being...
Same craziness. They can get the one about cop killers. I mean, you know, you understand what they're wanting you to know? Because their thing is, the mind is a computer. And if you're not cognizant enough to know what you're watching, you will be, as he was saying, negatively, which is positively impacted by it. Putting that out, let's go to prison. A lot of these brothers watching it can find themselves in there because it was programmed as a good thing to do and a great place to be. Because that's how the mind works. It believes whatever it's told repeatedly over and over again. That's why you should never tell your children, what's wrong with you? Are you stupid? If you say that to them one time too often, that gets stuck in there.
At least 3 times.
Oh, 3. See, I'm knowing it to be about 20 to become permanent.
No, because
okay, he's saying 3 times, he's saying 15, I'm saying 20. 1 time is too often. How about that?
Just don't say it at all.
Pretty much, because guess what? Somebody else is out in the world telling them that anyway.
Right.
It's your job to build them up. Because they had Jesuit teachers telling them things like, and was it Malcolm or somebody was saying to their European, probably Jesuit teacher one day, they wanted to be a lawyer or something, and they were like, oh, you can't do that.
That was Malcolm.
That was Malcolm?
Yeah. Said, no, you be a carpenter.
Okay. So, be a garbage man or something? Carpenter?
Jesus was a carpenter.
Okay. So, again, they're going to be under enough attack because you keep putting them in the schools. And the European, the Auguster said this too. Stop putting our children in these schools. Now, it's not that easy once the children are had and there, because now they got a paper trail on them, and you got to explain where they're going when you pull them out. But one of the things they would like for our people to start doing is this. The sisters said women never needed no man and no doctor to have no babies before. Why do they need these pink people and these white coats to have babies now? A sister used to be able to have a baby amongst other women and frequently to just go squat somewhere, not laying flat on her back. Squat somewhere and deliver a baby by herself. You can have your babies without going to their hospitals, which means there are no birth certificates and records on the child. Now, some people are like, but I need to get that tax refund check, so they need a social security number. You need to make a decision as far as what you want to do where your children are concerned. If you know you don't have the tolerance to homeschool, then you need to think about that. They probably should be being homeschooled because in the schools they're not going to be told what they need to know and they're going to be misdirected, misguided anyway. And it was brought to our attention, or my attention, that a lot of these schools, public in particular, are going to start inoculating all 11-year-old females for cervical cancer. The Augusters are like, how do you know what it is they're doing or what they're inoculating for? They took a bunch of brothers and shot them up with syphilis back in the day in the Tuskegee experiment. You don't know what they're doing to your child. If they want to do that, then you need to be pulling your child out. They need to be absent that day or something.
It's an option now.
Oh, this is good news. But some of our nitwits that are unconscious are going to take them anyway.
No, because I have an 11-year-old. She's going to 6th grade. And I wanted to make sure that she was not going to get that shot.
But see, you're cognizant enough. How many sisters out here are just going to roll with this tide? You know what I'm saying? So you want to try, hey sis, you're going to try to share that.
think I got that, and there was some other stuff I wanted to give you guys, but we're really running out of time. Let me try to make sure I've covered everything they wanted you guys to know, and I know I didn't, but I'm wanting to make sure. Oh, this is another thing they told me to make sure you guys are aware of. Our people have got to stop looking for these saviors and leaders, and I told you this earlier, but this is what they said the problem is. They said our people are so disconnected now that you're not going to be able to unify in the collective that you think you'd like to see, because you don't know what you should be seeing. What they said is this: when it comes to unifying as a collective, too often we start a group or a movement and we have some leader out here, and all they have to do is snuff out the leader and they stop the movement.
That's right. That's right.
We're building the pyramid, they said, from the top down when we try to do that, and that is the wrong way. You have to do like what we're doing in this group. Each individual has to be the clearest, most cognizant brick they can be. Each individual walking out of this room will walk out of here with enough clarity to be leadership material. You guys are the foundation. Pyramids are taken from the cornerstone, which is a strong stone, and all the foundation bricks must be strong to support the rest. So you are supposed to become the strongest, clearest, most cognizant individual you can be. And then you find 2 to 3, because they said we should work in 3s, 5s, 7s, 10s, 11s, and 20s. Groups bigger than that, you are going to have a problem with people that look like you. 3 to 5 is really a good sized group, because you can find 3 to 5 people. One may be good at accounting and math, which all of you should be. One may be good at going out and investing the money. Somebody else may be good at buying and fixing up properties. That group needs to gather up the properties. Start gathering up the lands. You may have some people where these brothers are the farmers, these brothers over here have trucks, and these brothers over here know how to get in and out of the corporations and make the connections. Work in little pockets like that, then your organization or movement cannot be snuffed out. You cannot stop a movement where every individual in the movement is a leader in and of themselves. Because when you take out the leader, so what? Any and everybody else in the pyramid can step up, because they all know what the objective is.
That's right.
So you take your little groups. Okay, we're a bunch of carpenters. Let's master this trade. Well, we're a bunch of electricians. Let's master this trade. Okay, the future is going to be earth ships with wind power, water power, solar power. They said we need to be building more houses and buying more properties and communities that are not connected to Rome. They said a lot of us, we have everything we need. They said there's already a ton of land in our community. Our people own so much land, it's ridiculous. Just sitting out there with nobody on it, doing nothing with it. It's doing nothing. Because the families all own houses over here. Well, my brother has a house here, my sister has a house here, and we got a few acres of land out in so-and-so, and what's going on over there? Nothing. We don't get it. So we have them. We don't need to go and try to find the land. We have the land. And all of us know somebody that's got a few acres of land just sitting with nothing happening. Who in here knows somebody that's got land that's just sitting? Raise your hand. Doing nothing. Okay? We all know people. How many people in here know how to grow food organically? How many people know somebody that knows how to do it? How many people in here know somebody that has their own long-distance truck with a bed in the back and a toilet in the back, or a couple of trucks? How many people in here that know somebody that has a shoe repair shop or knows how to fix shoes? How many people in here know somebody that knows how to knit and crochet? How many people in here know somebody that knows how to sew? How many people in here know somebody know how to make jewelry? Why do we keep depending on Rome? How many people in here that know somebody that knows how to work with clay that can make statues or bowls or pots? So what do we need Rome for? What do we need them for? Who knows somebody knows how to weave fabric that has a loom or a spindle that can spin? That stuff came from us.
So, since nobody raised their hand, that's something that somebody needs to pick up. They said, get back in, they said, find a trade, learn it, master it, find a language, find a small pocket of people that you got a group over here where we knit together, group here we sew together, and we got this group over here, we're acquiring the land, and this group over here, we're building the earthships, and have your different pockets. Because that's what Rome did. What did Rome do? This city is different from this city because even though they all came here with the same objective, they agreed on what they agreed on, and they disagreed on what they disagreed on. So, you have your group, you all agree. What do all melanated people agree on, whether they're Christian, Muslim, or whatever? Melanated people are what right now? In trouble, or at least appear to be. Do you know any Christian that would say, our people are not kind of in trouble? He knows somebody, he said he knows some Christians that will say we ain't in trouble. Okay. For the most part, even the most unconscious, dim-wit cretin knows that our people and our children are catching hell in the street.
Yeah, they know that. Yeah.
If they don't know that, then you don't have to worry. Don't work with them anyway. They are definitely psycho-pumped out. Okay? But I'm saying this to say, what they wanted you guys to understand is, you have this group that you sew with, you have this group that you do this with, and this group that you do that with. Somewhere amongst our people, there is a group of people that are working on trying to figure this legal system out. Somewhere there's a group of people that have already figured out how to set up the government. I don't know who they are, but they're there. You do your part. When Rome falls, all we need to do is know what we know and be ready to stand up. Here you have a group of people, we're mastering the math, and we are able to count the money and the accounting or whatever. So, this city in Philadelphia is different from this city in Philadelphia, but they're all a part of what? Philadelphia. And this county in Chicago is different from this county in Chicago, but they're all part of what? Chicago. And Chicago and Philadelphia, Chicago and Pennsylvania are a part of what? So-called United States. So, you get your group, and the other groups get their groups, small groups. And once it's time, they said they will make sure that all the groups connect together. And each individual group that agrees on this, because there are some groups of us that feel like, well, we should be living free. Mother Nature gives the food for free, the water is free, everything is free. Why do we have to pay to live? Then you got people that say, well, everybody should pay. The only people that should live for free are those in charge. Those that agree that we should live for free, they need to be a collective. Those that think that we should live paying, they need to be a collective. And they can have their own separate collective, but at the end of the day, they're still a part of the same, for lack of better words, nation, city, county, country, empire. Build the groups smaller. Start with the groups you know, and you're on the same page about, we're on the same page about this thing. When it comes to this, we're here. That's who you work with that thing. People that are not there, don't work with them with that thing. If there's something else you can agree with them on, work with them on that thing. Stop trying to do large movements, because they said it ain't going to happen. You comprehend? Before we close, does anybody need additional clarity about how to survive this fall? All they said is learn what you're supposed to learn, master another language or two, master a skill or a craft or a trade. They got everybody thinking something is wrong with blue-collar work. And as a result, there are no jobs here. You guys don't need them for jobs. Create your own. Find something you enjoy doing so much, like a hobby, that you would be willing to do it for free. And when you master that, let that make you so-called money. Now, some of the movies that they said you could be watching are things like, and some of these may be kind of boring, Deliverance from Eva. Yeah. Now, they said the good thing about, they said what the ancestors liked about that movie is, it showed a lot of brown-skinned brothers with brown-skinned sisters. All them brothers had so-called jobs. They weren't showing them as dealers and losers and jailbirds and whatever. And most of those brothers and sisters were actually, for lack of better words, married, were what they would call coupled up with their consort. And in what you call loyal, honest relationships. You understand the point? Because they keep trying to show the brother not with the sister. And the sister, now the sister's with the pink dudes, and brothers are with pink women and light women, and
Whatever's going on, brothers and sisters, they keep showing you not together. They said, stop looking at things that show you not together because you are together. Things like Coming to America that show your people running stuff. You believe what you watch over and over again. Watch the movie about you running stuff. Coming to America showed you in a very... Movies like The Associate show Whoopi Goldberg, you know, easing her way into and cracking their thing and whatever. Show the movies that help you to see you better. If you can't watch those kind of movies, they said you don't need to be watching TV unless you're decoding. Okay, it is 5 o'clock, so I'm thinking that we're done unless someone has a question. And I know I didn't get to cover everything that I wanted to cover, but there's one thing I want you to try to get if you haven't seen it yet that can show you a lot about this pink critter as I was describing them yesterday, and it's called Gulliver's Travels with Ted Danson. That movie's dropping it. 5:30. I thought we were supposed to end at 5 o'clock. Oh, excuse me.
You say Gulliver's
Travels?
You get the animation, Gulliver's Travels.
Gulliver's Travels. I mean, there's a whole bunch of movies that are out there, but they just wanted me to give you some ideas of the things that you should subject your mental to.
You know, one of the biggest problems that I found out about doing our own thing is that because we are stuck in Rome with these contracts, that's one of the biggest problems we have, doing our own things and learn how to cancel the contracts that I've been in the government. Because you can be over here doing your own thing, and a spy will go back and tell the government wrong what they're doing over here, and they can come in and break it down.
What did the Ancestor say? Groups of what? 3 to 5.
Right.
If you got a group of 3 to 5 and something gets back to Rome, you can quickly figure out where the problem is in a group that small. There should be no running back to Rome in a group of 3 people or 5 people or even 10 people. You understand? What did they say? The hell with Rome. Don't be afraid of them and what they're doing because they're going down. All they want you to do is be ready to stand when Rome falls. You need to be able to do something. You need to be able to be an ambassador and an emissary that can communicate in other languages. You need to be able to have skills and trades. And you need to be able to count the world's money. You can't lead if you can't count. You understand? Now, I'm glad that we got these other 30 minutes. There's another thing that just came to mind that they wanted me to touch on. And I hope I have my notes on that, and I probably don't. But a lot of our people, they wanted me to hurry up and tell you this, so I don't know why I didn't say it first. A lot of our people are in the process of returning to what they call the Kabbalah, these types of sciences. The Ancestors wanted you to be clear on one thing, albeit that the Kabbalah started with you and your people. Do not, under any circumstances, take any of those books or any other so-called magical book and work these spells at face value with the verbiage that's already there. Because a lot of their symbols, and I'm not... Where's with the marker? Just that quick. How'd the clock get fixed? Thank you, Big Dave.
That's the least he can do.
Now see, that's a skill we're the master. Hey, you can build them. Build some and sell them. Back in the day, they had these great clocks that people used to go find tree trunks that fell, and they cut the trunk, put these brass numerals on them, the mechanism behind them, shellac them, and that was big bucks. I can't, let me see your book, baby. We were talking the other day. Let me see those books. Hopefully I can find something here, because I did not bring my book to show you. Has anybody ever seen these different, okay, not this one, these different pentacles of power and things like that with Hebrew letters around them and things like that? Basically, the Ancestor said, you can take the concept, but you must create your own. Because the way those, pentacles and things are going now, that are being in some of these so-called Jewish things like this, and other things from the so-called books written by the so-called Jews, Cretans, the Christians of Rome. A lot of the verbiage or the other languages that they use, and I gotta find this one in particular, I hope it's in this book. The verbiage when you translate it is all about keeping you down. And if you as a melanated person, with your amplification powers that you have, start putting out these images and chanting these things and saying these things and you don't know what you're saying, you are going to continue a spell that's going to knock you out.
Right. And plus on top of that, we're also rhythm, so anything that we just spell out into the universe is supposed to be within a rhythmic state.
Yes. Yes. There was one in particular. For example, I don't have it off the top of my head, but who knows what the phraseology Ethiopian is supposed to mean? I know what it means, but who in here else knows what it's supposed to mean? Burnt faces, or when they talk about Ethiopians, who are they talking about? And who is that as far as you know? You. There is a symbol, and this isn't it, but it's similar, and it's got Hebrew letters going around it, and some phraseology. So I'm trying to make a sheen here. What's this marker? Different stuff like this, and it'll have verbiage or phraseology going around it. I've seen some that, when you actually translate them, they say things like, and the Ethiopian shall be on his knees, honoring and respecting me. Or, we're going to break the pride of the spirits, or something like that. So what you have to comprehend about using these sciences is never take it at face value. Read the books, get the clarity of concept. Know what you know about the fact that all letters are words, numbers, symbols, sounds, colors, tones, frequencies, musical notes, energy, and a type of God. Each letter by itself is a whole little living entity. Right. Know what you know about letters to the best of your ability, working with, after you get that silence, tuning in, and you'll know what should be right for you or used by you. Create your own, or don't touch it at all. Do not, they said, do not allow our people to read any of these books and just start reading back verbatim what they see and cutting out the images as they see them and trying to use that as a symbol of protection, because most of the symbols are about whooping your own butt. It's about them staying on top of you. But you guys understand that already. So you can read the books, but they want you to be real clear. Do not take anything literally.
But that's just like in, what was the one that Beth Midler did, Hocus Pocus? Yeah.
I didn't see that.
When they spoke partially in French and partially in Spanish.
Okay.
If they I or ese fue, which means reverse that spell, turn them all dead.
Whoa. Do you guys comprehend that? Because I know, how many people in here have started to dabble in the Kabbalahs? Don't be embarrassed to raise your hand. How many of you actually cut out an image just as it was and read it as it was and did it the way they said? You have to put your own, learn what the things are and create your own. Okay? Yes, sweetie. Because he's a Kabbalah master back there.
Speaking of Kabbalah, and what they don't know is that in most Kabbalists and books, they don't tell you about the separate dot. D-A-A-T-H. And doctor, the separate says we reverse all knowledge. Reverse all knowledge. So they can get comprehend. But if you don't know this principle, you don't know about this separate,
Well, actually, when you pick up the book and you read it and you do it, did they use it against you or did you use it against yourself? You used it against yourself. You used it against yourself. Because remember what they said in their own so-called Holy Bible, that which is high will be brought down very low. Didn't I say yesterday that Solomon looks like so low man to me? I mean, you know what I'm saying? So who was very high initially? We were. Who has been brought down very low? We have. Now, remember, they didn't
didn't have the capacity to do it, so that meant what? We consented and agreed to come down. Why? So they could do what?
Come upstairs.
So they could come up. Most of them did not take the time to come up spiritually because they were too busy trying to do what? No. In the tortoise and the hare. You're the hare, you fell asleep. This is the opportunity, now that's an analogy. That's the opportunity for the tortoise to catch up. Instead of the tortoise steady running his race and catching up and evolving, he sees you over there asleep. Instead of him keep going, he did what? Came over there trying to kill you while you sleep. So he wasted his time. But see, can they kill you? We baby kids. We don't die, we multiply. Right? What are we? We might look like we dying, but you're melanated. You are a cosmic computer, superconductor, as he said, the living soul. I don't care, body or no body. They can blow this whole puppy out the sky. We'll just hang another one somewhere else and go hang out there. And we hopefully will know better than to make them again. Yes. Intellect and intuition? Oh, From Intellect to Intuition is the name of the book. By Alice A. Bailey.
I think I...
Children that live in the northern hemisphere, is you're going through this training process where you are actually about to become and going with the Creator to move on to another universe.
And that's what we're supposed to do. Get off here. We built it, hung it here to hang out and enjoy the hedonism. But it ain't fun no more. Is Earth the paradise it used to be when we were running it? Yeah. So we either need to fix it or what? Get on. So we need to work on getting on and leaving some threads in the labyrinth for those behind us that ain't trying to come right now. But one thing about the pink man, he'll keep beating the hell out of them long enough that they'll get tired too and be ready to go like you ready to go. If you weren't ready to go, I don't even think you'd be sitting here. Most people sitting up here are like, man, I'm tired of this plan. I'm ready to go. Yes?
Yesterday you talked about the book Dirt. I want you to incorporate it.
This is one of the books called Dirt. It's Dirt, A Social History as Seen Through the Uses and Abuses of Dirt by Terrence McLaughlin. MC, capital Laughlin. This book was written by a pink man. And he's telling on pink people. Now, he's not really saying much about us, but we don't care. You just tell us about them.
Y'all should go on Bay and look up on History Channel in order of the Crusaders.
Okay, this brother said go to the History Channel and order something they showed called the Crusaders.
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen it.
That's a good one.
Okay.
They come through eating villages and they come through. If there's no food, they take the youngest one to eat them first.
Yeah, they always have killed their children.
And they came here, so what? If they don't mind killing their own, what do you think they should think about killing yours? If they beat and flogged themselves, what makes you think they have any compunction about beating the heck out of a brother or a pregnant sister? No, that was how they got off. That kind of behavior, coprophilia, which is a love of filth, and coprolegny. I didn't tell you guys about that one, huh? You can look it up. COPROLEGNY. I think it's NY, it could be NEY, but look up coprolegny in the regular dictionary. It should say in there, licking up filth and pus and dirt and waste, including fecal matter.
Get out of here.
That was the way of the Christian. That was their religion. That's how they got off.
So those were the people.
That's the ones how they became saints.
That's what you had to do to become a saint. You had to find the dirtiest, nastiest person you could find lick up all their sores and clean their nasty butt with your tongue and wash their hair with your feet. Wash their feet with your hair.
So in the Bible, there's something about Jesus and somebody wiping their feet.
They say they think that Jesus might have been a leper.
In this dictionary, it says coprophilia, an extreme interest in feces.
But when you read dirt, it tells you in no uncertain terms that was a Christian belief and practice. The love of dirt, it was against their religion to bathe. Christians didn't, now I don't know about now, Christians did not bathe, didn't believe in bathing. And they loved filth and doo-doo, and they used to have piles of doo-doo. Just like we were the mound builders and we had mounds, they had mounds of doo-doo. Seriously. Yes. Louder, baby.
I mentioned it yesterday. In astrology, 90 degrees represents something that must be overcome. 90 degrees represents something that you must physically overcome. 90 miles from Chicago is Notre Dame University. You can go there. Please do go there. It's inside of the Basilica. This is second only to the Vatican. It's made out of real gold. It's 1,300 plates of 23 karat gold. Inside this Basilica is pictures, murals the size of that wall showing the Caucasians coming over here, taking the land from you, and holding up their Christian banner.
Wow.
A replica of this is at Garfield Park on the west side of Chicago. You can go there and visit. On this campus is this house or this thorough. It's called Moreau. It's called Moreau. Moreau is the so-called founder of the Holy Cross Order. Moreau represents more the people of color. Me and his brother and another brother went there, and we were talking with one of the priests. And the priest said that the Pope, he's going to issue this, what do you call it?
Bull.
It's a decree.
The bull?
The bull. Well, not the bull, though. But he's telling you that Monroe is about to come back. Meaning the Moor is about to come back. You see, but we don't know what's going on. So they're getting ready.
But so are we. Everybody in this room is getting ready. That's why you're here.
In the movie The Park, they're trying to leave that. That's why they're killing each other off. That's the movie The Park.
Well, they're doing that because they are afraid that we're going to turn around and do to them what they've been doing to us that they learned from us. And are we going to do that? We don't even have time for them. When this goes down, most of us, in addition to evolving individually, we're still going to be trying to wake up our people. I mean, do you have anybody that, if the world was good, if somebody told you the planet is going to explode and everybody's going to be dead next week, think about the one or two people that you will be most concerned about. Because there are certain people who's like, well, we got a week to live? I got to get to my mama. Or wait a minute, I got to go see about my son or my daughter. You need to think about the one person or two people that if they told you everybody's going to die in 2 days or 3 days, who you would want to be next to at that time, that's the person that you're probably trying to drag along. So when you figure that out, them the people you're going to be worried about. We're not going to have any interest in the pink man. He will be the least of your concerns. You're going to be too busy doing you and people that you want to come with you. But if they don't come, the ancestor said you need to leave them behind. They got to get picked up next time or never. Seriously. There's a possibility that they won't come back to retrieve anybody after this go-round. But it may not happen because isn't Earth supposed to go through some kind of birth?
Really, all the planets are gravitating more towards the sun.
Well, if the Earth continues to gravitate towards the sun,
we're going to be second to the sun.
Well, if we're second to the sun, the pink people won't be here in those 66,000 years because they can't handle the sun.
So everyone that has a raise of any kind is about to go back to the sun.
So you got some of us
A lot of us ain't going to make it. Earth is evolving.
A lot of us won't.
But anyone who doesn't make the shift, they go back to Venus. They go back and serve the flesh.
Oh, that's terrible. I didn't want to hear that. So what he's saying is anybody that doesn't make this shift, this go-around, because we're getting so close to the sun, is supposed to go back to Venus, which means they'll be down there with the pink man.
which is why Psychopomp has to keep doing what he does, because he don't want to be down there alone. Because he needs you. You don't need him. He needs you. Because without you, they're really gone. Even in your worst condition, they're really gone without you. This is another book. This book shows how, it may help you, how the Europeans came here and a lot of our people had to help them to evolve their liberty and create their documentation, and how they modeled the government and we helped set them up. It even shows how the women were also key in the government and how much they admired and respected the way we did things. This book is called Exemplar of Liberty. Native America, which we know that's not us, but okay. It is us, but... And the Evolution of Democracy, which I call Demons Crazy. Crazy demons running around. And it's by...
Could we have that on the board, please? Could we have that on the thing?
Okay. EXEMPLAR of LIBERTY by Grindy, GRINDE, and Johansson, JOHANSEN. Exemplar of Liberty. And it talks about, like, for example, people keep saying, you know, about the Indians on the reservations, and I keep saying, well, those are not us. And people are like, well, you know, I don't understand, because people used to be very light, too. I'm like, who told you that? However, the reason they're so light on the reservations now is they had, when they came here, they preferred the way we lived and the way we did things and the very liberated way we ran our scenario. If someone spoke, we would let that person talk. Everybody would just sit and quietly let that person talk and finish making their point. Now, have you ever seen Congress trying to run a session?
Yep.
Nobody's listening, nobody's paying attention, everybody's talking. That was them then as now.
Parliament is even worse. Right.
And Parliament was worse. Nobody pays attention. So they were like, man, they called them the savages. These people are more civilized than we are. So a lot of Europeans ran off from the so-called colonies and ran over to hang out with us. They lost so many of their subjects to that they created a law against Indianization and made it illegal for Europeans to run off and start living with us and hanging out with us and trying to be us. Indianization. It was a law against, it's all in the Exemplar of Liberty, against Indianization. But a lot of these people that are on the reservations now that look so pale, or as they said earlier, they're GIs. I did say it earlier. They're GIs. They're government-issued Indians. So that when the wealth and the checks and everything started coming back, they wound up going back to pink people. A lot of these people are the Shemnites. Now, they'll curse you out and get insulted if you try to tell them they ain't the original and they're half-breeds. But they're not the autochtons that were here. They're not copper-colored. Some of them are descendants of those that came across the Bering Straits, the so-called Asian type. But that's what they're dealing with in Hawaii now. They claim to be the Hawaiians. Remember the Chinese that were dumped there? Now you go over there, they hate you. And they were brought from somewhere else. And the original so-called Hawaiians that were darker than most people here, you know, are somewhere in a little corner, if at all. And they've been interbred or crossbred up instead of breeding the pink man. Well, we've been crossbred down instead of breeding the pink man up. You understand? That's why when you go to so-called Egypt, which is Kemet, or the Ket, a lot of those people that claim to be Egyptians are what? All paled up. The Indians and ruler Hindustani are all paled up. People on the reservations in America paled up. People in Hawaii are paled up. These are government-issued people that are put there to make sure that the real people don't get what's theirs. Yeah. Israel too?
Israel too.
Paled up.
Because if you're dark, with the men, they don't bother the women. But When the men come now, they will detain them. Want to know how long you going to be there, what you doing. If you're the color of brothers that are dark. As long as you're bright skinned, they don't really mess with you. But the women, I don't care what color you are, you can waltz.
But that's because they know that the wealth was connected to the women and they came from the matriarchal societies, and they still need the women for the melanin.
Right.
Because even though they can get melanin from brothers, you can get a melanated seed into a pink woman's womb, but what did they say in the black Christian black codes? You are what your mother was.
Right.
So if your mother was part beast or part animal, I don't care how melanated your father was, you're still this thing that your mother was. So if they want to become more real, they have to come through the proper gateway. That means the womb they come through has to be a melanated gateway. That's why they're after sisters, and they tend to leave the sisters alone, but only long enough to get what they want, which is to come through those gates. So they can come in as a cosmic or a soul being of melanin. You get it? Are there any questions? Because I know I didn't cover everything, but hopefully I gave you guys some, I'm tripping over here, some ammunition on what you can do to survive this fall. Just do you. The Ankh said, don't listen to the news. Who cares what they're doing? Don't get bent. If they kill everybody, the Ankh said, so what? Let them have it. Let's go. We got other places to go and other things to do. And other colonies to make. Because apparently, if they're trying to say that, you know how they claim nobody wants us and nobody wants to claim us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Right. The Indians say, no, they're not Indians. And the Africans say, no, they're not Africans. And the Asians are saying, no, they're not. Nobody wants the so-called niggas. But if we ain't from here or there or here or there, and we ain't from nowhere, guess what they're saying about us without saying it? We ain't from here.
Look out.
No. We ain't from here. And we aren't from here. We hung this planet here to hang out. Okay? And these other people were manufactured by us. Or spit out as a result of inbreeding. So if we're not from here, then they are admitting that we're the aliens that came and built the pyramids and built the Sphinx and set up this government and all this other stuff that they claim are the blonde and blue-eyed giant Anunnaki. And so it's like, they're going to tell one truth or the other. And at the end of the day, all the truth is going to have to come out. So, we're deeper than they want to even start trying to touch on. Yes. So anything they say, you can slap upside their head with it. Oh, so we ain't from nowhere, so that means we're the aliens that came and made you, right? If you don't want to admit to that, then you better admit to the fact that we are the true man that set this up. Yes.
Could you flip a page on your paper and write psychiatry?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and I see these two hands up over here. Come on with it.
Take their questions. I'm going to write some down.
Okay, go ahead, sis. You first, ladies first.
This isn't a question. This was just a statement. There's a book out by a pink person named Stuart Swerdlow, and it's called Blue Blood, True Blood. And he was actually one of the people that was actually an agent. He describes how they indoctrinated him and how they taught him from a young, early age how to be a spy, and how people are like, snakeheads, and about the Ohio Council, and about how black people, we aren't from here, and how they released AIDS into our population to keep our true people who are from another galaxy
stuck here,
to keep from picking us up. So they dispersed AIDS into our community because they knew they would not want us if we were infected.
We are infected, mentally, spiritually, and physically. You have a question or comment? Oh wait, that book was called Blue Blood, True Blood by Swerdlow. Okay.
He's one of those new age metaphysics.
See, you know why he's new age? That means he's doing what we said they should have been doing, attempting to evolve spiritually. And when those that do try to evolve spiritually cannot continue with the lie. That's like working for the IRS and then finding out that they ain't even real and that they're fraudulent. If you have any kind of cognizance, you can't continue to do it.
We have some formal agents telling.
They're gotta tell. Okay.
The Indiana Plan of 1907. The sterilization of all people of color. And this is how they're going to use it now. Psychiatry. Psychiatry means the study of the soul. The PSY means the study of. This is the symbol in Greek. This is also the symbol for Indiana University. The I and the U. It is a fork. It's a pitchfork, the pierce, the pike. So who are we talking about? The CHIAT is chet, or soul. It means the soul man, the cat. The RY, AEIOU, and sometimes Y is RI. RI is rest in Hebrew. So what are they doing? They're going to kill your soul. That is the idea, to kill your soul.
But they can only do it when you are not cognizant of the game, what it is, how it's played. Now you guys are cognizant. You see the game from savages to witches to communists to drug lords to terrorists. It's just the same game going on all the time. And once you see the game, it's like, okay, I see what you miss me with it. I see what you're doing. It'll work on a lot of my people, but it's not going to work on me. And as far as me dying, I don't care about that either. Because I can't die. I'm energy. You can't kill me. You understand? I'll just transmute, transform, and transmogrify. Energy can't be destroyed. And melanin energy sure can't be destroyed. Yes. They're carbon-based. They're carbon, which is really a diamond in the raw. Say what? Swirlo, probably S-W-E-R. S-W-E-R-D-L-O-W. And there may be an E after the W or not. Okay. Any more questions, comments? You guys okay? Do you feel like you have any clues on how to survive this fall? What should you be doing? Do you. Do you. And in order to do you, you need to do what? Figure out what you is. In other words, am I a night person or a day person? Do I like people or do I hate people and I just want to be left alone? Do I like to talk or do I hate a bunch of talkers and I just don't want to hear nobody's mouth? Figure out what you're about. Because if you don't like people and you get a job at McDonald's, what have you done to yourself? You have set yourself up to be very, very unhappy. There are a lot of people that really like to be alone in a room by themselves, in the bed, curled up with a book, and they don't want to hear no phones, no noise, they want to talk, they don't want... No, call me back. Screening calls to the machine. Yeah. But you don't like people, and yet you have a job as a public person where you have to deal with people all day, every day, all day, every day. You are going to be unhappy, and when you're unhappy, you are in discord, or you are not at ease, which means you are becoming dis-eased, which means you're going to be sick. And if you're sick, like the sister said, when it's time for your people to be retrieved, you'll be one left behind because you're not ready to come with us because you ain't even right. Or maybe you're too right and you ain't enough left. Yes?
It's 5:30.
Yes?
5, and on behalf of Let Us Roll and the Chicago community, we want to say thanks for coming.
You're welcome. I can work with that. Thank you for having me. It was my pleasure.